Good morning, everyone. Alright, what all did we have going on? We got out of the time loop with Siberian yesterday. That took forever. I think I was investigating rumors again, and that's where we were at. So let's continue that. I think this is the way? Shard of a holy world, huh?
Something of interest.
Well, that's very immediate.
I'm
Okay.
always ready. Follow my lead. Done. I rise to the occasion.
We have a Medicaid check here. It doesn't say the percentage, so I'm going to be safe and throw some Medicaid stuff on.
And done.
By the nature of the injuries, it's clear that the head of this man was literally wrenched off, unscrewed from the body. Sounds pleasant.
Victory awaits.
Fragment of ship plating bearing unholy symbols. It seems the vessel was shot over the planet as some of the debris reached the surface. Goliath's gun batteries are depleted. These people fought to their last breath. Oh, that's a Chaos Marine. I do apologize, I'm a little congested today. Alright. Bodies are dressed in rags and armed with faulty weapons. You notice many handmade Aquilas and other symbols of faith.
It's about time. Take a knee and bow before me.
And to the devout shall the sacrifice be gifted.
There are... Oh, that's a Hellbrute. Oh, you look fun. Oh, this looks fun. It's gonna go down before it even gets a chance to do anything. It still looks cool, though. Abelard, get up there. Iliad, Aogun, Jai.
Focus, Bancarox. Focus. Do my bidding.
Keep off.
Naturally. Absurd. This defies me.
Alright. I do believe that is mostly good. What is this? Just a cultist.
Your turn.
Do not disturb the great enemy.
But of course.
I've seen this before.
Get some good damage in.
Oh, is that my blood? Don't get too cocky. You've got a problem, I've got a prize.
Okay.
Tell me, and it is done. I
Can
can
we
do
buff
that
the zone?
with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky. Am I getting paid for this? Don't get too cocky.
We give a turn to Aogun.
The machine spirits approve. Executing command. A valid argument. Lucius, I'm relying on you.
And then throw this down. Oh, that put it through people? I thought I had it up here. It might be fine, hopefully. Alright, and then we immobilize so that we have essentially infinite range here. And no line of sight. And then we can take these two out. And then we give me a turn.
Your demise is an incontrovertible fact. Nothing
We
I
endure.
can't do.
Reckless Rush. Galvanize. And then we get to... Yeah, this will one-shot. That's fine. There's another Chaos Marine over there. Before I go, let's brace.
All too easy. Nothing of value has been lost.
Okay, then I can come up here. Ooh, you're actually kind of thick. Let us Reckless Strike.
Let's see how they respond to this. Not a problem. There's nowhere. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
And then we can come over here. Charge in.
Never wavered in the face of adversity. You didn't stand a chance.
We will Sworn Enemy.
Suits my purposes.
And then charge in.
Nothing I can't do. Under the clean. Right.
And it's almost dead just off of that. Okay. I will kick it
Already
so that I get more movement.
value has been lost.
It explodes.
My tactics are flawless. shine. Nothing I can't do. Nothing of value has been lost.
And then I reload. I will move here.
Forge ahead! You didn't stand a chance. Suits my purposes.
And then we move here.
All too easy. Nothing of value has been lost. Nothing I can't do.
Let's, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to get the
Suits
hook
my
here.
purposes. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
What is the range on this right now? 7?
Already done.
And then I can
Not a
hook
problem
again.
for me. Avert your eyes!
Oh, there's a cultist left over there.
All too easy.
Alright, I guess I will Daring Breach then for more
Bring
movement.
Glory to my bloodline. Let's see how they respond to this.
There we go.
I tire of idleness. Let's move.
Beat them all before turn 1 was down. Or done. GG's.
I suspect that fighting alongside humans is causing you certain difficulties, psychologically and tactically.
Asuriani are capable of adapting. You monkeys slow me down and slightly hinder me in combat, but it is tolerable.
There is literally no way I'm slowing you down when I'm, like, zipping around the battlefield, breaking the sound barrier.
They say a little bit of humility never hurts anyone. I help others better themselves by
Alright.
wholeheartedly humiliating them at every step.
I think I was going to go Vital Points here. Because every attack is a critical hit, so this is just increase their critical damage bonus by half. And, let me... Yeah. It was either that or Cataclysm, but, like... I feel like this will be better, especially if I find a better weapon at some point. That was the dumbest fight you've ever seen? Oh, come on now. I've done plenty of dumber fights. How's it going, Falcon? Hope all is well. And then I'll get Stentorian Voice. Abelard. Eager for battle, on your feet. He does not need eager for battle. I will give him... I will also give him vital points. That'll be fine. And then we can do... He could get 1 less AP cost for his Vanguard stuff, but he doesn't really use that too much. I don't have him using Lore Xenos or Lore Warp, so no Heresy could be fine. This game, from the enemy's point of view, after Act 2 is like... After Act 3. You can't keep saying after Act 2 when Act 3 exists. Act 3, the start of it, is by far and away the hardest part of the game. Yes, and those 3 fights are the hardest fights in the game. Maybe 4? It depends on how you go about it. It also depends on what your party is, because depending on who's in your party, depends on whether they're before or after the halfway point or whatever. So, you could end up with just, like, yourself and, like, one other person, which would be really fucky. Let's see, if it's you, Idira, Heinrichs, Aogun, Jai, and then, like, God. Yeah, that team would suck for going in there. Because you wouldn't get any of them until way late. So you could end up really, really screwed in there. Alright, what do we have? What do we have? By the way, Falcon, did you see that link I sent you? I'll go Death Dealer. And then here... I'll just grab whatever here, it doesn't matter. Jai. What am I grabbing for you? Yeah, this will be fine. Juliet, I'm grabbing... Yeah, Vital Points, and then Combat Insight. Heinrichs. What do I have going on for you? I'll go Destroyer, yeah. And then... Eternal Glory? Literally everything he mentioned was still able to, one-turn the meta. Everything. I don't know if I want to go into it on stream, really, but... It is so hard to not one-turn combat.
A new challenge for me?
So hard.
What is that?
Can you not? Okay. They tried running into the trap.
Excellence matters. I won't tolerate weakness.
Las pistol. Take the modified crack grenade. Former warehouse of the planet's defenders. The crates marked provisions are empty and the weapons are simple and of poor quality.
Nuncius solved this conundrum.
Follow my lead.
Pretty much. Oh. Hold up here. Did I find a new weapon? Same armor pen. I don't get the stacking critical damage, but I don't know if I need it with this one. I can get an extra AP, which is an extra attack. I suffer 6 damage a turn, but that's fine. This is 1.5x wielder's strength bonus plus wielder's toughness bonus. So that's at least another 15 damage after buffs. That'll be, what, 34 damage on each attack? So base damage will be like 59 to 75? Yeah, no, I think this is just better because of the sheer amount of base damage I'll do. I finally found an axe upgrade, guys. Holy cow. It only took me like 1.5 acts. Also, we found new boots for... Oh, it's sorted in type. Where'd the boots go? He doesn't need the extra dodge. We will make it so that enemies lose 30% of their deflection each time he uses a major psychic power, which is like 2 or 3 times in the buff turn. I get my new axe. Shiny new axe. I'm okay with 6 damage a turn. That's not gonna make or break me.
Halt. I noticed something.
Oh hey, look, it's a trap. Who would have guessed?
done. It's about time.
So is that all that there was on this planet? Okay, well, that seems... One fight and a nice axe for me. Cool. I am okay with that. We'll head to Emperor's Palm. We'll give the crew military gear, because, I don't need cargo anymore. Is this another space combat? Heck yeah. Lord Captain, our augurs have detected active combat operations in the orbit and on the surface of Euphrates II. We tried to contact the explorators on the flagship of the Cognizance fleet, coordinating the siege, but received a strongly worded demand not to interfere under threat of armed retaliation. Bigdis, give me details on the combatants. The world is besieged by a squadron of Cognizance fleet supported by a joint armada of vessels from across the entire expanse. Among the latter, we are registering vessels recruited by the Lord Inquisitor to defend the sector. They are opposed by the Final Dawn scum, led by the blasphemous traitors from the ranks of the Word Bearers. What is so important about Euphrates II? Is it worth, that is worth fighting for? The Sacred Forge world had always been closed off to the lay people. I believe that it was only at the threat of having it utterly corrupted by the ruinous powers that the explorators had begrudgingly accepted their profane allies, setting foot in their blessed world. Who's winning? We're detecting parity between the forces as both parties employ conservative strategies with the aim of gradually achieving positional superiority. Tactical prognosis suggests that this impasse will persist for a while longer. Why are they refusing our aid? Their reaction is the result of reasonable wariness, your lordship. The agent network of the Cult of the Final Dawn spans entire worlds and has proven its effectiveness time and again. I presume the tech priests are afraid of getting a treacherous vessel into their combat ranks. Let us not interfere. We are leaving, I guess. Oh, guess I'm not doing anything there. Your lordship, I humbly and with great haste request an audience with you on the bridge. We must discuss a situation on one of the Protectorate's key worlds. Your esteemed ancestor, Lord Siberian, wishes to resolve it single-handedly. Yet, I thought it my sacred duty to notify you. I can assure you that this will not take much of your time. I feel like it will take a lot of my time. The High Factotum bows respectfully before the throne, extending an ornate container toward you. Your lordship, I'm pleased to report that the recent unrest upon Janus has been suppressed through the efforts of the Moravian guardsmen. The world's aristocracy sends this gift as a token of their gratitude. Alright. This is the first time I've heard about this uprising. Janus, is this is an error, or have you been concealing something from me? There is no cause for concern, my heir. The order to bring Janus to heel was issued by me. For that world required the rogue trader's firm hand. Janus takes a tiny step backward, a motion almost imperceptible for a man of his girth. As you can see, your lordship, the unpleasant situation has been resolved in full accordance with the dynasty's interests. I should like to take my leave. Matters of no less importance await my attention. Assuredly, Factotum Danric, your loyalty to the Von Valencia's line is beyond question. Go now and perform your duties with your accustomed zeal. High Factotum, I, the Lord Captain, do not permit you to take your leave. I obey your lordship and shall remain in place for as long as you will it. I still wish to hear the details, Danric. Forgive me, my Lord Captain. The order was issued by your ancestor in the dynasty's name. It never occurred to me that you might be unaware. Janris chokes on his words, barely mastering his own vocal cords. The Factotum's gaze darts between you and Siberian and back again, then fixes upon the floor. Who is this Siberian that you should obey him? Your illustrious ancestor, a member of the Von Valencius dynasty, conqueror of Janus, and a rogue trader, former rogue trader. The Factotum's eyes remain cast downward. You see, my heir, I need not demand obedience from underlings. People follow my orders because that is the natural way of things. You, however, are a long way from that. Let us dispense with sentiment. Factotum, what precisely occurred on the Agra world of Janus? Approximately 2 standard cycles ago, the Astropaths received a plea for aid dispatched by the planet's noble houses. The aristocracy was rapidly losing control of its subjects, and a decision was required without delay. You were away from the flagship at the time, Lord Captain, and I could not reach you. Your ancestor assumed the burden of responsibility and authorized the dispatch of Zarkovian guardsmen on a pacification mission. Succinctly put, I will note that it was only your short-sightedness that necessitated my intervention. Had you devoted more time to governing the Protectorate, rather than venturing abroad with obscure objectives, matters would have unfolded differently. I command you, Siberian, be silent. My answer is no. And there are 2 reasons for it. First, you resist reasonable criticism, from which it follows that no one but me has ever pointed out your weaknesses to you. Second, this flagship belongs to the Von Valencius dynasty, just as I do. Within its confines, I'm entitled to do as I see fit. I'm beginning to suspect a conspiracy. If that proves true, retribution awaits you. Danric's plump cheeks turn purple from the rush of blood. He wheezes, tugging at his coat collar. Your lordship, I was laboring solely for the good of the Protectorate. I have substantial proof. Your ancestor holds himself with a relaxed posture, gazing at you defiantly. These threats will only cause your loyal servants to expire from apoplexy. They make no impression upon me, so spare yourself the effort. It's going. I found myself a better axe, finally. How you doing, Jususterman? Hope all is well. The picture's clear. Now the cause for these events must be uncovered. The Factotum rises from his knees with noticeable shortness of breath and inclines his now even paler face. Glad to be of service, your lordship. So the servant will suffer no punishment for his grave transgression. With such a careless approach to authority, it is astonishing that you still retain mastery over this dynasty, my heir. Do not interfere, Siberian. I did not give you permission to speak. Enough, Siberian. Your hostility has overstepped the mark. Explain yourself. Lord Captain, I've recalled several other matters requiring my attention. Danric, who had stirred wisely, falls still upon meeting your gaze. For a few seconds, a heavy silence reigns, broken only by the low hiss of Siberian's augmetic lungs. And so we arrive at the first sensible question. With servo motors humming steadily, Siberian positions himself opposite the throne, staring defiantly into your face. You are unfit to rule this dynasty. You are weak, you occupy yourself with everything, save your direct responsibilities, and the unrest on Janus is proof of that. I paid a great price to bring that world into the Protectorate, and I could not stand idly by and watch it be ruined. There have been far too many unacceptable failures, my heir. Says the guy who was stuck in a time loop that wouldn't have ever known any different had I not intervened. Fuck right the hell off, Siberian. And what precisely was this great price you speak of? That world was populated by the most feral of the Eldari subspecies. They called themselves the Exodites, and they had the audacity to attack me the very moment I set foot upon the planet's surface and proclaimed it the property of humanity. Decades were spent exterminating them to the last, purging the new holdings of all Xenos filth. Thus I earned the title Conqueror of Janus. When I departed on my final expedition, I left Janus a prosperous world where governance was conducted honorably and the authority of the Protectorate was beyond question. Now, you have plunged it into decline and anarchy. I find the fact utterly abhorrent, and I intend to rectify it. Yeah, I know, right? Who granted you the authority to command the 32nd Morov Regiment without informing me? I myself did. From beneath the Vox grill, a corner of Siberian's torn mouth becomes visible as it stretches into a smile. 5 centuries ago, the regiment swore its oath of fealty to me in its entirety, and such an oath, my heir, cannot be undone. I have done much to strengthen these holdings. Your reproaches are without foundation. I admit, I do observe some successes, yet they are insufficient. Siberian clenches his augmetic fist with a grating crunch. The very first enemy to arise, one such as Diotis af Iramen, shall grind all your achievements to dust with a mere wave of his hand. It's obvious the Protectorate would have crumbled had I not assumed command. I admit. Oh, he just says the same thing. Okay, whatever. I am the Lord Captain, and accusations of weakness will not alter that fact. Let's see. Smile sardonically. Since you're so clever, perhaps you would share your wisdom and set me upon the true path. Juvena's progeny in all its glory. Siberian's iron hand involuntarily grasps the empty air at his hip, as if searching for a missing hilt, boasting verbal poison and a barren intrigue in place of deeds. Deplorable. My word is this. Prove yourself worthy of my name, or I shall deem the warrant unlawfully usurped 5 centuries ago and take it back for myself. Is that so? Then I demand a duel here and now. Is tempting. It's very tempting. Right here? I shall have the enforcers throw you out in disgrace. I have no intention of currying favor with you. I've heard your terms. Time shall be the judge between us. You pretend that my reproaches do not concern you, Zen? A feeble stance. This conversation becomes meaningless as you stubbornly refuse to see the true state of affairs, and instead indulge merely your own illusions. Very well. Let us return to this discussion later, in a more suitable setting. The high factotum, who had been silently observing the altercation from the sidelines, looks anxiously from you to Siberian's retreating back, then bows hurriedly and departs. Why? Why must I be surrounded by incompetent fools at all times? 100% of the time, it seems. Perform the ritual. Okay, this is Cassia's thing. What do we have over here? Not sure. But it's something. You know what? Screw it. I'll upgrade the RAM, because I can. Good enough. Everybody wants to upgrade RAM. You're not wrong. Hold up here, actually. Thought maybe I'd have more extractiums. Smuggler's Hideout. Excellent place to hide one's ill-gotten gains from prying eyes. Stay sharp. They will, not be happy to see us here.
None shall stand in my way. Something. I did fine. Excellence matters. Done.
Really riled up.
Oh no! People got injured. What'll I do?
Look no further. The healing is much appreciated. This wound will make a fine scar.
You have my thanks.
Field medicine at its finest. Let's patch you up.
The motive force has invigorated me.
Whatever will I do?
Let me help.
Guess I'm still alive.
This wound will make a fine scar.
Your technology is
Let me
limited,
help.
I need it.
but I am grateful.
I rise to the occasion. I won't tolerate weakness.
Now
What do we
my
have
better
down this
exertion.
way? More traps.
Excellence matters. Over there!
Vox Thief. Jen, did you hear? They're going to bring in another batch of Xenotech. Life is going to be good. Idiot, we still haven't dealt with the previous delivery. The clients don't wish to take risks after the accidents. Who cares? There are people with more money than common sense in every system. You know what matters? That's right. What matters is that we're making mountains of thrones. I've got a bad feeling about this. Jen, turn that frown upside down. You'll start looking like our wrinkly supplier lad if you don't. Or is she our supplier lass? Whatever. Wherever I go, it's gonna be traps? Good. A fragment of orc energy weapon capable of teleporting targets using warp energy. Roughly sawed off with a las cutter. Cannot be repaired. Particularly strong orcs wear hulking, impenetrable armor, complete with lethal weapon, not entirely dissimilar to a power claw.
What is that?
Astartes plasma. Huh. Well, that's interesting.
We need to investigate. Done.
A self-propelled rail carriage that once transported Hive residents between stations. Morag, the sacred armament of the children of Surian, must rest with the fallen, not serve these monkey scavengers. A needle rifle? Yeah, I'm good without that.
A new challenge for me?
Hey, Doe, what are you messing with? The big guy said not to touch the goods. Bugger off, Arlie. Mind your own business. He has ears everywhere, you know. I said bugger off. I'm not gonna rot in this hole until Pug gets his shit together. Drone take you, Doe. We've already lost 4 men because of this Xeno shit. Put the stones down, mate. What did you say, we wet the old whistle instead. Doe, what are you doing? What are you doing, Doe? No. Get away from me. Arg. The shadow auctions attract connoisseurs of forbidden artifacts. A lot this size could earn their owner a full shuttle load of treasures.
Victory awaits!
What? Iliad's face betrays her surprise. When she speaks, there's a sadness in her words. How could the spirit stones of my kin end up in such a god's forsaken place? Elentok, please allow me to watch over them. The smuggler wannabes were hardly aware of the true value of this treasure. If you ask me, Shireen, these stones can be sold to a reliable and very rich collector at a profit. And when I say at a profit, I mean it. Tell me about the stones, Iliad. I could perform a 3-night ballad about the creation of the first stone, but alas, you do not have the luxury of eternity's favor. You should know what is important. The stones shield the spirits of the children of Assyrian from the insatiable thirst of Slanesh after they die. They also enable the ancestors to share their wisdom, even sometimes lending us strength to fight our enemies. Jai, what do you know? You know what? Sorry. Let's see. You may keep the stones, Iliad. Your words are like a breath of fresh air, Elentok. I will take good care of them. Somebody carefully polished shards of Eldari rifles and chainswords. There's a label with an individual number attached to every piece. This looks like it's going to be painful. Especially if I have a bunch of Ferrum Sanctum stacks. I take 3 damage. Nice. That is so painful. I didn't even get a fresh wound. I love how people keep complaining on forums and stuff about the Ferrum Sanctum stacks and how they're unquestionably, like, not worth getting for the augments. And here I am, like, oh no, I stepped in electric with 7 stacks and took 3 damage. Whatever will I do?
It's about time.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Okay, what all do we have here? I don't know what I just did, but it appears I blew up a tree of some kind. Alright, I guess I'm going back up.
An expected result.
Fresh corpse in fancy attire, likely that of an adventurer rather than a smuggler.
Follow
Watch
my
your
lead.
steps. Keep a sharp eye. None are better at searching. A trivial task.
None are better at searching. 222, 157. If you say so, Earliet. I feel like they have me confused with somebody else.
My success was inevitable.
I rise to the occasion.
Wisdom is a catalyst for knowledge. I possess both.
Xenos race called Tau employs self-aware machines they call drones. Judging by the marks on the hull, this specimen was gutted quite deftly.
I did fine. I'll lay claim to the stars.
Alright, it is time for ads. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses any content. And I will catch everyone when we return. Alright, the ad's finished. Let us continue. The spiky Xeno chest looks like a chunk of solid rock with no cracks or fractures. One side is decorated with the maw of some hideous creature.
Something of interest. Halt! I noticed something.
The Watcher of Lethus. I still cannot believe Lady Theodora kept such terrible secrets from us. What else do we not know?
Some mysteries can vanish into the void for centuries. We may consider ourselves lucky that this secret of the dynasty was unearthed at all.
Done. None shall stand in my way.
My pleasure.
According to the labels, the containers with insulated uniforms and snowshoes were to be delivered to an Astra Militarum quartermaster on the frozen world, Zenerag 2. The grav bike has been gently washed clean of traces of soot and blood. The attached label reads, ordered by Master MLD.
A new challenge for me.
Okay, trauma stacking.
Too hard for a simple monkey?
Why does this say demolition and then Lore Xenos?
I have learned much in my exile.
The contraption was assembled by a madman. The components do not match one another and only serve to confuse and confound. But you managed to spot the hidden trigger in time. It's a trap.
Victory awaits!
You managed to make out a Medusa's limp tentacles through the murky glass. The parasite has died, regardless of what it was being kept here for.
What is that?
Okay, let us athletics up here.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
A subdued rumbling comes from under the cover of the ancient cogitator, as if the machine spirits resent being awakened. After a few simple directions from the control panel, the vid screen flashes to life and starts blinking, waiting for your input. Examine the log. The mechanism lazily grinds its gears, but grants you access to the requested information. Records tagged Big Pug. Day 21, third month of the cycle. Now that's what I call good fortune. We hit the jackpot. This Xenos peddler, Strixus, sure did show up in time. The competitors have been popping up like fleas on a half-dead rat. Merdkey has already brought a bunch of rare and exotic shit, and I've never been paid this much for a single order before. Life is good thanks to him, or her, and is going to get even better. Day 6 of the 9th month of the cycle. It's time to end this. The thrones are coming in faster than I can spend them, but I'm starting to lose count of the people who died. Yesterday I walked past a dozen people and couldn't recognize 4. The customers are starting to ask why there's so much blood on the delivery crates. Damned if I believe that crooked-ass Xenos rat again. His deliveries are killing my guys, and there haven't even been any shootouts. Next time Merdkey comes here, he won't be leaving this place alive, I'll make sure of it. List of reports. 6 crates of tech upgrades, 4 blocks of Tau firearms, 8 units miscellaneous Drukhari devices, sold. 7 units Eldari devices, 5 orc weapon crates, 3 units of Tau artifacts. Awaiting delivery. Received 8 crates of orc armor, 12 blocks of Drukhari blades, 10 units of Eldari devices. Sold 8 units of Drukhari devices, 3 blocks of Tau firearms, 15 units of devices belonging to an unknown race. Overhead costs, disposal of bodies, keeping an eye on Doe. I've got a bad feeling this won't be the last of it. 24 units of unidentified artifacts, let them stay unidentified and in my room. 18 units of Drukhari, Eldari, and Orc firearms. Stolen? Question marks. My own people are stealing from me now? What did that scoundrel Murd-Key promise them? I'm gonna find out, and there will be trouble. Vox recorded conversations. Jen, did you hear? They're gonna bring in another batch of Xenotech. Life is going to be good. Okay, we've already read that one. And we've read that one. I have not read this one. It's alive? What? Why are you screaming? That thing, it just latched onto Luffa's face, and she went mad. Throne be damned. Cut it off. Cut it. Hey guys, what's wrong? We're missing the Drukhari crates, lad. But I was told to look after the sounds of several bursts of bolter fire. Run, run, run. What the? Oh, Throne, take me. Enter a different command. Disconnect the power supply to the tracks. The whirring of obsolete cogitators' mechanisms grows into a strained whine, and the crackling from the abandoned tracks abruptly stops. Empty canisters, dry rations, dry ration wrappers, and petrified feces? Someone was cooped up here for a long time.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Follow my lead!
Containers are stuffed to the brim with dry rations and corpse starch. Such quantity of provisions could feed a small
We
detachment
need
for
to
months.
investigate.
What? How am I supposed to get over there to disarm these? There's literally no way to get... Is there? Okay. I think I see the line.
Let's move. Halt! I noticed something. What is that?
Oh god, this is going to be annoying.
Speak, Elantak. A trivial task. Oh, too hard for a simple monkey.
I'm always ready.
I won't tolerate weakness.
I rise to the occasion.
Okay. That is a Lorzinos.
What
Really
is it? I need to find the answers.
We're grabbing you again.
My success was inevitable. I have learned much in my exile. Too hard for a simple monkey.
There we go.
None shall stand in my way.
Looked harder than it was. Oh, this is where the arc rifle that's in like all the guides shows up. Cool. So what does it actually do? Enemies that are hit by this weapon suffer an irradiated effect that lasts for 3 turns, decreasing all healing received by 50%. Also prevents using reanimation protocol. Alright. For 3 rounds, whenever the wielder hits a target with an arc rifle. Alright, so it's just it stops reanimation protocol and has decent base damage, I guess. Neat, I suppose. These things appear still alive.
You interrupted my thoughts. That is beneath me.
A new challenge for me?
A job for me.
Table strewn with expertly forged seals, Adeptus Administratum forms, Astra Militarum entry passes, and even an inquisitorial rosette.
Aha! Found it.
It's about time.
Screw it.
Organics damaged.
You will perish for this affront.
Alright. That's fine. We walked into an electric trap. Nobody took any damage. And we dodged the explosions. Easy.
We need to investigate.
My success was inevitable. I have learned much in my exile.
I don't know how frequent that comes up in this act or the next act, but I haven't really run across reanimation protocol thus far, so it doesn't seem like that big of a help.
Too hard for a simple moment.
But I imagine it is if that becomes common. Who has highest lore warp? You do. Ten lore warp. And this is 15 lore warp. And then this is 10 lore warp. Just to ensure that we get it.
We are here, rogue trader.
The weighty tome is bound in the skin of a human face, laced with a cord woven from tendons. A sinister crimson symbol dominates the cover, but it is difficult for you to make out. The details elude your scrutiny, and strokes twist and shift, furthering the confusion. Do I open it, guys? I think I open it. Touching the book makes your hands tingle and you feel a spell of dizziness coming on. The symbols on the pages rearrange themselves, vowing vicious torment, and the stretched face on the cover starts to resemble your own. 100 hands writhe under your skin, seeking to force their way through, some in and some out. Your eyeballs push at their lids and sizzle, ready to pop. You open your mouth to scream, instead spewing out a torrent of dark blood. The agony ends only when you lose consciousness. Uh-oh. When you wake up, you still tremble at the memory of the suffering you've endured. What? But it didn't even give me a debuff. I don't understand this game, yo. I could give the 100 here. Just get more stats. It doesn't really matter though. Yeah. It feels a little, and by a little I mean a lot, undercooked in terms of, like, actual consequences for what goes on. The traps feel weaker than Act 1 traps. The friggin' book that should have given me, like, 4 traumas gave me nothing. Scrolls with broken seals of the Ordo Xenos describe the process of studying Aldari test subjects.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Oh, hello. We found the golden Xeno idol. This is, I recall there being a golden frog in Wrath of the Righteous, too. This is a recurring, item, more or less. And I don't know what the reference is to.
That was a problem for you.
Both in Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous? That's funny. Multi-pages contain knowledge of heretical sorcery.
Exterminate on sight.
Okay, I can't actually click any of these to see what they are. And I've been ambushed, it seems.
A moving target lives longer. I can do
Ayogun.
that with the right incentive. You've got a problem. I've got a prize. Tell me, and it is done. Am I getting paid for this? Don't get too cocky.
Weakened warriors. Living metal, huh? And they have reanimation protocol. How convenient that the weapon
got a
I got
problem?
that gives
I've got a
reanimation
price.
protocol disable is found here. A Tesla carbine? Ah.
Don't get too cocky. I can do that with the right incentive.
Relocation.
Tech assistant, engage. The machine's here its proof. A valid argument. Useless and unreal. Astute observation. The machine spirit's approved. My creations, their assistance is required.
And then,
I refuse
I
to comprehend
will...
this. Substitute a mushroom.
Slap the Necron warrior, sure. And then give Heinrichs a turn.
Conduit of the machine god's will!
Do my bidding. Let's see to it. I won't object to it.
What am I at here? 190, 121. So that would be plus 46 damage. Yeah, I think that axe outperforms the other one a little.
For the throne's glory. I won't object to it.
Front to the Omnissiah.
But of course, Lord Captain. Your turn. Naturally.
I've seen this before. In my exile.
Warp speed, because I almost forgot.
I won't object to it.
Did that give me warp speed? Yes. Didn't look like it propagated, which is why I was a little confused, but it did. Then we give me a turn.
Wanna see a trick?
Nothing I can't do.
Lure,
Suits my
Reckless
purposes.
Rush. Let us Reckless Strike here.
Nothing
Race.
I can't do.
Sworn Enemy. You know, just 851 to 937.
Suits my... Nothing of value has been lost.
Oh yeah, I should probably galvanize too.
I'll not cry. Already done. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Nothing I can't... You didn't stand a chance. I shall not fear.
That poor Scarab was so confused.
Nothing of value has been lost. My tactics are flawless. All too easy. And you didn't stand a chance.
Weakened warrior, weakened warrior. Alright. Come over here.
Suits
Charge
my
here.
purposes.
And then I can charge in on this
Already
one.
done. Nothing of value has been lost.
And then charge down
problem
onto
for
this
me.
one.
We must act. Like the Xenos.
Submit and die.
Confused is the natural state to dysfunctional medbot? Yeah. I see, they just keep coming back, huh? How did it come back? It had no allies with more wounds. Ah, wait, is this just a different group of them now? Because this is Empowered Deathmark instead of whatever it was called before. Maybe this is just a different group of them? I don't know. I can actually get my characters in position this time, though. Why is Jai going first again? I'd fixed the turn order, and now it's unfixed again. Did I remove the commander's chrono at some point? No. I don't know. I give up.
Am I getting paid for this? You've got a problem. I've got a price. Tell me, and it is done.
It's
I
not
did
like it
that
actually
with the right
matters.
incentive.
Just small optimization thing that bothers me.
Am I getting paid for this? You've got a problem, I've got a price. Tell me, and it is done.
Hey
Don't get too
again.
cocky.
Why is this not going to be propagating? Does everybody still have it? No. Okay, it is propagating, it's just not showing it as propagating above their heads. I think. No, it genuinely did not give it to them. They still have overexerted. That's why. I did not.
Lucius and the light on you. Astute observation. Executing command. Curious. Take a system. Engage.
Okay, then I galvanize.
A valid argument.
The veil thin.
Brilliant draw.
And then I can do this.
The machine sticks.
Okay, then we give me a turn.
Suits my purposes. All too easy. Suits my purposes. Not a problem for me.
Let's take out these scarabs first, where we can.
Is raging.
Already done. You didn't stand a chance. Forge ahead. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Think I took out all the medical scarabs.
Suits mine. Aha! Another. You didn't stand a chance. All
I will
too
reckless
easy.
strike. Sworn enemy.
Suits my watch and learn. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Come up here, give a kick.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
Because kick gives me extra movement.
Nothing of value has been lost. Already done.
God, Emperor, do not leave me now.
Not a problem for me. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Doubt is for the weak. I won't tolerate weakness.
There we go. That was pretty chill. All things considered. Big Pug lost what little remained of his mind since Merd Key brought in the latest Xenotech haul. I understand that in our business, every man looks after himself, but Merd Key doesn't even blink an eye when his booby traps mangle our fellows. We spent 3 days mopping up blood, and he just kept dragging more rubbish into his cabin, nursing that vile chunk of stellar metal and glaring at everyone like a wild beast. Throne be my witness. I will personally cut the Strixus down with a chainsword if he brings us another dangerous artifact. We're honest gold traders, not heretics. Uncanny Sphere. The pictograms are embossed on a perfectly smooth surface, but when you try to read them, your head begins to spin, and the symbols inexplicably change their positions right before your eyes.
A new challenge for me?
Trivial, as I prognosticated.
Fresh delivery from Merd Key, Eldari weapons, 5 containers, orc rubbish, 10 containers, Trutari armor, cha-ching baby, 3 units, unidentified Xenos shit. What again? I asked them not to bring this to us anymore. Questionable units. Green, I was thinking, we cannot just leave this Xeno heresy lying here. Allow my guys to do the heavy lifting and I will owe you. You are my... Who's my Lore Xenos person? You're my Lore Xenos person. Hypnotizing pendant, sure.
My success was inevitable.
The artifact has exhausted its power, and it will remain dormant until the sphere is returned to its core and collects enough energy.
It's about time.
Implants resembling the limbs of an enormous insect are stacked inside of an airtight container. A note taped to the lid says, Ram Goal, Rack Mole. Screw it. Push this on some not very bright customer. Xenos race called Tau employs self-aware machines they call drones. Okay, already saw that.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Oh, I didn't loot this guy? Alright, that's fine. We'll come back for it.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Meteorite shard, still warm to the touch, barely perceptible electrical impulses ripple through the veins of the metal, making it glow.
An expected result.
Follow my lead.
Okay. I believe that is everything here. We found spirit stones, so I'm gonna go talk with Irliet, see if she has anything to say about that.
Ilantak? I trust your journeys were fruitful. What do you wish to talk about? The words
Okay,
of truth.
this is fine. Where to next? Okay, there's something to do there. There's something to do here. Something to do there. We'll head here. Ooh. This looks fun. I'm going to warp. And warp. Oh, that requires heretical, right? Warp. Warp. Because I have a feeling I'm going to need lore warp here. The endless canvas of the cosmic void is interrupted by what looks like a bottomless hole. How's it going, son? Hope all is well. Sight cannot pierce it. No stars, no planets, no cosmic dust. There's only total darkness. The Augur team has failed to glean any information from the anomaly, and under the influence of a mysterious force, the void ship is slowly drawn to the heart of the darkness. The officers on the bridge worriedly look up from their cogitators. The machine's screens turn on and off chaotically, not obeying any of their operators' commands. Glad to hear it. The walls of the bridge, the crew's silhouettes, and the ship's holy machines tremble and stretch out like rubber bands. Alerts of malfunctioning cogitators and maddening chronographs come in from every deck, as do reports of indescribable hallucinations gripping the crew. While the tech priests are trying to placate the machine spirits, Helmsman Raver reports that the situation is bad, navigational systems are barely functional, and the invisible force is getting stronger and accelerating, ceaselessly dragging the vessel into its dark bosom. There is little time, and the Lord Captain must decide: leave the dangerous place, or give in to the force and study the anomaly within. Very nice. Sounds like fun. Determine if the archives contain data on any such anomalies. A few operators managed to wring a minute amount of useful information out of the archives. Such anomalies are extremely rare, randomly appearing gravitational wells which connect different points in space. Where such a well leads is impossible to predict. Direct the vessel to the center of the anomaly. The closer the vessel gets to the hole, the faster that it's pulled in. Thousands of people on every deck are gripped in panic. Their bodies are turning into thin, twisting threads, fraying and tearing into pieces, exposing veins, bones, and internal organs, falling apart into screws, plates, and bolts. Tech priests continue to offer relentless prayers to the machine god. Finally, the void ship jumps into the cosmic tunnel with a torturous lurch. What a fun and pleasant way to travel. And it spit me out over here. Alright. Favorites. We throw this on. We throw this on. And we throw this on. It sounded very pleasant. Just a typical Tuesday, you know? The homunculus's prism that had been kept aboard the ship has activated again. Augurs detect another Drukhari beacon. Only this time, the dark artifact from the homunculus's laboratory establishes connection with it as soon as the ship enters orbit. The prism shows the next set of coordinates, but the beacon on the planet's surface continues emitting its sinister signal. Send out a scout team to the beacon. This time around, the scout's face is no less loathsome than the last. Hundreds of those, who were undoubtedly at some point humans, are lined up in a chain of bizarre geometric shapes. Their bodies fused with each other at the hands and the feet, swing steadily, unable to fall. Tortured whales break through sewn lips, and burned out eye sockets gape outward from mutilated faces. Order the scouts to bring the beacon to the ship. I didn't get to read that last part. It disappeared on me. How's it going, Stratic? Hope all is well. How'd the big space battle go the other day? Had to leave midway. Enemies kept coming. That was a fun battle, but it went pretty smoothly. I didn't lose any of the Tithe ships, if that's the one I'm thinking of. In fact, I don't think any of them went below half health. Yeah, I just didn't want to lose. Like, I wasn't worried about losing. I just didn't want to lose any of the Tithe ships. I was worried about that. But I was worried for nothing. It was nice and chill. Alright, let's see here. Where am I replenishing extractiums, game? Strange vessel enveloped in a pale orchid mist. Sails past the stained glass windows of the captain's bridge. A familiar coat of arms appears on its thoroughly dented, ragged hull, the House von Valencius coat of arms. The Augur crew reports that this is the Lightseeker, an expedition void ship tasked with exploring the planets of the Cronus Expanse. This vessel disappeared without a trace over 600 years ago. The telemetry shows that the decks are empty and devoid of life, with no crew detected. The sight of the ancient void ship causes a throbbing headache and inexplicable disgust. Where did it vanish for all of those centuries, and how did it end up here? The Voxmaster reports that the elders of her clan told her tales about the Lightseeker. The legendary void ship has discovered plenty of bountiful worlds, where the most profitable extractiums were later installed. This vessel brought countless riches to the Von Valencius Protectorate in the past, but its sudden reappearance after 600 years of oblivion seems wrong and dangerous. The High Factotum, Janris Danric, confirms that the Lightseeker is still a part of the Von Valencius fleet. God, I can't read today. Or speak, I guess. I'm reading just fine. Mouth just isn't cooperating. In other circumstances, the Factotum would have insisted on reclaiming the property of the Protectorate. Who knows what had happened to the vessel during the centuries it was lost? The dark powers of the cosmos, or even the warp itself, could have corrupted the void ship. The worried whispers of the crews are silenced by an urgent alert. The ship is rapidly changing course. While closely watching the Lightseeker's maneuvers, your seneschal becomes certain the vessel's preparing to attack. Abelard has heard a lot about bountiful worlds discovered by the void ship's crew, but he doubts the same brave voidsmen are at the helm now. Whatever dark powers are controlling the vessel, one thing's clear: it's a threat. The rogue trader needs to engage the unknown enemy and recapture the property of the Von Valencius dynasty. Ulfar is adamant that any void ship that has spent the past 6 centuries beyond the Veil is corrupted beyond salvation. He says it must be destroyed at once. Establish communications with the void ship. Bigdis sends one signal after another, urging the Lightseeker's crew to establish contact to no avail. This short delay is enough for the possessed void ship to assume an advantageous position as it prepares to engage your vessel. I'm okay with that. It can't kill me, I don't think.
Machine God, I beseech you to watch over these decks.
Oh, yeah, this is free.
Annihilate them! The time has come. Unleash!
No boarding actions. What a shame.
Well, that had to have been the easiest space fight I've ever done. The golden forests of Amber World look enchanting, even from orbit. Alright, I guess that was nothing. Okay, this is Path of Revulsion. The homunculus's prism, residing on the ship, receives the incoming signal from the planet's surface and shows the next set of coordinates. Augurs determine that, as before, the beacon on this planet is set up in the middle of a fenced area with a multitude of living creatures inside. Send a scout team to the beacon. The third beacon turned out to be encircled by an appalling gallery of grotesque exhibits, cobbled together from a huge quantity of mutilated bodies. Massive statues pierced the giant black rods, pierced with giant black rods, depict the battles of unknown warriors with non-existent creatures. Each of the several dozen such statues is created from quivering flesh and still living bodies groaning in agony. Order the scouts to bring it on board. Once the beacon is torn off its platform, a scarlet lilac impulse runs across the giant rods that pierce the statues of flesh. All the unholy figures are gripped at once by blinding blue flame as the air is filled with incoherent screams and the smell of burned meat. Alright, back to here. And then I don't actually have anything that teleports over here, do I? Oh, I have a red that goes there. Okay. That is convenient. Augurs have detected a container with unidentified cargo on the planet next to the Drukhari beacon. Many kilometers around this zone are filled with huge, likely dangerous Xenos life forms. A very strong emission of unclear nature radiates from the beacon itself. The cargo can only be taken from the planet by force with the help of an assault squad. Send an assault squad to the planet's surface. Expecting resistance, the assault squad disembarks some distance away from the beacon. To the soldiers' surprise, the gigantic mutants surrounding the beacon turn out to be incapable of even moving. Like carpets of formless chunks of flesh, these groaning and bleeding creatures cover the earth. For many kilometers around, something unseen brings them unbearable suffering. The emissions of the beacon, previously detected by augurs, turn out to be a cruel trap for the assault squad. Acting on the soldiers' minds, it sends them horrible visions of brutal deaths and excruciating torture, preventing them from coming closer to the beacon and the cargo. The images of such abominable fates appearing directly in the brain would have brought ecstatic pleasure to a Drukhari, but even those warriors, tempered by battle, can scarcely withstand them. Remind soldiers that humankind is capable of fighting off even the most terrible Xenos threat, provided they find the inner strength not to yield to it. Guided by the Lord Captain's word, the soldiers resolutely advance on the beacon. The rogue trader's speech helps them withstand the beacon's horrors and remain sane. By activating a switch on the beacon, the soldiers finally turn off the torturous emissions. Bring the beacon and the cargo aboard the ship. Pain Grip. All the wearer's melee attacks inflict bleeding 4. All bleeding effects inflicted by the wearer have their power increased by 2. The removal of the beacon from the platform proceeds as planned. Nothing happens afterward. The gigantic groaning carpet of mutants continues lying where they were, neither exploding nor burning up. The Voxmaster reports that the prism from the homunculus's laboratory shattered into a myriad of needles. It flew apart in every direction with a loud snap, gravely wounding several crew members. Your crew was treated to an amazing sight. The Armory world, which spent decades under layers of tightly packed ice, blooms before them like a carpet of black flowers, revealing hundreds of Imperium supply bases amidst the melting snow broth. I will pillage the world using scouting and assault troops. And I get worthless. Kinda worthless, and extractiums. Also worthless at this point. Alright, it is time for ads. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And if people want something to do in the meantime, they can go to my YouTube and vote on the poll that is there, or either of the polls that are there, for what I might be playing next on stream. I will catch you all after the ads. Yeah, the old classics are currently leading the polls. The ads are finished. Let us continue. And I get some weapons, potentially. Which I'm not opposed to. I really, really love 3.0 or 3.x D&D. It is probably my favorite system. 2.0 will take some getting used to again if Baldur's Gate wins, but, you know, I can probably finagle it. I could even make a stream out of rolling my stats. Because it would probably take the entire stream of rolling my stats. Alright, what all do I have left here? This is Heinrich's thing. We can go do that. I feel like I'm running out of content for Act 4, finally. Yeah. That's why I said I could make a whole stream out of it. Alarming news from Janus. The webway gate has opened, bringing forth a wave of Xenos. What do I get? Blade of the Suffering Collector. Ah, that's actually a really neat exotic knife. Sure. Weird that a named weapon is hidden behind a random event like that, but so be it. Sanctify the chambers. Okay, that's there. Then we can come up here. Lord Captain, we've arrived in Phaeton 4's system. Our translation from the warp was a little rough. A net loss of about 500 souls on the middle and service decks, and God Emperor only knows how many wounded. But that's only the half of it. The brain boxes on the augurs are sending me reports that that aren't doing my mood any favors. Real space here's got more holes than a sieve, and all our sensors are playing up. It's gotta be sorcery, Lord Captain. If I was you, Lord Captain, I'd do what I came to do, right sharpish and clear out while we still can. I've seen the likes of this before in this same region. Maybe your sorcerers will be able to better explain it, but here's what I know. Shit like this never ends well. What a beautiful star this is. Seven Promethium. The surf of the stars shimmers with a myriad of hues. The dance of colors fascinate any who dare glance at it. The playful colored patterns appear on the vessel's augurs in a wide variety of spectra, from infrared to ultraviolet. Every voidsman knows that such emissions are dangerous to organic matter, and Master Helmsman Raver asks the crew to resist the desire to admire the star. Not everyone manages to follow this advice, and some crew members suffer from nausea and headaches. Order the, leave the view from, the captain's bridge as is. Heinrich Van Kalk spends as little time as possible in any area exposed to the star. Not knowing what exactly it is, the interrogator considers this light an unholy entity and advises everyone to stay away from it. These look friendly. They're friend-shaped ships.
You are going to do better with them. In this crude vessel.
Okay, there's this one, or those two. And then that one.
Annihilate them!
Yeah, I can't reach. Do I want to reach? I'm just gonna head up this way. Screw it.
Unleash!
Protect my butt. And shallow jump into the fog. Get some damage in. And then continuing hiding up in this fog area, more or less.
Set the course.
Okay. Deal more damage.
Lay in the course. The time has come.
Oh no, my escort ship. Whatever will I do?
Proceed accordingly.
There we go.
This victory was a
GG's.
mathematical certainty.
were. Or I could go Expeditious Reload. It really doesn't matter here at this point.
An entire cult of mutant spawn hiding among the dynasty's most eminent dead? It's simply inconceivable.
If I were you, I would be less concerned about the desecration and more concerned about where else they might be hiding.
Okay, what all do we have? The spikes have been fashioned from whatever their creators had to hand. This pitiful barricade is unlikely to stop anyone who's determined from getting through. The sentry rubs her eyes and gawps at you. One half of her face is covered with a bulky, rusty augment of unknown purpose. You came? You came to rescue us? Praise the God Emperor. It reached you. The sorcerer's message reached others like him. May he rest in peace. We are most honored by your presence. Please come forward, quickly out of the darkness. The woman hurriedly checks a nearby lumen, her hands visibly shaking. Those creatures come from the dark, you see, but not for much longer. Not for much longer. And now you're here, and Mistress Lichtenhart, she has already found a way to help us. Heinrichs dourly listens to the sentry's speech. He takes a few steps forward and intently peers at her face as the woman herself freezes in fear. Then Heinrich scowls and cuts a glance to you. We need to hurry. Examine the sentry's face. Even under the wavering lumens, you notice something strange. The slightly skewed proportions, the almost indiscernible asymmetry of her facial features. Looking at the other sentries, you see the same oddity in their faces too, and the fact that they are all wearing the same strange ramshackle implants, which clearly are not combat augmetics. Heinrich meets your eyes. Noticed, have you? Don't jump to any conclusions. It could be a local genetic anomaly. It could be something else. We can't say anything for sure. Yet. Heinrich looks past the sentry. What's happening on the planet? It's terrible, my lord. I don't even know how to describe it. It's been, what? How long has it been? A few months, probably? A few months of being plagued by these sorceress beasts. As soon as night fell, they came, creeping right out of the shadows, black as soot. There's no stopping them. The only thing that's worked so far is keeping the fires burning and maintaining a constant watch, and even with that, the creatures drag us off in ones and twos. The second we drop our guard. Heinrich furrows his brow. Sorceress creatures from the shadows. Could they be daemons? That would explain the presence of warp anomalies in the system, a local breach. Well, I know of other creatures from the shadows, Master Van Calix, and so do you, for the Exalted One has granted you extensive knowledge of Xenos and everything related to them. This poor soul's description sounded to me like the mandrakes that lurk in the webway. I don't know why you didn't come to the same conclusion yourself. Survey the barricades. They do not appear to be very sturdy. Please, my lord. Do you think we are trained guardsmen? We're from the expeditionary convoy. We've lived here for generations, and up to now, the God Emperor has guarded us from misfortune. But now we have to fight. The survivors have all gathered in the tunnel. We've handed out what weapons we have, But how is that supposed to help us against these butchers when we don't always know how to use our weapons? Mention an expedition. Yes, about 30 years back, we were brought here with a load of clever people from some high-up adeptus of something another. And we've lived here ever since. I've raised 4 kids, 2 died at the excavations. One was taken by the monsters, but my youngest is still alive. What a life. Dragged to a planet in the middle of nowhere, dumped on a worthless excavation site that everyone else probably forgot about a long time ago. 3 out of 4 children are dead. It is called doing your duty, Mistress Haydari. You may not be familiar with the concept, but for most of the Imperium subjects, it is the honorable mundanity. Excavations? Perhaps the expedition, or rather its objectives, were what Emelina was interested in. Of course, the easiest option would be to ask her directly. I wish to see Emelina Lichtenhart. Mistress Lichtenhart is inside, in the pit. You go on, don't be afraid. She will be there to properly greet you. We'll stand guard, thanks be to the Emperor for delivering you to us.
A new challenge for me.
Anything
Nuncius
good in
solved
this?
this conundrum.
Oh, that's a fun chill that I just felt. The creatures, they're coming. Weapons ready. And got him for the service.
I'll wipe you from the face of the galaxy!
They are mandrakes. Nice. Jai.
Am I getting paid for this? You've got a problem? I've got a prize. Don't get too cocky. Tell me, and it is done. Don't get too cocky. Am I getting paid for this? You've got a problem. I've got a prize. Tell me, and it is done. I'd like to, but I can't. Don't get too cocky.
Hey,
Am I getting
Ogun.
paid for this?
Relocate to
Assess
here.
an Aztec assistant. Astute observation.
We continue buffing.
Executing command. The machine spirits approve. My creation, your assistance is required. Executing command.
Okay, then I can
Astute observation.
use this. And we'll just take this one out,
Nothing uncommon, men.
along with a friendly.
Your Messiah can unmake both flesh and machine.
And then we give Heinrichs a turn.
I am a conduit of the machine god's will.
We relocate.
Go on, beast. Let's see to it. For the throne's glory. Naturally.
This defies. Beware, foul sorcery.
Let's see to it. I won't object.
Your space being incomprehensible.
Okay.
Let's see to it.
Blasphemous powers!
And then we give me a
I
turn.
hold all the cards.
All too easy.
And I just finish everything else off.
Nothing I can't do. I shall not fear. Suits my purpose. Watch and
Nothing worth accomplishing.
didn't stand a chance.
Why are they not dying immediately? Ah, I see.
My tactics are flawless. Already done. Watch and learn. Another! Proposing me was your biggest mistake. I tire of idleness. Let's move.
Well, those were easy. Poor overseers, they deserved better than what I gave them.
It's about time.
Who's there? Can it be? Has help come at last?
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Oh, this looks pleasant.
Damn it! It's a Vox liturgy twisted by warp sorcery. Try not to listen too closely.
Consequently, we have a most dangerous entanglement of the real with the unreal ahead of us, requiring extreme caution. Nuncius, shield the external Vox scribes and be ready to record on my command.
This altar would be unremarkable if not for the uncanny sound streaming from its built-in speakers. What once was a Vox recording of a liturgical service is now a malevolent parody of noble faith. Powerful smell of promethium lingers in the air. Around the burning mechanism, the machines were doused with it, an accelerant to light it ablaze or whatever.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Conveyor belt littered with a mixture of stone chippings and fragments of human-made items. The rest on the mechanical components indicates that this machine has stood idle for a very long time. Primitive excavating equipment suitable for use by unskilled workers. The well goes so deep you cannot see the bottom. The walls of the shaft reveal the marks of machinery that drilled through the rock, as well as fragments of an ancient sunken city. The symbols on the skin must bleed. Hold them again. God Emperor, help me. The stooped figure draws back the hood of the grimy robe, revealing the emaciated face of a woman. Her skin is stretched taut over her skull and sickeningly protruding augmentations on her cheek. And her cheek is marred with several open wounds. She looks at you with a feverish gleam in her eyes. The visual description matches Interrogator Van Calix. The sage blinks several times and her head twitches. You made it here after all. Heinrich's usual mask of stoicism is melted away without a trace. He stares around him in undisguised dismay. Emelina? What is this? You're performing the archenemy's rituals? But no. Stop. Right now. Not another move unless I tell you. Sage draws herself upright, as far as her crooked spine will allow, and flicks several switches on her facial augments. Then she turns to you, ignoring Heinrich's words completely. Who have you brought with you, Interrogator Van Calix? Clearance level. Zen von Valencius, rogue traitor, and the God Emperor's anointed. Emelina Lichtenhart dips her head. Von Valencius, a rogue traitor dynasty. Territory to the galactic west of Furibundus. The head of the dynasty, Theodora von Valencius, has been flagged for her heretical sentiments. Threat level. Heinrich gestures at the room. I brought the help you requested in your message, Emelina. A void ship under the aegis of the rogue trader. I dragged thousands of people and megatons of plasteel and ceramite through the bowels of warp. And for what? To discover that you've sold yourself to the archenemy? Emelina shakes her head. You are drawing conclusions based on incomplete knowledge of the situation, Interrogator Van Calix. Your judgment is impaired. Heinrich, why is Emelina addressing you in this strange manner? I expect that Emelina has chosen to seal the memory block containing data of a personal nature. She does this whenever she's concerned that someone might try to extract information about Calcazar's coterie from her. Heinrich thinks for a moment, and then, in a clear voice, says, Sigma Prosperity. He pauses before repeating the strange phase. The reminiscence block you are attempting to access was repurposed. It now contains knowledge of the rituals performed by the shamans of this place. My standard working memory alone was insufficient to record all nuances I uncovered in my research here. Heinrich looks as though he's been punched in the gut. Emelina, you deleted the data about all the members of Calcazar's unit? You wiped us all? Of course not. I retained the portion of the reminiscence block's data relating to the operational significance of the Lord Inquisitor's unit. That's how I was able to recognize you, Interrogator Van Calix. Jai looks at Emelina, then Heinrich, and then back at Emelina again. She opens and closes her mouth a few times, but the only thing she manages to say in a stifled voice is, I'm sorry, Shireen. What happened on Phaeton 4? I came here on the supreme directive of the Lord Inquisitor. An Adeptus Historica mission was established on Phaeton 4 to study the origins of the civilization that once inhabited the planet. This world was once settled by humans. The mission aimed to discover which colony ship they came from and why they disappeared. The traces of the ancient culture uncovered in the layers of soil suggested the existence of primitive solar faiths among the dark inhabitants of this world, faiths that are strikingly similar to worship of the archenemy. The surviving scrolls indicate that shamans used the gifts of chaos to protect their people, to secure the harvest, to imbue their warriors with strength and vitality, and that this culture persisted for thousands of years. I was cataloging data when the attacks began at one of the remote outposts. I immediately recognized the enemy by their tactics. Drukhari. They chose an unremarkable, defenseless world where night lasts half the year. By the time 5 outposts had been swallowed by the darkness, the last astropath had been torn to pieces, and many calls for help sent to Kalkazar's unit had gone unanswered. I realized that no one was going to save these people, or this knowledge, and so I put the knowledge to use for the good of humanity. This is total insanity. Heinrichs, make sense of this for me. Am I going mad, or is your colleague engaging in flagrant heresy here? The notion of heresy is hardly applicable to people in our line of work, Zen. But you are correct about one thing. Emelina has crossed the line that separates a servant of the Imperium from a deluded Chaos Worshipper. I'm sorry I asked, but what are you trying to achieve here, Emelina? The ritual we interpreted? What is it supposed to do? Emelina lifts her gaze upward. It will rid this world of its half-year-long night and the mandrakes of their total advantage over us. It will force a new heavenly body, this one of human making, to rise above the horizon and illuminate the dark side of the planet. If the ritual works, I will have mastered the secrets of forging a new sun. This is madness. Madness, pride, and monstrous, staggering heresy. Heinrichs' voice is barely audible, as if his throat has closed up in shock. Abelard's eyes widen in astonishment. Made a star? God Emperor's grace? What creatures could live in the light of a star born using the powers of the archenemy? You mean to say that you discovered a ritual for creating a sun here? Buried under silica and granite, are knowledge and resources that could repel the enemies of humanity. We are too afraid of anything labeled prohibited. My memory contains thousands upon thousands of pages from manuscripts, tomes, and scrolls. Contact with any one of these is supposed to guarantee instant death, but the preachers who claim this are liars. I am living proof of their falsehoods. What happened to the people of this world? All of the survivors are here in this tunnel. The rest are dead, or worse than dead. They're in the clutches of the monsters from Kimura. Our last astropath died when his mind was invaded by a warp entity. It used his psi trail to hunt him down. The rest of the people here have been blessed with the protection of those forces that I summoned to our aid. That is enough. I've heard all the justifications and complaints 100 times before. No purpose can justify what you've wrought here. Who you have become? Who I have become? Interrogator Van Calix? I am what any agent of the Golden Throne is predestined to become if they are able to see through the essence of things. I have, as the Puritans say, succumbed to the heresy of radicalization. Moreover, in doing so, I am only following in the footsteps of our mentor. The only difference is that I have chosen the path of the Oblationists, where he chose the Xenos Hybris, forging an alliance with the cursed Drukhari. Emelina, suppress your urge to debate internal matters in the presence of the rogue traitor. Additionally, I will not tolerate insults to the Lord Inquisitor in my presence. Listen in silence. Internal matters? You have such a slippery way with language, Interrogator Van Calix. I detect your mentor's influence. His talent for manipulation and indoctrination is second to none. My reminiscence block of operational data contains numerous entries about the dutiful heir the Lord Inquisitor has molded for himself. I will not discuss that here and now. I caught you performing dark ritual, Emelina. You are in no position to rail against Puritanism. Actions are being driven by this philosophy, Interrogator Van Calix. Mine, yours, the Lord Inquisitor's. Why are you avoiding talking about the fact that Xavier Kalkazar is a dangerous radical? No less dangerous than I am, except I'm not driven by utopian ideals, but a desire to protect humanity. Using a broader range of tools. Sorry, I'm just stretching a little. Trying to wake up. What you call a broader range of tools is heresy, Emelina. Unremarkable, commonplace heresy. Heresy that has taken on a twisted form in a mind subjected to prolonged contact with corruption. The archenemy has been gnawing at you from within, creating a star with a chaos ritual. You've crossed the line. No, you've obliterated the line. The line? Lines are for the weak and ignorant. Anyone capable of weighing the risks and making calculated decisions would have done the same as me. To protect the Imperium's domain, to deliver a preemptive strike. Even Von Valencius. Emelina whips around to you. You are a simple mortal endowed with huge power and privilege, ruling over worlds and holding millions of lives in the palm of your hand. Tell me, would you have done the same in my position? I would not have made the same mistake. Blinkered vision and a narrowed mind, a warrant of trade in the hands of such a person is a dangerous prospect indeed. Emelina shakes her head spitefully, her eyes filling with blood. The only one to answer my call, and you turn out to be a brainwashed pawn. I did not factor in the possibility of psychological dependence. Calcazar can be persuasive, especially to those who depend on him. A favored sorcerer, a Caspelican renegade. Oh yes, Interrogator Van Calix, Xavier Calcazar, stalwart little soldier. You will die, just like Tanakia, Emelina, Iona, Lichtenhart. Heinrichs begins, stiffly formal before breaking off. Tanakia, what do you know about Tanakia? Emelina shakes her head. You don't even know what fate befell her, do you? I suppose it won't hurt for you to know something of it. The strange sound causes the sage to fall silent. She turns toward the tunnel. Lights are going out. They're coming out of the mine. Block all possible approaches. Light, we need light to dispel the corners. Okay, there's a lamp there. And a lamp there. Alright. Let's see here.
Too bad I never leave debts unpaid. I can do that with
And
the
we
right
buff.
incentive.
For like the next
Tell
2
me,
minutes.
and it is done. You've got a problem, I've got a
Probably
price.
longer.
You jest, surely. Am I getting paid for this? I can do that with the right incentive. Jai Hidari. Remember the name.
Momentum. The machine spirits prove.
Okay.
Executing command.
We just continue buffing.
Assess and act. Protect the system. astute observation.
Okay, I can hit 3 of them here.
Force has guided my hand.
And then we give Heinrichs an extra turn.
Your demise is an incontrovertible fact.
Naturally. For the throne's
By
glory.
the light of holy terror.
Let's see to it. Your turn. I won't object to it.
For Throne's sake!
Let's see to it.
This defies reason.
For the throne's glory.
Okay, then we can
Do
move
my
up here.
Your turn.
Do a little zap.
Do not disturb the great enemy!
Comprehensible.
Alright, that's fine. And then we end. End. Give me a turn.
Wanna see a trick?
I'll come down here.
All too easy.
Endure. Reckless Rush.
Nothing I can't do. Stand a chance?
Okay, there's a lamp there and a lamp there.
Suits my purposes.
Okay, I guess I will have to...
I don't have time for this.
What? I don't even have that?
Not my specialty.
Shit. I should have kicked earlier? Well...
Nothing I can't do.
My heart sings with the thrill of battle!
There we go. That'll work.
I am fear incarnate.
Come over here, turn the lamp on. Come over here, turn the lamp on. And
Already
then
done.
beat this guy.
Watch and learn. Nothing of value has been lost.
There we go. Still one turn. I just had to do a little bit of jank. Emelina lets out an agonized moan. Wasted. All my work. All my preparation. All for nothing. Emelina, Iona, Lichtenhart, in the name of the Inquisition, you are hereby removed from your post and expelled from the Holy Ordo. Heinrich's eyes are fixed on Emelina, but she does not look at him. Then the interrogator turns his gaze on me. The fate of its fallen members, a matter of the Ordo, heretical archives, artifacts obtained in the excavation, and other assets in Lichtenhart's possession, I hereby declare the property of the Holy Inquisition. However, it is for the rogue traitor to decide what becomes of Fatan 4 and its people. What is your verdict? What would you advise me to do, Heinrichs? This world has been compromised. Any attempt to assess the degree of corruption will necessarily be based on weak judgment, vulnerable to doubt and sentiment. I would get rid of the planet and its population. What will happen to the archives and Emelina? The archives will be destroyed to prevent this situation from ever reoccurring. Emelina is my responsibility. I shall take the survivors off the planet. So be it, Lord Captain. Now, as for Emelina, you are hereby stripped of your special status as an agent of the Golden Throne, and all attendant rights and privileges. I'm authorized to use all interrogation measures stipulated in the standard framework for information extraction to ascertain the fate of Acolyte Tanakia Calburgaria. Will that be necessary, Emelina? No, Interrogator Van Calix. The sage's voice is scarcely louder than a whisper. I have no intention of concealing that information from you. I'm almost certain that Tanakia Calburgaria was eliminated on the orders of Xavier Calcazar after being deemed a volatile element. Heinrich's face is a mask of disbelief and anger. You're lying. Listen in silence. I saw one of Calcazar's documents when I went to receive my new orders. Only a fleeting glimpse, but with my memory, like a picked recorder, it was long enough for its contents to be imprinted on my mind. I do not know the details, but the document itself was an interrogation transcript with a final annotation indicating the removal of the person from the retinue. And we both know how someone leaves the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, Interrogator Van Calix. Tanakia is the Lord Inquisitor's top espionage specialist. Wherever Xavier chose to refrain from making a public show of strength, Calburgaria was invaluable. Why would he do this? Emelina looks up at Heinrich, her eyes full of despair. I do not know, Interrogator Van Calix. Just as I do not know why the Lord Inquisitor sent me to this nondescript planet as soon as I voiced my concerns about his methods. Just as I do not know if I should blame the Warp for the lack of responses to my calls for help, or if Calcazar prohibited the others from answering. The nature of her mission, and of Xavier's true purpose here in the Expanse, was likely why he chose to bury the secret, and Tanakia along with it. The operational data indicates that you are the retinue's primary torture specialist, Interrogator Van Calix. All this time, I thought you were the one who conducted Tanakia's interrogation, and one of the reasons why I destroyed my personal data block was to ensure that my own sentiments would not prevent me from thinking rationally when next I encountered you or Calcazar's other servants. Heinrich? Heinrich says nothing for several seconds, staring into space. At last, he begins to speak. Emelina Iona Lichtenhart? Emelina sighs. I know, Interrogator Van Calix. I know all the procedures used on compromised sages. Interrogation, unsealing of reminiscence blocks. But before we begin, she stands up, straightening her spine as much as she can, and looks into the interrogator's eyes with a weak smile. I thought Tanakia was your doing, but as your reaction has revealed the truth to me. Heinrich. It is Heinrich, yes? There's a subtle shift in Emelina's voice. She sounds older, wiser. You should know. I'm sorry to have forgotten you. Heinrich stares at the sage, saying nothing, then looks down and mutters something too quietly for you to hear. Heinrich turns to you. Thank you for your assistance in solving my problem, Rogue Trader. But why? Heinrich looks at you, his eyes dark and lowering. Why don't you answer that question yourself? Because Emelina's knowledge is just like the archives you were planning to destroy. Coming into contact with it is too dangerous. It's between 1 and 2, and I can't say for sure. You did not want her to be subjected to your standard procedures at yours or anyone else's hands. You really think my actions are driven by such sentiment? Henrik studies you intently. His face is difficult to read, but one of his eyes spasms briefly just before he turns away. We're finished here. The planet will be designated unfit for further use. The risks are simply too great. It will take a few hours to deal with the excavation site and what the diggers found there, but it will not delay us. When we return to the ship, find a minute to speak with me.
We must act. I won't tolerate weakness.
Alright. There's still stuff to be had here?
The machine god was benevolent to me.
Taunting scream targets do not need to fail the willpower resistance test to be affected by this ability. It's neat. Whenever the wearer is targeted by an attack of opportunity, they gain 1 stack of the Swift Shroud effect. Neat little cloak. We will go warp here.
Easily done.
Strange debris scattered across the table's surface. Your attention is drawn to the whimsical patterns on the broken pottery and tablets. But when you try to take a closer look, the world starts to swim before your eyes.
Victory awaits. What is that?
It shows there's still stuff to loot up here, but I'm not seeing it. I did apparently find a hidden item in here, so I will loot that.
None shall stand in my way.
Okay. To the Void Ship Bridge. I can't recall if I've spoken with Argenta lately, but she hasn't said anything about going to that planet that she wanted to go to or whatnot. Do a character's Act 4 quests? Do I have to have taken them to Kamora? No, because Cassia can still do...
I thank you for your assistance with my mission. Thanks
Okay.
to rogue trader Von Valancius, the Inquisition has stopped the enemies of humanity, even those hiding in its own ranks. On this occasion, I will no longer be making any claim on your time or resources.
Everything Emelina said about Calcazar, should we be concerned about it?
It is dangerous information, but you are already too deeply involved. In the Inquisition, there are two main philosophies: Puritanism and radicalism. The adherents of the former are conservatives who strive to follow the letter of inquisitorial doctrine in all matters. The radicals are more pragmatic. They believe that the end often justifies the means, and they use tools that a Puritan would condemn as heretical.
Alright.
Emelina used the powers of chaos to gain the upper hand against Xenos. I touched a cogitator, built by cultists to learn its secrets. None of us is pure. Xavier. The craven-hearted say that the career of every Inquisitor ends in either death or heresy. The Lord Inquisitor has borne this burden longer than any of us. It would be naive to think that he had only ever used Puritan methods, and even more naive to suggest that such methods have in any way weakened his loyalty to the God Emperor. And that is all I will say on the subject.
Alright. It is time for ads once again. They will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch everyone when we return. Alright, the ads are finished. Let us continue. What are you gonna do now that this is done?
I will remain part of your retinue. That will not change. I will continue to accompany you until I receive orders to the contrary from the Lord Inquisitor, if ever. Who knows? Perhaps one day my journey will end like Emelina's, but that day is not today.
Alright. I must take my leave. Argenta.
Greetings.
Salus Prime and
Of
the
course.
relic you want
My
to...
mission is all I can think about. One day we...
Do I have that quest? How am I supposed to find Salus Prime?
Greetings. Of course. To find the way to the planet called Salus Prime. Saint Argenta is my patroness, and that is where her fallen ship is. One day we will...
Salus Prime. Not here. I'm a little concerned here that I haven't found it yet. I'm gonna look up Salus Prime real quick. Okay, I'm not there yet. Okie dokie, that's fine. Trust in the navigator's talent. And then we will come down here. Entry A201486610. Chronometer turns since the incident. 10 chronometer turns since the incident. Enforcer, witness hit it on 00110101. You claim that you left the Sanctum Navis on the Lady Navigator's orders. Affirmative. This unit acted in accordance with Maintenance Protocol PRN 08353. Step 1. Sense the sacred mechanisms for the duration of 15 chronometer turns. Step 2. You failed to inform the bridge about the imminent jump. I don't know why. Data unavailable. The Lady Navigator ordered that she be connected to the Void Ship, but she did not order the preparation of the machine spirits for warp translation. Cause, a ritual that cannot be identified by this unit's capabilities. This unit received the command to interrupt Protocol TRN 08353 and exit the Sanctum Navis. 30 chronometer turns since the incident. Servant, no please, not the fingers. Enforcer, I'm gonna break one for every word of a lie I hear coming out of your mouth. Now talk. Please, you have to believe me. All we did was prepare the canvas and mix the Lady Navigator's blood into the paints. Then we were told to lock open the shutters so that the Lord Captain could see everything that was going on inside the sanctum from the observation chambers and grok shit. Armor glass can't shield you from warp horrors. I swear it on my soul and the Golden Throne, Master Enforcer, the Lady Navigator only wanted to paint a picture for a ritual or some such. That's all I know. She wasn't going to use the power in her eye. but I still got as far away from there as I could. That's all I saw, I'm telling you. 50 chronometer turns since the incident. We performed an emergency warp jump, barely activated the Geller field in time, and are now being dragged to throne knows where by an unknown force. The Lady Navigator and the Lord Captain are still unaccounted for. Now tell me, one more time, what transpired in the Sanctum Navis? I escorted the Lord Captain to the observation chambers and yelled at the servant for leaving the shutters open. But then I was told it was on the Rogue Trader's orders. We could see the Lady Navigator clearly through the armor glass. She was nervous, flicking through some manuscripts over and over. Her anxiety was passed on to the servants, and because of it, they couldn't do anything right. Soon the servants were ordered to leave the Sanctum Navis, and the Lady Navigator picked up her brush. Entranced, she started dragging it across the canvas, painting one image over another, and another. One over the last, and another. And then, the Lord Captain noticed it. There was a thing on the other side, the picture covered in a layer of fresh blood, was coming to life, but the Lady Navigator was oblivious. That's when the Lord Captain dashed to the control panel. I didn't dare stop him. I just watched. Bolter at the ready. The machine's spirits went mad. The doors and the shutters started opening and closing at random, but the Rogue Trader managed to dart inside. Startled by all the noise, the Lady Navigator turned around, and those horrors in her painting, they broke free. What happened next? I barely remember a thing. There was a bright flash, a purple blur. I remember feeling so scared that my knees were shaking. I remember my legs carrying me away like they had a mind of their own. As I ran, I heard screams behind me. The Lord Emperor, the Lord Captain and Lady Cassia, oh God, Emperor, the creatures, they pulled them both inside the painting. Sir? Mistress Voxmaster, I have a report that needs to be delivered to the senior officers. The Lord Captain and Lady Navigator were lost during the emergency warp jump. Their whereabouts are still unknown. I'm sending you to the interrogation reports. End of recording. Sector data, or sector, no data. Region, no data. Location, no data. Material, relation to the Lord Captain's personal account, recorded by, no data. Note, strictly classified. Access protocol, holder Zen von Valencius. Persephone, Orselio's ritual did not go as planned. The warp disturbance, triggered by the Lady Navigator's trance, washed over the Sanctum Navis. The Void Ship's machine spirits reacted to the surge of the Immaterium and interpreted it as a call to action. Thus did the emergency jump into the unknown begin. Weapon skill, snatched a dagger from the floor and started hacking at the hands reaching from inside the painting. Grabbed the Lady Navigator's hand to try and pull her back out. Lord Captain pulled the Lady Navigator closer. After a while, the creatures eased their onslaught, and Cassia crashed into the Lord Captain, knocking him off his feet. The Lord Captain felt a sharp pain in his side as Cassia's Kajita brush pierced his flesh during the fall. A moment later, Cassia was sucked into the air and pulled inside the canvas. Instants later, the Rogue Trader himself was plunged into the depths of the world the Lady Navigator had created. Zen awoke, finding himself in the middle of a gigantic, boundless, billowing nothingness. His body felt weightless, floating in a void strewn with hundreds of the Lady Navigator's colors. Some of them bright, warm, and alluring, others morose, cold, and heavy. The Lord Captain reached for the bright colors. Zen plunged into a river of bright hues and flashes of rosy sunset and lilac, carried him down the dazzling stream. Before long, the Lord Captain was standing in an idyllic garden, permeated with the fragrance of flowers and the singing of birds. Servants in servants in purple livery, livery, darted back and forth, attending to a withered old woman in a navigator's mask. Sitting on her lap and smiling coyly to everyone was a little girl with ruby eyes and white hair. Be a good little girl, my child, until the day we meet again. With trembling hands, the woman handed the girl to a navigator in a laboratory attire. I am out of time. Prepare the child for the Atlas transfer, and destroy all records and mentions of the world of TV. None must learn of that which took place here. And remember, her body must grow strong for her to accept my power. And once I've returned, loyalty will be rewarded. The memory dissipated, and a gust of silvery wind hurled the Lord Captain back into the ocean of nothingness. But this time, the nothingness felt dismal instead of bright hues. All it contained was shadows of invisible monsters swimming by, shrouded by nebulous veil of unfathomableness. Let's swim toward the dark colors. Grayish-blue waves swallowed the Lord Captain, and the feeling of lightness disappeared in his limbs, grew heavy again. Zen fell on the hard floor with a laboratory cluttered with vats as tall as a human. Inside them were dozens, hundreds even, of repulsive mutants. Some had no arms, or no legs, or two heads but no face, or their innards turned inside out. But each had white skin, white hair, long-clawed limbs, and ruby eyes. My lady, the child is born. The tall old woman slowly approached one of the vats. Readings, stable. Mutations, none were detected at any other of the stages. Genes, identical, my lady. Chances of survival, 100 times higher than any of the previous experiments. How long will it take to grow this child? I fear accelerating the process might cause the body to fail. The only one after years of silence. I understand the situation. Natural growth. I do not have that much time. We will have to go with the backup plan. Yes, Novator, it will be done. The memory dissipated, and a gust of silvery wind hurled the Lord Captain back into the ocean of nothingness. But this time, the nothingness felt dismal. Instead of bright hues, all it contained was shadows of invisible monsters swimming by, shrouded by the nebulous veil of the unfathomableness. The Lord Captain closed his eyes and remained adrift in the weightlessness. Zen stayed in the ocean of nothingness, devoid of any sensation or emotion, until a persistent pulsation on his right side reminded him of a world that once seemed more real than this one. Someone's scream broke the delicate equilibrium of the Lord Captain's motionless body, and the weightlessness released him. He plummeted into the maroon abyss of roiling illusions, but was now in full control of his body again. Then Zen descended into the abyss toward the screams. The Lord Captain crashed from an immeasurable height to the bottom of the roiling abyss. In the next moment, Zen saw two figures amid the billowing maroon mist. One of the figures, unnaturally gaunt and tall, was clutching the other, smaller one, in its claws, screaming furiously. The Lord Captain peered into the strange maroon mist. In the swirling mist all around them, Zen could make out human faces stricken with torment. And not just human faces. There were Xenos, Eldari, their features fused together with those of humans, which made the Crimson Spectres look all the more abominable. Their gazes and their rage were directed at the two unmoving figures facing each other. The Lord Captain drew closer to look at the figures. One step was all it took for some unknown force to notice the Lord Captain, seize him, and drag him through the painting's twisted space. Now the Lord Captain could clearly see the dark shade of the long-dead navigator leaning over Cassia, clutching her neck in its clawed fingers. The shade screamed, "You were given life because of me, you survived because of me, and here you are now, because I have willed it so. Bow before me, tell me what I wish to hear, and your suffering will end. Go on, child. I've waited for so long. Submit to me." Cassia looked exhausted. her body covered in hundreds of thin cuts, her lips lacerated, claw marks on her cheeks. There was horror and desperation in her eyes. You lied, Tisiphone. I cannot be you. I am me. Cassia's voice cracked and crimson tears started down her cheeks. You know you are lying to yourself, child? The chilling voice made Zen's ears ring. You saw everything. I created you. You are the child. You are me. And so it must be. Yes, I am the child. You are me. And so it must be. Cassia went limp into Tisiphone Orselio's merciless grasp, and then closed her eyes. The Lord Captain urged the Lady Navigator to fight the monster to the bitter end. The Lord Captain's words attracted not just Lady Cassia's attention. Tisiphone Orselio, finally noticing the presence of a living creature in that bizarre world, turned to face the interloper and lunged forward, seething with rage. When the entity's claws were millimeters from the rogue trader's throat, Cassia opened her navigator's eye, and a wave of unbridled warp energy obliterated Tisiphone's specter before she realized what was happening. The Lady Navigator graced the Lord Captain with a tired smile. The abortive ritual had turned out to be a trap set for Lady Cassia by the previous noviter of her house, but the rogue trader had ensured that her plan fell to ruin, and now it was time to desert that accursed place. One sec, I gotta blow my nose. Cassia took the rogue trader's hand and guided him through the maroon mist and out of the painting. Their unconscious bodies were discovered in the Sanctum Navis 20 Terran days after their disappearance, as soon as the rogue trader's void ship had emerged from the warp in an unknown system. That was a fun little storybook. I want to repair the hull. Another burning world. This time, the fires come from within the planet. The perpetual volcanic activity, creating powerful cyclones of gases, ash clouds, and soot. Now that you know what to look for, your augurs easily locate traces of the mysterious underground constructions. Send sacred machines to explore the peculiar constructions. The operation is difficult, but proceeds without a hitch. The machines make way to the unusual constructions and return carrying priceless samples, seemingly uninteresting. These plates and weaves of heat-resistant material cause great excitement among the tech priests. Another world left burning after the rogue trader. Yep. The explorers are convinced that you're holding artifacts of a unique ancient Xeno-civilization. The crew is now calling the builders, from the flame, these creatures. I think I've seen this before. Alright, I'm good with that. Alright. First things first here. I need to level up Cassia. She's level 44. I have 10 levels to give her. We'll use focus, and then I think I was going persuasion. No, what was I going? Commerce? Yes. And then here... Unblinking stare? Sure. And then... awareness? Nah, more commerce? Sure. And here... ah, I can choose this here and then the unblinking stare there. That'll do. I will go inspiring speech. And then here we will go unblinking stare. And then we will go fellowship. And then we have perception that we're going down. And we want, I guess, awareness. Or we could go persuasion. And then eager for battle. We already got eager subordinates and firebrand. So let's go eager for battle here. And then we can go no respite. Be vigilant. Commanding voice. Heroism. Leader's assault. Okay, we'll just we'll go no respite, sure. And then here I will go diversion zone. No, I want whatever gives frontline stuff. I'll just go disputed zone or personal combat zone. Opening strategy. Personal zone. Yeah, personal zone. There we go. Okay, then we go persuasion over here. Steel resolve, sure. And then here we grab. I don't even know what we would grab here. Grenadier. And then Vigil Beyond Time. Augur of Anger. Warp Curse Unleashed. Navigator should know where to throw grenades. Yeah. I'll go Vigil Beyond Time, and then more Perception, and then we go Screw it, I'll just go vital points. And then down here. Enduring zone. Sure. Then we come over here and we look for saves. We want this one, I think it was. Yeah. That'll be fine, and the rest is fine. It doesn't need to be perfect. Jai. Give me Heinrich's back. Why am I so tired today? I got like 7 hours of sleep. That's like 4 more than usual. Too much sleep, apparently.
A new challenge for me?
House Orcelio need not know what is taking place here. The navigators are frightened enough by its power as it is. The last experiment left 3 from the Sethala clan without a shred of reason. Empty shells will bring no glory to House Orcelio or its lesser branch. We shall carry on. At last, we have managed to implant the artifact in subjects who can wield its power. Perhaps all the navigators who perished in the agonizing torrent of energy were merely a symptom of our decline. I am tired of counting the dead. The weak have no place among those who have harnessed the Atlas. Their abilities have grown manifold and become significantly easier to control and more effective at resisting the ruinous influence of the warp. Yeah. I mean, it would probably be fine if I wasn't reading everything out loud, and I was just, like, skimming it, or, like, speed reading it, and, just progressing forward, but since it's my first time through here, I kind of want to, you know, go through and read it. But that means there's a lot less action happening, which means I am doing less. It is all or nothing. Today is the day when my work is completed and the Starway Atlas takes its final form. The Sethalas have already undergone the operation. All that's left is me, the Atlas that controls them all. Today, I become the greatest Novator in the history of House Orcelio, or I turn to nothing. This power is beyond compare. All it took was a whim to make the wretched Sethalas fall dead at my feet. It is as if I have a second heart beating in my chest, subjugating any with the ability to touch it. How regrettable it is that this power only extends to those Orcelio navigators who have accepted a piece of the Atlas within themselves. From now on, all children will be gifted with one at their initiation, and there will be no one who can match our greatness. True, but I'm actually having to, like, click things and maybe read things and, you know, not just staring at a screen at letters.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
The heart of the Navigator's camp is where where Tisiphone Orcelio performed her experiments hundreds of years ago. There is a barely noticeable imprint of a long clawed hand on the broken cogitator screen. The Aldari Sanctum is blemished by human presence. In their pursuit of ancient secrets, the navigators had no qualms about filling the ruins with machinery and supplies.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Wisdom is a catalyst for knowledge. I possess both.
Elite marksman gloves. The Arcelio navigators left no stone unturned in this Eldari temple. It is as if they knew, or as if they were looking for something that they just could not find. Theoretically, hear me out here. Theoretically, I could not use this, and I could use this instead, and then I could swap out my gloves for the ones I just got. I'd lose 25% critical damage, but I'd gain 10 in all stats. I don't feel like that's worth it. The 10 in perception would increase my laser damage. The 10 in strength and 10 in toughness would be... I don't even think I'd get a 10 in strength because it's over 90. So I'd get a 10 in toughness, which would give me... .5 damage from my axe. Weapon skill doesn't do anything for me. Agility kinda does something for me. Yeah, I don't think it's worth swapping. It was a thought, though.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge. Kunrad has managed to find himself a henchwoman in the heart of Dargonus? Regina? Who would have thought it?
Voidfear will not leave the Versarian family or the von Valancius dynasty in peace until he is dead. Focus on finding and destroying him. That is the best thing to do now.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Oh, there's somewhere I can go over there. I hadn't even noticed that.
A trivial task.
Ruined statues, once depicted pages from the long history of the Eldari. Alright, let's head down this way and we can come up here to demolition this. Yeah.
I did fine.
Chorus of Battle. Whenever the wielder's attacks with this weapon hits, all their allies adjacent to the target make an attack of opportunity against it. Alright, it seems okay. Has high base damage. It doesn't scale as well as what she's using, though. Which gets like 6 base damage or something whenever... he hits an enemy with it. What do we have here? Plasma ring. Okay, this is plasma shot once per combat. Grenadier's backpack. The wearer and their allies are immune to the damage from the wearer's grenades. The first time the wearer uses a grenade during their turn, they have 50% chance not to expend the grenade. Neat stuff. None of it terribly useful for me, but neat stuff. Pain's Revenge. Whenever the wearer dodges an attack, they immediately counterattack. Can even counterattack with a ranged weapon in melee range. A counterattack deals 14% of weapon damage. Cannot be more than 100%. I'm sorry? What is this scaling off of? It's clearly scaling off of something. 5%, 14%, 7%, 11%. Yeah. Alright, so what could possibly be 14% for me and 11% for her? 2 times agility bonus? More or less. So agility times 2 and then the bonus of that. Agility times 2 divided by 10. 25, so it should be a 5 for us. Yep, okay. It's agility times 2 divided by 10. Okay.
Victory awaits!
Figured it out. Halt to Siphone's minions. We had to ally ourselves with the Xenos once more to stop you. No matter. It is a small price to pay for the death of the cursed child. Why are they Throne's gold? Has the rogue trader led us into a trap? What? What is happening? Orsilio Renegade's representative, damned Xenos. Was not the bargain we struck. Throne smite you. The Navigator, whose skin is so thin that it reveals the muscles, bones, and innards underneath, clenches his augmented gold jaw in contempt. Yeah, nice ambush. Great Regent's envoy. What? What does this mean? Has the rogue trader stooped so low as to lure the child and us into a trap? The envoy's lips curl in fury. Great Regent Aranto was wrong to trust you. I too wish to be enlightened about what's happening here. We'll stop defiling the remains of the hallowed ground of our ancestors with your semblance of speech, monkey. The Harlequin's bright clothes glimmer faintly in the dim light of the system's star, and the sinister grin on his mask only adds to his menacing and aloof presence. The final act will soon unfold, where you will pay for the deeds of your ancestors. Stay put and wait for the puppeteer to pull at your strings. You dare threaten me, Xenos? Cassia's ice-cold voice is completely unrecognizable. Cruel, ruthless, resentful. Why are there Xenos ruins where the Palace of the Atlas should be? Why is this place coated in an impenetrable black mist? Answer me. The Harlequin flinches reflexively, but then his body instantly eases back. Three-eyed monkey, who sees into, Jael, the taint of your ancestors has begun to consume your body and soul. Pathetic fools with an insatiable lust for power that is not yours, ending your misery will be merciful. Taint, do you mean the Atlas, Xenos traitor? Silence, traitor. The Atlas is the sacred relic of House Orsilio. It is what elevates us above the rest. How dare you? The Regent's envoy abruptly loses her breath with a groan, and she clutches her chest where her atlas is implanted. I refuse to accept this. Impossible. What is this place? We call planets such as this one Crone worlds. They came to be long before my time, back when all of the Eldari were a united people whose empire stretched from one edge of the galaxy to the other. It is a world beneath the first stars, an unbladed world. I never thought that I would come to find one. I have nothing to add to the outcast's words, other than my eternal astonishment at your curious troop, monkey. What is this taint you speak of? Do you not see it? The Harlequin's voice booms throughout the ruined temple. When you, monkey, discovered this Crone world, you tainted it with your crude technology, despoiled it of its relics, ruined all there was to the last stone. But worst of all, you sullied the souls of our ancestors, reposed in their sacred vessel, the spirit monolith. He points his thin finger at the remarkable crystal floating behind his back, and the Harlequins around you tighten their grips on their weapons. Like a sea of bottomless blue, Cassia looks around her with a stunned expression, her gaze shifting from one Xenos to another. I did not know that living things could exude such saturated hues. I wish I could paint this ocean a different color. Examine the hovering crystal. This enormous translucent stone shares a strange resonance with this place. You can sense the energy emanating from it. Mysterious, restless, coagulated. It resembles a giant heart that has been plucked out of its owner's chest. Its crystal clarity is pierced by hundreds of dark veins that have taken root like a terrible illness. How did the navigators of House Orcelio taint the spirit monolith? The experiments? Cassia covers her mouth in horror. This is where she conducted her experiments, Tisiphone? No, it is not possible. To consort with Xenos is to violate the word of the God Emperor. It is known to all that Tisiphone Orcelio executed anyone who showed any interest in the enemies of humanity. Is that so? Then why is it that every piece of metal or fabric in this place bears our house's coat of arms? Open your eyes. Quiet? The Harlequin's tone is mild, but it is not a request. I am unsurprised that the truth is hidden from your gazes. Three-eyed monkey who see into Shael. I realized it the moment I met you, or met the first of you. Wretched, begging us to help you destroy your own kin. I sensed it within you. Our ancestors' call, their pleas, their endless torment. I knew that what you found was a Crone world, and I humbly waited for the day you would lead me to it. What is the meaning behind your words, Athair, Troopmaster? You know the answer already, Outcast. You've always known. What was that about? What answers have you always known? So that is why your presence makes my soul shrink to the size of a river pearl, and my throat choke in a collar of thorns. That is why your words seep into my soul like poison, leaving wounds that will not heal. There's a shard of the spirit monolith inside you, monkey. Twisted, perverted, invigorating you by making my ancestors suffer. Alas, you are right, Outcast. The ancestors of the three-eyed monkey sought to command the power of the spirit monolith, and yet they suffered failure time and again. Eventually, they discovered a way to harness this power, a terrible way, torturous and unforgivable. They shattered the monolith into many shards and weakened the soul within. And then they placed the shards of the spirit monolith inside their bodies to empower their abilities. It is not true that everyone in this world is, or is it not true that everyone in this world is after power? Cassia's face is exceedingly untroubled by her gaze, and her gaze is distant and cold. The rogue traitor makes every effort to strengthen the Von Valencius dynasty and trample the opposition. Then why wouldn't House Orcelio make use of a Xeno artifact for the sake of its blood and the Imperium itself? I would have never stooped to something like this. You say so now, but had you been in Tisiphone's shoes, would you have passed up a chance like that? You cannot know for certain. I can see your soul's colors all too well, and there are plenty of darker shades within. The renegade navigator stares at Cassia in shock. You are more than just the tyrant's heir. You are a successor to a mad heretic, a betrayer of the faith. You must be destroyed, you and the Atlas, once and for all. You think the solution is so easy, don't you, monkey? When you die, your souls become captives inside the spirit monolith. This process is deranging to our ancestors, who have served as the monolith's guardians for aeons. It is equally agonizing to the souls of your dead, and the more monkey souls the monolith absorbs, the more volatile it becomes. The Eldari and the monkey have spent many a dance battling for supremacy within the monolith, and its integrity is waning. You sense it too. The only way to free our ancestors from the pain is to separate the monkey taint from the spirit monolith. My troop is here to perform just that. We all will play our parts today, and when the final act of this age-long tragedy begins, the monkey players will exit this world's stage. Sinister shadows dance on the Harlequin's mask as he draws an unknown device from his sleeve. Is there no way whatsoever to separate the Navigator's souls from those of the Eldari without killing one or the other? The Xenos thinks for a moment. I do not believe there is. The three-eyed monkey have desecrated this place, and I will not put the spirit monolith at risk just to help them avoid the consequences of a lamentable performance. Yeah, let's, The Atlas must certainly be destroyed, but surely the entire house cannot be expected to serve penance for Tisiphone's crimes. What? Perish the thought. The Starway Atlas is the foundation of House Orselio's power? Whence do you suppose we draw the strength to fare the Sea of Souls? Is this not the greatest library of Navis nobility knowledge across the Cronus Expanse and Calixis sector? Should the Atlas be destroyed, House Orselio will face oblivion? Nonsense. Tisiphone created the Atlas only a few centuries ago, whereas the history of House Orselio dates back to the last millennium. We've always been a house to be reckoned with, but when Tisiphone arrived in the Expanse, she set her sights on acquiring power that could let her family branch dominate the rest. And where's that left us? Our bodies are corrupted with Xeno heresy. God Emperor, forgive your children for committing a trespass so heinous. What do you say to the Xenos assertions? Cassia freezes hesitantly, only for her frightened gaze to harden. I shan't explain myself to a Xenos. Do you wish to know what I think? The Atlas must be saved, and we must continue using it for the good of humanity, and not that of ghastly creatures such as these. Now then, whose side are you on, rogue traitor? This sucks. All of these options suck. I'm just going through the things that I'd already said to see if more options show up. At least I'm not using Cassia this playthrough, so I'm gonna go option 3 and see where that leads. See if I can actually save just her. I have a feeling if I go 2, she's going to end up turning into Tisiphone. If what's been going on is any indication. Damn you, Zen, I hate you, I hate you. Cassia's fear and rage burn your lungs. Your knees buckle, tears swell in your throat, and your head is in utter disarray. You feel nauseous, but then The sensations suddenly ease. R.I.P. Cassia. And now I have no navigator. However, will I traverse the warp?
I have learned much in my exile.
According to the faded glyphs, the statue depicts an Eldari hero who created 100 worlds and twice as many stars. There was a time when I believed that I would lead my house to prosperity and truth. Fortune and blessings have long since been passing us by, as if the Cronus Expanse itself is trying to oust the Orselio children from its bounds. If nothing changes in the near future, all of us will wither like night flowers at dawn, or perhaps face our ultimate fall. Upon my word, the Sea of Souls itself must favor me. During the last jump, I saw into the eye of a vicious storm. Within it, amid the ruins of a Xenos world, was a treasure, mighty and dangerous, not unlike our own power, and I found a way to reach it. I drive away the memory of our journey, and the cost that our house suffered. The ritual alone was no matter. The goal will be worth the price, and due effort is all that is needed of us. By the grace of the Emperor, we made it through that terrible tempest. However, the Eldari ruins appear to have dampened the crew's spirits. Those pitiful commoners talk too much. Tensions in the camp are rising. I should cut out the tongues of those who cannot, or those who witnessed the first experiments. This information cannot be allowed to reach the ship. No, not just them. I shall have the Satella clan dock the tongue of every lowborn.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
I'm wondering, does it let me keep going around without a navigator? Oddly it does. No, it doesn't. Does it? Then patrols. I'm going to get a navigator just to be safe. Replaced with my portrait. I wish to bolster my retinue with strong fighters. Custom. Appearance. I will go with, I guess, this. That's more of a psyker, but it's whatever.
I'll see you destroyed. Let our weapons be true, and our resolve unbreakable.
Keep your wits about you.
We'll go with this. Convictions. We'll go dogmatic follower. Homeworld. It doesn't really matter. We'll go Fortress World, Origin. Oh, I'm not actually able to get a navigator? So I'm just without a navigator from now on, huh? Well, that's interesting. Interesting how that's working. Alright. Well, it is time for ads once again. Flying blind in the warp. Yup. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour on Twitch. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch everyone when we return. Heck yeah. If I believe I'll be fine, I will be fine. Alright, the ads are finished. Let us continue. Poor Uwe. So how does this work? Was I just blind? if I just... Does it have to be a certain, No, there's just no way to... Alright, we're without a navigator. Sweet. Doing things that work, why? So be it. I think all that's left is for me to go back to Footfall. I'm going to fix my party before I forget. I want to remove you, and you, and you, then put you in. How's it going, Zep? Hope all's well. Things are going pretty good over here. It looks like I somehow managed to get rid of my navigator, and I can't recruit another one, so I'm just kind of floating around the galaxy without a navigator now, which is kind of funny. But also, like... you can get if you get rid of Cassia through dialogue, I believe you can actually get a different navigator that you can kind of make whatever class you want, like a custom one. But true, not a true follower NPC. Part of me wants to, at one point, use the mod that allows you to play as a navigator. And just make a rogue trader navigator that's just kind of even more unhinged than you can already be, but I don't know. Doesn't seem needed by any means. I do believe I'm nearing either the midway point or the end-ish, like the bottom quarter of Act 4.
Follow my lead.
Alcazar, come here. The Lord Inquisitor is engrossed in studying star system charts and reports, which are massed on the desk like the ridges of a formidable mountain range. There are shadows beneath his eyes, which are ruthlessly dissecting the latest report, and his skin seems stretched taut over the bones of his skull. Without turning his head to you, Calcazar says wearily, "Greetings, your lordship. Your timing is impeccable." An aged servant with the bearing of a veteran approaches the two of you. In a precise movement, he replaces the untouched cup of cold recaf in front of the Lord Inquisitor with a new one, slightly steaming. Heinrich nods at Calcazar, who responds ever so slightly, bowing his head. "May the Emperor grant you strength and some time to rest, Lord Inquisitor." Yeah, I know. But it's so difficult to plan a barely viable build. Uh-oh, one sec. Sorry about that. My Switch's controller dock or whatever, decided to try and fall off my table. Had to catch that. It's so hard to plan a barely viable build in this game. I'd have to, like, intentionally sabotage it. Like, go... I don't know... Officer Vanguard with perception, willpower, and agility as my stats or something. I don't fucking know. I have to do something like that to make it not viable, because it's friggin' impossible to make a build barely viable if you just even choose logical class archetypes and then just put the skills in the right skills, or the characteristics in the right characteristics. You don't even need the talents, really. I don't know. As much as I enjoy theory crafting, there's just this massive gulf between non-viable build and then suddenly, the moment it becomes viable, it is, like, obscenely viable. There is no in-between, far as I can tell. Yeah. Any 3.5 or 3.x game would be that way. So, Icewind Dale, Neverwinter Nights, Neverwinter Nights 2. Yeah. Just because 3.5 is or 3.x is a system likes optimization for builds. Yeah, may the Emperor grant you strength and some time to rest, Lord Inquisitor. The corners of Calcazar's mouth creep upward. In a befittingly grave tone, he replies, "I would be loath to trouble our master with a prayer for such an indulgence, especially one so utterly inappropriate at this fraught time." Ah, 2nd edition Icewind Dale. Fair. 2.2e also likes optimization. The only problem is I do not remember 2e at all. All I remember is Thaco and that low number good, which it feels so weird and counterintuitive and just if I play Baldur's Gate 1 again, it's going to take me so long to not fuck that up. Jai touches the Aquila on her chest and drops her head in an unnecessarily deep bow. O Lord Inquisitor, smiting spear of the Imperium, with the gold of faith cutting through the nebulae of the Cronus Balcazar raises his hand in warning. If I were you, Mistress Haydari, I would endeavor not to draw the Inquisition's attention to my person. Mercatum Tabula Official can do many things. Reattaching a head to a body is not one of them. Genitor Febris, a most audacious step to present yourself to me in person after such an unexpected disappearance from the laboratory entrusted to you. I hope you realize that you are only here because I have permitted you to live, owing to the potential utility of your research for the Imperium. The Inquisitor's tone is neutrally polite, but the look he bestows upon Eogen is chilling. Very well, the Rogue Trader's retinue is indeed a haven for those who harbor bold ideas. We only hope that these ideas do not turn into excessive free-thinking. Eogen's complexion, far from healthy to begin with, drains of color entirely, but he speaks firmly. I honor the tenets of the Omnissiah and do not stray from his truths. I escaped from Camorra, where I was held captive by Xenos. The Inquisitor raises an eyebrow, impressed. You escaped from the Dark City? A feat that few have accomplished. Truly, I congratulate you on an exceptional performance, and I won't even mar your triumph by telling you that the Inquisition will, of course, be watching you very closely henceforth. I sincerely hope that your grand escape was not part of the Xenos' devious machinations. Yet I'm surprised that this Xenos is still alive. What is it, your lordship? Sentimentality, revenge, cold calculation? Balcazar gives Irliet a long, significant look. If you do not finish her off yourself, send word when you've tired of her. My acolytes will be only too eager to learn her secrets. Clenching her jaw to the point of pain, Irliet hisses Eldari curses under her breath, but retreats half a step. I have looked into the eyes of death, and of creatures far more dangerous than you, monkey. Do not try to frighten me. One of your acolytes, Emelina, accused you of cooperating with Xenos. I would remind you that the particularities of the Inquisition's work lie far beyond a rogue trader's purview, but given the circumstances, yes, Acolyte Lichtenhart's words are true. It has been several years since I established contact with the Drukhari. They informed me of upcoming raids, and I thwarted them. I kept the Expanse safe while the Xenos were absorbed in their internal squabbles, which are of little interest to me. Strictly speaking, one might regard my actions in this situation as unorthodox, at the very least. In reality, however, they are undoubtedly beneficial. Acolyte Lichtenhart has demonstrated her inability to surmount the bounds of convention, and had she been in my position, the Expanse would have likely already fallen under the blows of the present crisis. Fortunately for you, she is not, and the Drukhari, drained by their power struggles, are bereft of their best raiders and can do nothing more than run from my fleets. Heinrichs, I have to say I'm disappointed by how easily information pertaining to the Expanse's security reaches the ears of those who should not be privy to it. This will be noted in your record. Would you care to put my concerns to rest and tell me that Emelina is not out there running amok around my sector and continuing to sow unrest? Emelina is dead by my hand. Indeed? Well, I hope I can continue to trust you to know when a useful resource is finally exhausted and must be disposed of. Your lordship, I hope it goes without saying that I would appreciate you not spreading dangerous and misleading rumors going forward, and keeping the content of this conversation private. Given the current state of affairs, I would have to treat such actions as subversive, so I thank you in advance for your considerate silence. What is the current situation in the Expanse? The Cult of the Final Dawn and Drukhari raiders are vying with each other to see who can cause us the greatest turmoil. I have mobilized all the forces I can to repel the attacks, which is why we are still alive. Combined militia brigades are hunting for Xenos and guarding convoys. And expeditionary platoons under my command are crushing heretic rebellions. The situation is unstable, but I will not pretend that I was prepared for this crisis. However, we have not lost our footing yet. What has prompted the Drukhari to act so brazenly? Prisoner interrogations indicate that a relatively major political upheaval has taken place in Kimura. The Cabal of the Reaving Tempest has lost its grip on authority and become a target for enemies and rivals. Many vassals and members of the Cabal decided that fleeing to real space was preferable to waiting in Kimura to be killed. Ah, so it's my fault. Why has the Cult of Final Dawn become more active? The warp is raging. This baleful sign always portends change, and crises beget desperation. The most fertile ground for heresy. I believe the archenemy's servants think their time has come. Or perhaps this day was marked in their profane scripture by the date of the end of existence. I will not trouble myself with further attempts to make sense of their blasphemous doctrine. They are bent on destroying us all, and so they must be destroyed. What makes you have mobilized all forces, but not House von Valancius? Are you not standing before me now? While your status remained unclear, I preferred not to requisition the resources of the von Valancius Protectorate. Your people dealt with Erlon the Cruel's agents, and with Xenos raids, and that was enough for me. But now is time to add your might and talents to the scales. You must have an ingenious plan to save the Expanse. The glance tossed at you is like a shot from an auto pistol at a point-blank range. If such a plan were to exist, information about it would be of utmost secrecy. I suggest you focus on the current strategy of putting out each fire as you encounter it. I understand. I see. I see no need to get bogged down in the details. To apprise you all of the information I currently possess would require more time than we have. What was the dispute between you and Caligos Winterscale about? His lordship deemed it more important to show off his stubbornness than to safeguard the interests of the Expanse. Stupidity of the most burdensome kind. But my sources inform me that he nevertheless has joined my efforts against the Xenos, and so I've decided to stay any sanctions for a time. Why do you think he acted this way? His lordship has long displayed a susceptibility to corrupting ideas, his loss of interest in managing his protectorate, and his appetite for violence drew my notice some time ago. The only question that remains unanswered is how many agents of the archenemy have infiltrated his entourage. Did you even try to discuss it with him, or did you immediately set Incendia on him? Nah, Caligos was under the influence of the Runist powers, but I put an end to it. How curious. When this is all over, I will certainly call you as a witness at Caligos' trial. Together, we will decide how best to handle him while ensuring the safety of the Expanse. How best to handle him? He's dead. What help do you want from me? Frosher, if you please. The Inquisitor nods imperiously at the servant, who draws some kind of remote control from his pocket. All sounds, whose sources are more than 3 meters away, fade to nothing. My chagrin, the ability to be in 2 places at once does not number among my talents. That is why I wish for you to serve in my stead. I place such trust in very few people, you understand? You will feel what it is to walk in my shoes and attempt to compel a gaggle of quarrelsome blockheads to work together. You will reconquer Euphrates II for me. The Inquisitor gestures to the servant, and the silencing field disperses. Grocer, another recap. This one has gone cold. Abelard stifles a grunt of displeasure, his mutter pitched for your ears only. You will reconquer Euphrates II for me. The esteemed Lord Inquisitor has done away with all pretense and politeness now. His orders no longer come with even the veneer of a request. Is he your valet or another Inquisition assassin? Why can't both be true? Grocer has been a member of my retinue for 50 Terran years, and the person in my entourage who comes closest to being my confidant. Something akin to a warm smile touches Inquisitor's lips. We have had cause to be involved in many incidents whose reports have since been marked with a seal of silence. Grocer nods deferentially, and on his age-jowled face appears an expression caught between eternal loyalty, motherly affection, and religious devotion. To what do I owe such an honor? To whom else could I entrust this mission? No need to feign ignorance, Von Valencius. We both know the shortcomings of the other candidates for this position. At present, in the Expanse, there are 2 people with the perspective and steady hand required to control this situation, and they're both standing in this room. So, if you will, dispense with the humble Rogue Trader Act and win this war for me. Can you tell me more about Euphrates II? A sacred world of the Adeptus Mechanicus, off limits to lay people. I am one of the few who do not worship the Omnissiah to have set foot on its surface, or rather, I was. Now it is crawling with unbelievers. The despicable word bearers attacked and captured Euphrates II, and the cult of the Final Dawn brought an entire horde of heretics to the planet. I sent my troops to aid the explorator forces, laying siege to the world, but a rift occurred among my commanders. They need an authoritative general, and you are perfect for the role. My confidence is not misplaced, I trust. What matter first brought you to Euphrates II out of interest? An utterly transparent attempt to learn secret intelligence. I offer to make you my general, and you try to pump at me for information. Poorly done. The word bearers went there themselves. They didn't just send their puppets. Clearly, the stakes for them are high enough. Erlon the Cruel has stirred his profane self to make a personal appearance on Euphrates II. Conrad Voigtveer, incidentally, is also there. I hear you two have unfinished business. Him I will generously leave to you. When you are finished with him, you may simply dispose of his mortal remains. No need to surrender them to the Inquisition for an inquest. Consider it my gift. What forces do we have in place, and what is this rift that occurred between the commanders? Explorator's fleet, Divine Cognizance 7821, recalled its most combat-ready units to retake the world. They were supported by my most powerful strike fleet and a group of deadlier allies. I dispatched a pack of space wolves to hunt down the transgressors. Unfortunately, the leaders have failed to find a common language. The esteemed Thorvald is at odds with the conclave of the Mechanicus battle. Congregation and the Omnissiah's servants find Thorvald's strident nature off-putting, and neither group is fond of Militant Sibilik, who commands my forces. Were not fond, to be precise. The esteemed Militant perished along with his ship a week ago when his noble allies failed to support his offensive. How did you manage to enlist the aid of the Angels of the Emperor? I must remind you that I am still Lord Inquisitor of the Cronus Expanse, not merely some... What do you always say, Frosier? Some Grox-bothering prick? If certain rogue traders at times allow themselves to speak to me in an overly willful manner, that should not give you cause to doubt my authority. The situation is clear. I will smash the heretics. I never doubted you, your lordship. The Emperor protects. Calcazar nods at the paper that his servant has deferentially delivered to the table. This document attests to the extraordinary powers you now have at your disposal. I'm counting on your success, Zen.
None shall stand in my way.
Interesting. Cool to know. Alright. Time to hold a war council. I imagine I can do that on my ship. How do I find Amsanct? Alright, how do I hold a war council? I guess it happens in Emperor's Palm. Fire upon the unidentified vessel. I'm still relatively confused how I do the navigator stuff without a navigator, but you know. Lord Captain, the United Corps, the Explorators, and the Militia Forces is ready to attack the heretics who overtook Euphrates II. The commanders recognize the Lord Inquisitor's sanction and agree to cede the right of supreme command to you. I ask that you summon a council of war in order to establish the plan of attack. How should we respond? I haven't actually played New Vegas. I have it, and it's been on my list for a long while. I just haven't played it. Summon them to the bridge. We will hold a council. Consider it done, your lordship. I will notify the commanders that you are ready to meet with them. Opticon 22, the leader of the Explorer Warriors, appears on the bridge, and the deck trembles beneath his metal gate. He has acquired a new set of fearsome armor since the two of you last met, and his mechadendrites are now fitting with more formidable weapons of destruction. Unit Opticon 22 initiating identification, official greeting, procedure, unlocking the option of strategic data exchange. The Emperor's Angel, who follows in his wake, is clad in armor, the color of a tempestuous ocean. You hear his voice, throaty and brimming with untamed boldness and strength. Which one of you Huskarls is Zen? I'm Thorbold Ironhide, and I wish to see the mortal who has been granted the honor of leading my pack into battle. You're looking at Zen, Thorbold Ironhide. Thorbold takes the measure of you and nods in satisfaction. I know the habits of a warrior when I see one. You're no indolent yoke. Good. I give my approval. We will hunt the base-born heretics together. You've not changed, brother Thorbold? A high-handed and brazen without measure. You carry yourself on another's Drekar like it's your own. Three in New Vegas are both pretty good from what I've heard, and I've watched a bit of New Vegas. It looks fun enough. I do know that one of my favorite mod developers for Oblivion ended up working on New Vegas, so that, you know, that definitely lends credence to it probably being good. I don't know exactly what work he did on it, but I know he did get hired by them because of his mod work for Oblivion. The wolf bursts into booming laughter and bares his long fangs. Such is the breed of leaders, Ulfar. We stand out. 'Tis you, ever lost, who cannot find his way when the sun is right over his head. Another explosion of Thorbold's boisterous laughter drowns out Ulfar's stifled yet furious string of curses. Opticon 22. How did you go from overseeing logistics to commanding armies? This command, promotion, hierarchy status update was executed following the death, decommissioning, deconstruction of the ship Heath of the Wrathgear. The fleet's war conclave was operating aboard that vessel. Unit Opticon 22 received premature rank promotion. Modernization to Magos Dominus, based on his extensive catalog of recorded combat engagements. May your service benefit from the updated protocols that were bestowed upon you, and the new analytical data that was entrusted to your elucidation. May the Omnissiah guide/operate this unit in his cause, mission, algorithm of service to him. A tragic turn of events leading to a new beginning. May your path of knowledge, which lies through the thorns of entropy, be blessed by the machine god. May the Omnissiah guide, operate this unit. He says the exact same thing. Owlcat, please. You can at least put some effort here. Let us commence this war council. What good is another war council with a cog priest who knows not the joys of battle, who cuts off his parts and replaced them with augments to please his all-knowing master? He will propose again a cowardly plan unworthy of warriors, as is the custom of his brethren, registering a display of impertinence, data insufficiency, in regard to the military craft eradication methods of the Adeptus Mechanicus. It's a shame that that I don't make more money streaming, specifically because if I had made more while streaming this game, I think I would have probably just pivoted to the Mechanicus CRPG after this one. I've heard good things about Mechanicus 1. Mechanicus 2 I've heard bad things about. But the first one would be fun to play. I just don't have the money to buy it. And it would be thematic. It would be a nice transition, you know? That's okay, though. We have Baldur's Gate and other games that we can play. Never played those? Yeah. I don't know. I haven't either, but I have heard that it is... that the first one is really, really good, and that the second one is less so. One of those where the first one did a lot of cool things, the second one added a little bit, but then also, like, just dumbed down all of the cool mechanics from the first one. So, and everybody and their mother seems to be mad about that. Aishara, are you having another fight, gentlemen? How predictable. A woman in heavy armor walks onto the bridge, cloaked in an air of superiority. You remember seeing her before, in the retinue of Xavier Calcazar, when he barged into your chambers after the Magna Accessio. Thank you for not starting without me. Acolyte Aishara, dispatched by the Lord Inquisitor to facilitate the operation on Euphrates II. My role in this war council is that of an advisor. Heinrichs and Aishara exchange glances, but do not say a word. You cannot help but notice the furrow that forms on the interrogator's forehead at the sight of his colleague. Going for mainstream appeal is okay in the first game of a series. Or if there's been a long wait between, like, the first and second, or, like, in the iterative entries. Doing a first one that was very beloved and grew a cult following to it, and then, like, dumbing it down and removing a lot of the shit that they loved from it to attempt to go more mainstream, that's less of a good idea. Play to your strengths. Don't it's okay to shore up your weaknesses, but do not throw away your strengths to do so. So, shall we begin our war council, or shall we wait for heretics to corrupt this planet completely? Aishar, why are you here? Lord Inquisitor entrusted me with the task of forging an alliance between the assembled fleet and the forces of the Cognizance fleet. Once this task is complete, I am to act as an observer and special operative. And what are your responsibilities as special operative? I'm afraid the Lord Inquisitor did not give me the authority to elaborate on this matter. There's no surprise in my heart. The Inquisition is, as always, too ashamed of its dark deeds to reveal them to honorable fighters. Thorvald makes a show of spitting on the floor. There will be no spitting aboard my ship. Do I make myself clear, esteemed Lord Thorvald? What's this? A show of character? Thorvald growls and locks his indignant gaze with yours. Fine, I will respect your wishes, warlord. But the bitter taste of suspicion burns my mouth. With pointed contempt, he steps away from Aishara. Yeah. In fairness, with Neverwinter Nights, that was less a dumbing down and more a full system shift to 3.x. Which, you know, Wizards of the Coast kind of enforces when a new system comes out. They don't really let games in the old system get made. So, yeah, there's that. And then as for Dragon Age games after Dragon Age Origins, 2 was definitely dumbed down. It was still okay. The biggest issue with 2 was just the lack of variety of maps. Everything was just samey. That was my biggest issue with 2, from what little I remember of it. Are we talking Dragon Age 2 here? I think we are. 'Cause I don't remember any action RPG-esque. Neverwinter Nights? What? I don't recall any action RPG esque elements in Neverwinter Nights. Not a single one. I also recall there being named follower NPCs. Are we thinking Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance or something? Because that one definitely was action RPG. Something about that doesn't sound right. You can just give commands? Huh. I don't recall that being the case at all. Then again, most of my playthrough was solo. So, maybe that's the case? I played through Neverwinter Nights 2. Or, Neverwinter Nights 1 twice. Once was solo and once was multiplayer with friends. So, it's hard to remember exactly. I swear in Neverwinter Nights 2, you could definitely give commands directly. Okay. That makes sense then. Why did Calcazar choose you? I happen to have some experience with large-scale bloodshed, Rogue Trader. That, and I never fail to deliver results. What troops can you spare to reinforce our army? The militia forces have already been transferred to Opticon 22. All I have left under my command is a tactical unit explicitly instructed to carry out the Lord Inquisitor's special assignments. I see. Let us move on to discussing how we intend to kill the heretics. I require a full report on the situation at the front. Euphrates 2 is a forge world. Manufactorums and extractiums take up most of its surface. Upon corrupting them, disrupting their production algorithm, the heretics enhanced their ranks with possessed mechanisms and false/defective traitorous Skitari, whose protocols were disfigured with indoctrinating scrap code. Our forces have secured minor footholds on the surface, but are unable to deliver an effective blow to the headquarters operations center of the Profaners in the Machine Cathedral at the heart of the Manufactorum, Sigma S13. According to the available data, it is the current location of the arch-heretic termination target, the Dark Apostle, Erlon the Cruel. We may outnumber the enemy, but ours is a poor warband. All it has is steel curls of the Omnissiah and scantily trained serfs from across the expanse, while our foe is the detestable but nevertheless deadly, putrid-hearted traitors from the ranks of the Word-bearers, and their vessels protect the Machine Cathedral from orbit. Why have you still not commenced a planetary assault? There's a conflict, critical error, categorical lack of understanding of the imperative of this operation within our chain of command. Unit Thorvald Ironhides in favor of the strategy of mass destruction. which would constitute an unacceptable violation of the right of operation. Every square meter of the manufactorums is sacred, of high productivity value, which is why the Cog Priest is so intent on hindering and sabotaging our assault by refusing us forces and landing Drekkers. But Thorvald Ironhide won't fight on the terms of priests. If my battle plan is rejected, the Omnissiah's servants can retake the planet themselves. Maybe they think their lives mean nothing compared to the precious cathedrals, but a wolf knows what his life is worth. Opticon 22, I must say, my curiosity is piqued. The Explorators are hiding something on that planet. Something you refuse to show anyone, and are now loath to destroy. What is it? Request denied. The Omnissiah's mysteries procedures conducted on Euphrates II are to remain undisclosed according to the protocol, vow of preservation in the hallowed from the profane. This is why on Fenris we have the priests follow the warriors, not the other way around. The priests never think about the battle ahead, only their tenets and taboos. But a wolf must think only of battle and his enemy's death, not about preserving cathedrals or counting the trophies that await him. Opticon 22, what do you propose our plan should be? Our strategic analysis points toward a full-scale offensive as the optimal course of action. The losses among the troops, insignificant personnel, laity will be numerous, but will not exceed acceptable parameters. Replenishing such losses will be less arduous than repairing the damage that may otherwise come to the manufactorums. Thorvald, what would you do if you were in command of this operation? I would rain down vengeful skies upon the enemy. I would plow the land of Euphrates II with shells, shatter their defenses, level the fortified towers, throw their host into disarray, and in that whirlwind of fury, I would lead my glorious pack to pave a path of blood for the Cog Carols. I've heard your opinions on this. Choose your strategy wisely. It's not every day you get to heed the advice of a seasoned warrior, one chosen by the Allfather himself to bring death to the foes of humanity. You two do not get along too well, do you? You read hearts like they're inscribed with runes, then? Thorvald lets out a mocking chuckle. It's true, my brothers and I grow tired of this Cog Priest and his naysaying. For whatever reason, he thinks himself our lord. I concur with his statement, given that the military action, sacred, purgative, crusade, eradication, procedure, is taking place on a world devoted to the machine god. Unit Opticon 22 insists on his privileged status in this matter of strategy selection. Heresy runs rampant on Euphrates II, and you two would rather waste all your strength on bickering? Then you are nothing but fools. Thorvald's face turns purple, but he cannot come up with a retort. Opticon 22 lowers his head repentantly and lets out a binaric trill. Neither of them can find words to rebuff your pointed accusation. I shall now present to you the plan of our assault on Euphrates II. The first step is obvious. We eliminate the machine cathedral's orbital support. But what planetary assault strategy will you choose following the destruction of the enemy Void Fleet? Send in all our forces, even if it means sustaining heavy losses. A swift onslaught is key to our victory. Send in... Yeah, I'm gonna go with 1. Ha! The Space Wolves respect a good onslaught. Your Huskarls better be loyal enough to charge into the fire without faltering. My pack will do all that is asked of it. and stand at the vanguard of the assault until we meet on the field of battle's end. Thorvald looks at Ulfar with a smirk, and I say the same to you, Ulfar Everlost. 'Tis a pity your pack will not share in this glorious victory with us. Ulfar lets out a bestial grumble and says to you, that boastful Grizoff talks too much about my pack. He knows where my brothers are. I can smell it. Before we dive into this carnage, summon him to your ship and let me question him. I wish to hear what he knows, while he still has not lost his blathering tongue to the heretics. Complying, updating the Skitarii tactical programs, transferring the least valuable enlightened units to the first wave of offense, estimating a high percentage of losses, disposal among the supported personnel. The Lord Inquisitor will be delighted at the news that some semblance of order was established in the command. I wish you luck, rogue trader. Ulfar, come here.
Let us raise our cups at Fator, in honor of deeds accomplished and in expectation of those yet to come.
Inform Thorvald that he has invited, to the ship.
I thank you, Ed Fator.
Thorvald has not come alone, but with a young brother in arms. With a mocking glance at Ulfar, he bellows, Thorvald Ironhide is here. Why have you summoned me, rogue traitor? Speak to me. Ulfar's usual brash joviality has evaporated from his voice. Know you, Thorvald, whither the path of battle has led my pack? The baleful howl. You haven't lost your pack, have you ever lost? The young wolf's voice is strong and insolent, and richly melodic. He tilts his head in mocking concern, watching Ulfar's complexion change to match the violent shade of his hair. Why do you call Ulfar Everlost? You do not know. I'm not surprised. Brother Ulfar does not care for the moniker. He has had it since his early years in the chapter. When Ulfar underwent his trial of the Cup of Wolfen, he took so much longer than the others that the rune priests gave him up for lost. Later, he received grievous wounds and raids that sent him into stasis sleep for a long time. Any time we would pay a visit to the baleful howl, we would ask, where is Brother Ulfar? And he was always resting. And recently, he went missing altogether, lost after an attack on Xenos. Thorvald grins mockingly, his long fangs glinting. And forget not to tell of the dire curse that of yore was laid upon mighty Ulfar. No good death for him is fated, only to one day be lost, bereft of glory and honor. Halbrand declaims the lines so sonorously and powerfully that the bulkheads begin to vibrate. Any who cross his path, let him regale and gladly that proud warrior, Halbrand Blatherskite, singer of rumors and fine tattler of tall tales, for he has glimpsed no worthy deeds in his short life. Space Marine hazing, that's great. We did not have a chance to talk properly at the console. I wanted to meet you. Ah, of course you do. Who would miss the chance to strike up a friendship with the illustrious leader of the equally illustrious Stormbiters? Go on, Halbrand. Recite the saga of my exploits, and make sure to include the landing in the Void Kraken's mouth. This is Halbrand, the brave. The most sonorous voice in my pack. Thorvald nods at the tall wolf, who seems to radiate the proud vigor of a warrior. Alright, it is time for ads. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour on Twitch. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses any content. And I will catch everyone after the ads. You do like the pet being present in War Council? Yeah, it's great. Although funnier still is the deep red heretic aesthetic with cages on the bridge, which the Space Marines completely ignore. That's funny. Alright, ads are finished. Let's continue. I think you meant to say Halbrand the Braggart. No. For his verses often weave together the truth with his own flights of fancy. Ulfar smiles vindictively. With a viciousness utterly unbecoming of an angel of the Emperor. Now it is Halbrand's turn to blush. Thorvald chuckles. Thank you for the correction. Everlost. I reckon we can do without the saga. Are all wolves so hostile toward one another? Or is it something personal between the two of you? Thorvald chuckles. It's only friendly nipping. If there was hatred between us, the walls of this glorious hall would have long since been painted with blood. Such is a warrior's nature, a wolf's nature. When we meet with strength, we test our teeth on it. Ulfar huffs a laugh in response, but there is a personal side to it as well. The Stormbiters have always tried to best the baleful howl in their glory of their exploits. Tried and failed, for my pack was and remains superior. You know where Ulfar's pack is now? Feasting with the Allfather in the Hall of Heroes, I reckon. With Miad filling their horns to the brim, as valor and loyalty did fill their hearts. Lies? Did you see their bodies? Which of the brothers will avow the truth of these words? Ironhide never lies. The young wolf's arm cuts through the air like an axe as he angrily points at Ulfar. And you, Everlost, watch your tongue unless you want my dagger to deliver a penance of eternal silence upon you. No, we did not see their bodies, but we heard their ranting and raving, which can only lead to the jaws of Mordkai. I'd like to know the details. In the battle in which you, Everlost, Arnulf, and Skadi were captured by the Xenos, the baleful howl took prisoners of their own. Under torture, the captive Xenos gave up the star coordinates of where they were to go next. Some important meeting, it seems. The place was far away, deep in the uncharted regions, where the servants of the Allfather have never ventured, and your brothers decided to go there. No navigator would dare lead them to those dark places, so your brothers seized a trading boat and voyaged there without a helmsman. So you abandoned them to their grueling march? Ulfar's voice drops to a menacing rasp. Lower your hackles. I urged them not to throw away their lives in vain. Nothing but death could await them among those malevolent stars. We all came here to serve the Allfather and repay our blood debt, not to die for naught. Or have you forgotten that, Everlost? The alliteration of these pseudo-Nordic names is almost painful. Yeah, a little bit. Ulfar, what will you do with this knowledge? I will not test our friendship at Vader. I know that if I call upon you to go with me in search of my pack, I will be taking you away from important battles and the saving of your home. So I will go alone to seek my brothers, but I will not abandon you in your hour of need. I owe you. When we have defeated your enemies, I will leave you and follow the trail. The trail is bloody and has long since gone cold, Brother Ulfar. There's no need to add another body to its tally. As the leader of the Stormbiters, I call you to our pack. Be a brother to us now. Ulfar gives the peaceably smiling Thorvald a penetrating look, his face darkening and his voice dropping low to a bestial snarl. Have you lost your mind, Thorvald? Perhaps it is you who's lost his mind, if you're daring to speak so insolently to Ironhide. Halbrand's insinuating tone is dripping with such menace that even the drawing of a sword could not have made his threat any clearer. What makes you so certain they're dead? When the baleful howl was setting off, we exchanged gifts, our pack runes. Every 10th watch, a priest cast the runes and saw what fate they revealed 50 watches after the baleful howl left the ruins, showed calamity. What? Oh, okay. This is casting weird shit on the ground. I was like, what are those green dots? They were moving and distracting me. 60 watches after they left, death. Since then, the runes have been voiceless and their patterns hold no meaning. And that's it. The spirits deceive you. Your priest went a little soft in the head and forgot how to read his runes. And for that, you give my pack up for dead. Cowards. The runes do not lie, Ulfar. You know this. I'm sorry about your brothers, but their fate is clear. Why do you want Ulfar to join your pack? He is our brother. He should not be left to wander the galaxy in the company of ordinary mortals, or alone. Wolves are like sharp knives. We hone ourselves against each other. And without brothers, Ulfar will rust and grow dull. Be with us, Ulfar. We will take you in. Go to hell, Thorvald. They'll take you in there. Thorvald, your associate, too often speaks when no one has addressed him. Giving you a disgruntled look, Thorvald sternly cuts you off. When it concerns wolf matters, Halbrand will speak as if he wishes. Do not forget that we are the chosen warriors of the Allfather, rogue trader. Feed us like servants at your peril. Ulfar's eyes flash with fury. Stop there, Thorvald. This mortal rescued me from captivity and proved his valor. I will not stand here and allow him to be disrespected. So you hold this mortal above your brothers? Being without a pack has turned you feral and stupid, ever lost. Ulfar is right. He is loyal to his brothers. Stay out of wolf business, rogue trader. I will not reveal the coordinates of this place to which your brothers traveled. Respect your alpha, Ulfar. That is an order. You're too quick to call yourself my leader, Thorvald. Go and bark commands at your pups. Who are you calling a pup, Everlost? Unlike your pathetic pack, we will soon go into battle and accomplish great deeds. But you, coward that you are, want to shirk your duty? Ulfar and Halbrand's roars merge into a single word. Duel. Stop, soldiers. A harsh shout drowns out the two wolves who are ready to lunge at one another. Quiet, both of you. Have you forgotten where you are? Holmgang can only take place on solid ground, not on a boat. The Void and the Warp are treacherous and unfit to host a duel of the worthy. And secondly, I am your superior, Ulfar, and so I'm not asking, but ordering you to back up your chest beating with deeds. If the baleful Howl Pack is alive, as you say, let it march with the Stormbiters in the assault on Euphrates II. Let it display the valor all the stories tell of it. Will you stand alone for all your brothers, or have you gone soft? There's a good stadium hit the Bloodspun web floor? Yeah. Let gladiatorial combat begin. The wolf leader's tone may be threatening, but you notice a sly glint in his eye. Ulfar, on the other hand, is growling furiously with no matching twinkle in his gaze. We'll see about that. I will prove that the Stormbiters will never be a match for the baleful Howl. At Vetter, I must be at your side when you depart for the assault. Promise me that you will grant me this honor. Thorvald, why will you not simply tell Ulfar where to look for his pack? When the baleful Howl left, I became the highest-ranking wolf in the Expanse. I am the Alpha, and it is my duty to ensure that not one of the Allfather's chosen warriors loses his life for foolish or fruitless ends, not even Ulfar. I promise, Ulfar. We will march into battle together. If you prove that your words carry more weight than a battle axe, I will tell you where your brothers went. If you fail, you will submit. Thorvald's lips curve into a superior smirk. Alright, time to level Ulfar. 10 ranks, huh? And this is Tender Eyes and Awareness. This is enough bullets for everyone in Awareness. Exploit Weakness and Agility. Toughness and Awareness. Extermination and Camaraderie. Distract and Demolition. Preferred Targets and Trusty Weapons. And then Dash and Toughness. Eager for Battle, Accustomed to Glory. There we go. And then we will look for gear for him. I wish there was an equipable sort here. You can have the regular heavy bolter down here. You can have the massive Astartes plasma pistol. And, do we have a better melee weapon for you? Scourge of Xenos. Ulfar just comes so late in the game, like Marzai. You need to really want to have him in your party to justify involving him. Yep, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, this is just an upgrade to the one he's using. So we'll throw that there for now and continue looking. Yeah, no, that'll be fine. And then we will scroll here. Do I not have... Astartes. Did I misspell it? Okay, anything here? Yeah, that doesn't work either. Yep, thanks, Owlcat. I'll go with this, sure. Just make sure he doesn't go down. I don't really care too much what what he has. I just want the slots to be filled with stuff that's at least useful, you know? Did he have the HP thresholds retaliation thing? I have no idea. Neither. It's just, you know, make sure that he doesn't go down. He's never getting a turn. That's the thing. He's never getting a turn. I just want to make sure that, you know, somehow if I live, or if things live through my turn, that he doesn't die. But yeah, it really doesn't matter right now. Sure, we'll go with that. Good enough. Okay. And he will replace Irliet on this planet. Self-caused warp explosion after a buff ran out? Yeah. Rogue Trader's ship took its place in the center of the attack formation. The right flank was guarded by the sacred combat vessels of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and the left consisted of the combined forces gathered by the Lord Inquisitor, headed by a frigate of the indomitable Space Wolves. The enemy deployed their ships in a wide arc in an attempt to surround the squadron, but the heretics' plan was not meant to be. Thorvald and Opticon 22 sent their detachments forward, tying up the enemy in combat and presenting the Lord Captain with a chance to deliver a blow to the very heart of the enemy position, where the flagships of these traitors to humanity awaited their final hour. Why am I back on my, bridge?
Motive force.
Oh, okay.
Empower the machine
It's just this.
spirits of this vessel.
So there's one enemy, and it is very large.
Annihilate them.
Large enough that I will not be able to, warp wave it. Okay. I will come here.
Lay in the course.
Shallow jump. And then I will
Leave their hull strewn across the stars.
fire upon them.
Another salvo.
Fire on them even further.
Unleash.
Deploy these. Use this. Move it forward. I get another turn.
Leave the hull strewn across the stars.
Do not hesitate. Show no mercy.
Macro cannon, volley.
And I will do my first ram of the entire game.
We're helpless under their fire. Do something.
And, then I will protect my front. And, maybe scoot over here a little. Maybe I should have protected my side instead. It's probably fine. What? Why did my thing not attack? It, like, went back into me. That is more than a little infuriating, not gonna lie.
Onward.
And, if I shallow jump, does that just get me killed? I have a little bit of shielding there still. I have no idea. Just owlcat things. I do apologize for it, however.
Another notch on the macro cannon.
Is it not over? Oh god, it's because those are still around.
Has come. Onward.
A barbaric display. I'm surprised we
thank God.
survived.
How you doing, Schlupp? Hope all is well. A general once said that all wars were fundamentally the same. If you've seen one, you've seen them all. Rock shit. That general didn't witness the events on Euphrates too. Rogue traitor Zen von Valancius was the supreme commander in that battle. A man of iron will, unfaltering, unshakable. I served in his personal enforcer guard back then. Just another cocky kid who thought he was an expert soldier. The Emperor was gracious to me. He gave me a chance to realize just how wrong I was. Most of my comrades didn't get a chance like that. Glad to hear it's going well enough. The shuttles would have blocked out the sun if you could have seen it through the smoke of the manufactorum city of Sigma S13. At its heart stood the Machine Cathedral, our primary objective. The Lord Captain's orders were to commence a lightning-fast assault. We were flying straight into the hail of artillery. For many of us, that was the end. The rest were being thrown around in midair, praying that the next shell would miss their shuttle. Reading this is making me want to go do the siege on Dresden. Not something I thought I would find myself wanting, but you know. With that surprised attack, we seized the initiative and at the start of the battle. Upon descending from orbit, Sister Argenta inspired the troops with the very first notes of her prayers. Her singing was the Emperor's voice, commanding us to fight without any regard for our own lives. After rousing the soldiers to launch a daring raid, she quickly captured one of the heretics' commanders. That was when we heard a starkly different voice come from the Sister of Battle. Trembling with fury, she personally interrogated the miscreant, pulling one poisoned confession after another out of him. Once she was done, the world was purged of his impure breath, and she was the one wielding the flamer. What? But she doesn't wield a flamer? Do I have a flamer in her offhand? I might. The sight of that heretic, writhing in flames, was imprinted upon our memories, shining a light on the cruel darkness of our immediate future, like a brilliant beacon. In the command center, the Lord Captain ordered his generals to deliver a tactical report to the officers, commence a rapid tank assault in accordance with the military doctrine armored wave devised by Lord Militant, Justice Quinn. Proceed with caution, with the support of comprehensive area reconnaissance. Advance while utilizing the surviving planetary populace as human shields. I'm going to go to the Lore Imperium. Rapid tank assault. We began our advance. I will never forget the roar of the tank as its treads tearing the heretics' infantry to pieces, accompanied by the shrieks of las guns and the rumble of heavy artillery, the deafening symphony of war. Nothing could stop us. We marched in the wake of a column of armored beasts, not turning to look at the mushroom clouds climbing up over piles of enemy bodies that and those of our own. We had our orders. Pushing through the ruins of sacred workshops, we looked with awe upon the machines that, up until now, or that point, had remained forbidden to the eyes of laity. Those were places, or palaces of incredible and frightening technology, void ship assembly halls, alchemical atriums, sacred arsenals, janitors producing invisible fields unsettling to the mind, and scriptoriums containing knowledge of horrors best left undiscovered. In one of the chemical chapels, we came upon a shipment of cisterns containing hallucinogenic gas. The tech priests protested that the substance was not designed for warfare, that it was created for higher rituals, but the officers wasted no time pumping our artillery shells full of that gas. At last, we reached the gates of Dock Mu 514, the thresholds of the metal nightmare that was Manufactorum Sigma S13. However, the initial attempts to storm the dock shattered against the enemy defenses. Magos Dominus Opticon 22 proposed a tech sabotage. He could send a small Skitarii unit behind the enemy lines and have them subdue the spirits of the area's defense systems. Thorvald, the fierce leader of the Space Wolves, proposed to send infiltrators beyond the walls to kill the enemy officers and weaken the dock's defenses. I will go with tech use. The assault force to proceed with the tech sabotage. I was part of the escort for one of the tech priest crews that broke into the dock to carry out the sabotage mission. It's one thing to watch a technomat wave a sensor over a cogitator on a cargo deck, but another to observe sacred tech rituals being performed under a hail of bullets and carpet bombings. Their binaric prayers, decryption litanies, and blessed crypto purification viruses did their work. Every turret in the vicinity instantly turned on the traitors, and the dock filled with gunfire and screams. When silence fell, the gates opened before us. For once, the turrets worked for me. It took many days to break through the metal, through to the metal heart of the Manufactorum. In the third week of the assault, the vanguard was halted and swept away by a salvo of plasma macro cannons. Scorning every cannon of sacred engineering, the heretics had placed the hull of an unfinished void cruiser on treads several kilometers long. This leviathan of adamantine and plasteel barred our way. Maybe in distant futures, some of this kind of content can be animated in Owlcat games. Maybe. I'm still very concerned about the amount of content that will be in Dark Heresy. I hope that the entirety of the game is at least as long as Act 2 of Rogue Trader. That is my sole desire. If it's at least that long, I can be probably happy. Magos Dominus Opticon 22 insisted that we retake the sacred machine, for the vessel had been in the making for many decades, and its destruction would have meant a great tragedy for the Imperium. It came as a surprise to all when the Space Wolf Thorvald supported the Magos Dominus. After the Lord Captain had reconciled him with the Explorer leader, Thorvald had tamed his pride and spoke in favor of the Tech Priest's cause of liberating the noble machine. I will command that the sacred vessel be reclaimed from the enemy's clutches. Having the sacred machine on our side could have given our offensive a sizable edge. Our orders were to get a landing force to the cruiser's bridge and escort the engine seers to the main cogitator. Our shuttles used the turret's blind spot to deploy elite troops on board the cruiser. While they were engaged with the shrieking heretics, the engine seers reasoned with the machine spirits of the main cogitator and initiated the blessed purgation protocol on the inner decks. It took us 3 days to drag every last cultist corpse out of the compartments. Slipping on pools of blood mixed with sacred unguents, we made it to the machine cathedral, a gargantuan hall breathing with the flames of 1,000 furnaces. The last bastion of the enemy army. That was where I first faced the word bearers, betrayers of humanity, and unworthy sons of the Emperor. What could we, mere humans, possibly do to match their unholy bestial rage? Because the Lord Captain ordered the entirety of our main force to begin the operation with a swift assault, the enemy troops were still in disarray, and not all word-bearers' squads had the time to regroup at the Machine Cathedral. They were scattered around the battlefield and could not retaliate with a unified strike. This gave us a chance to surround and crush their squads one by one. Command us to close ranks and direct all available forces against the word-bearers. I will do coercion here. Even divided and few in number, the word-bearers posed a mortal threat, but we had the advantage, and we had no intention of losing it. With booming battle cries, we stormed the traitors' positions in a tight formation, raining fire upon the enemy. It was a daunting attack, but the disciplinary officers drove us forward, cracking their electro whips and shooting those who showed a lack of conviction in the back of their skulls. For every 1,000 shots of the ceramite of their armor deflected, a single one hit a vulnerable optical sensor or joint. One by one, the unhallowed giants fell under our onslaught. Our tenacity prevailed over their nigh impervious protection. And that's when it came. Doomscream, an ancient and bloodthirsty hellbrute, a merciless executioner, forged from adamantine and ceramite. That single foe was repelling our assaults one after the other, turning hundreds of soldiers into bloody pulp. For as long as that abomination lived, we had no hope of reaching the heart of the enemy citadel. The dire-eyed Thorvald volunteered to track down and destroy the vile spawn, but fate had other things in store for him and his brothers. The Space Wolves pack was to be the first to storm the Machine Cathedral, and thus Magos Dominus Opticon 22 assembled a cohort of elite Skitarii and said that he would locate and eliminate Doomscream. The soldiers were whispering that he was willing to activate the so-called Guaranteed Annihilation Protocol, a terrible and ominous rite that is as lethal to the enemies of the Omnissiah as it is to his faithful servants. Upon arriving on the front lines, the Lord Captain Really? Why is this so low? What the hell? That's what, a 170 check? How do you get 170 weapon skill? Questioned the survivors who had witnessed the ruin that the Doomscream had wrought. Those lucky enough to have escaped with their lives had little to tell us. They remembered a terrible howl hanging in the air and a death machine impossibly quick For its size, dismembering people and crumpling tanks with horrific manipulators, this enemy was ancient, devious, and utterly mad. The heretic's mind was clouded by rage and hatred, and his body was bound within a prison of metal and mutated flesh. I'm rolling this. I don't care. I succeeded! 15% chance. Hell yeah. What happened next would become legend. The Lord Captain, at the head of his retinue, challenged the bloodlusting heresiarch that had crawled out of the darkness of time. He dealt the wicked executioner a heavy and mortifying blow, and thus Doomscream was routed. The abomination's torn pincer, fitted with an ancient and powerful bolter, became the rogue trader's rightful trophy. At last, we reached the Machine Cathedral. We saw a yawning lift shaft left behind by a colossal land-gnawing drill that had burrowed for kilometers into the depths of the planet. There, deep below, lay the last hiding place of the heretics' leaders. Hundreds of grenades, accompanied by promises of swift judgment, were hurled into the pit. Such was our righteous anger. The planetary assault was a resounding success. The enemy forces were shattered and broken. A small fraction remained in the Machine Cathedral, but the rest either had been destroyed or were destined to meet the same inevitable fate soon. The Lord Captain's retinue and the Space Wolves band delved into the shaft, heading toward the heart of the Machine Cathedral. We watched them leave with reverence in our eyes as we were setting up a perimeter around the entrance. We knew that the true outcome of the battle of Euphrates II depended on them, and that our fates were theirs to decide. Here, Leia, you get to stay back on this one. I see subtitles, but he wasn't speaking. The giant, clad in dark crimson armor, is in the middle of a sinister litany, his words turning into a repulsive ethereal stench and flakes of otherworldly ice. He does not notice your presence. The same cannot be said about Conrad Voigtveer, who stands at his side, his completely mutated turquoise eyes flash upon seeing you. He flinches, but remains silent, hesitant to interrupt the ritual. You can feel the strings of the surreal force emanating from the sorcerer's fingers and wrapping around the enormous disc of the drill. He's feeding its sacred batteries with his profane magic, as if it were the motive force, subjugating the tech priest's creation to his will. The sorcerer does not turn his head as his voice rolls over the room. I see you, mortal thing. I sense your meek mind. The sorcerer reluctantly turns his burning gaze upon you. So you are the one who was so eager to meet me and your own demise. Rejoice, Brother Twilight. Today you become the new rogue traitor. Conrad Voigtveer, his deformed features twist into a bloodthirsty smile. Yes, Master. I will rectify my mistake and reclaim what was stolen. I examine the machine. Platform beneath the sorcerer's feet and is the drilling machine's massive tunneling shield. This mighty mechanism can gnaw through underground rock, bunker, bulkheads, reinforced with adamantine, or anything else that may lurk in the planet's depths. The corrupted servants of the Deus Mechanicus scuttle around the heretic, muttering twisted prayers of ignition in attempts to persuade the Omnissiah's majestic beast to awaken and rend the world's flesh. Do you have a name, or should I just refer to you as the Heretic? You know me, my name well. I am Erlon the Cruel, breaker of misbelievers, truth speaker, triumphator of faith, dark apostle of the blessed word-bearers legion. Kneel and offer a prayer of gratitude, for your death could not be or bear a worthier name. Voitvir, what the devils are you doing here? Erlon the kind, Erlon the eloquent? Sure. Voitvir cocks his head sharply like a bird and laughs mockingly. I am on a path to greatness, Zen, true power, of the kind you and Theodora could only dream of. The edge of daybreak, promise to weave me a truly remarkable fate. You are on the path to your own death, nothing more. You've almost reached the end. An empty threat. I have the upper hand this time. In my next prayer to the Dark Gods, I will thank them for letting me destroy another rogue traitor of the Von Valencia's line. If only you knew what powerful weapon awaits us down below. With it, we will make the entire expanse. Enough, Brother Twilight. Your lips will not speak a word more than it has a heathen's place to hear. Ignorance is their cloister. Let them remain trapped here. Must have been preoccupied with something profoundly important if you paid no heed to me obliterating your army. Death, for the glory of the true gods, is a blessed fate for any believer, so why would I rob them of it? Every martyr who perishes in their name only empowers their reign. I was tasked with a different mission, to make the Coronis Expanse behold the sheer impotence of its most eminent protector. Once Kel'Khazar's treasure has been stolen, his secret hoards plundered, and his name shamed, the dogs of the false emperor will see the truth. No one will protect them. No one will heed their pleas. Only by bowing to the masters of the Immaterium will they earn the right to live. And what is this treasure you covet so terribly? I will keep this from you, so that you may perish in the darkness of ignorance. Pathetic. Your masters didn't even tell you the reason why he sent you to face your death, and neither will I make this poisoned cup any easier to drink. If you're so confident in your victory, then why not? Then what are these secrets for? Very well. Kneel and pledge yourself to the true gods of the warp. For great revelations are a reward for the faithful. He gestures at you imperiously. I doubt you intend to obey, but I would still advise against it. No more words. Thorbold, we must stop him. The wolf lets out a chilling howl, and his pack ready their weapons, acknowledging it as an unequivocal order to kill. Pretty much. With a solemn gesture of his hands, Erlon thunders in fury. Let those who blaspheme against the true gods beg forgiveness in vain. Let their lips be sealed. Let their hands be severed. Let their souls be reaped and scourged. Battle wolves do not allow the Malefic any respite. Von Valencius, find cover before something. A glorious fight awaits. Take heed with the silver-tongued traitor, for he is old, sly, and strong. But by the Allfather, the wolves will spill rivers of his blood today. The horrific display of profane sorcery appears to have filled Thorbold with joy and anticipation rather than fear. Have you encountered Erlon before? No, or else his head wouldn't still be attached to his neck. But my pack has heard plenty about his strength and ignominious, his misdoings. One can see the evidence of his malefactions all across the Cronus expanse, like bear tracks upon fresh snow. We stalked him and looked for a chance to clamp our jaws around his throat, but the Craven knows well how to hide behind the backs of his heretical lackeys. What manner of witchcraft was he attempting back there? He wished to wake the tunneling behemoth. If you hunger for my thoughts, Erlan is searching for something down below. In the Manufactorum's deepest halls, my warriors destroyed the energy fount and silenced the drill, but the detestable Malefic still found a way to revive it with his heinous magics. What is Erlan after? What is he trying to unearth? Do not ask, for I know not myself. Kalkazar treats his allies like a Fenrisian mushroom farmer treats his produce. He keeps them in the dark and feeds them shit. He didn't see fit to enlighten us about the secrets of Euphrates too, but 'tis no matter. Whatever it is, we mustn't let loathsome Malefic claim it. I will deal with him. You're a brave one, and not easily deterred. Good. Then find a way to reach the tunneling platform while we give the mangy sorcerer something to worry about. Thorvald exchanges glances with his warriors, and you could swear they all smile in anticipation inside their helmets. Halbrand, you stick to the original plan. Take 2 brothers and go after Doomscream. Our scouts report that he took refuge here in these depths after being defeated in battle on the approach to the Machine Cathedral. I want to take the unholy tin can that holds his traitorous brain back to Fenris. Good hunting. We won't fail you. Proudly tread the hunter's grim in chase of a beast of steel and blood, fangs bared sharp in thirst of prey. Let glory cloak their mighty gait. Doomscream, he hides in this den. Step aside, Halbrand. I will be the one to slay it. I claim this quarry for the baleful howl. Isn't Doomscream the thing that I personally beat with the 15% weapon check? Sure, what is this Doomscream? An old and vicious heretic, a hellbrute, yeah, whose veins boil with poisonous rage and savagery. His mind and body have been so warped by the ruinous powers that his very existence is an affront to the Allfather's warriors. Tread lightly when facing him, young brother. Yes, the beast is mad and hideous, but he is, withal mighty, old, and graced with the archenemy's profane patronage. His hateful sermons abound with malefictions, and his weapon claimed the lives of hundreds during the assault. We grievously wounded him, true, but we haven't seen the last of this foe. If Ulfar kills Doomscream, will that prove that the baleful howl lives? If it comes to pass, I will be the first to raise a cup to the proud name of that ferocious pack. Ulfar, we set out to hunt the beast. Do you seek to best me in hunting, Ulfar Everlost? None are faster or deadlier than the Stormbiters? We will see, young wolf, we will see. Luck be with you, warriors. Hater Roofs. I like how the Space Marines, the 3 Space Marines that were just there, just teleported away. Man, Owlcat really let the quality slip in this 4th act.
Victory awaits!
The lockers are full of work overalls, robes, and tools that are covered in seals and emit the strong scent of sacred unguents. A tome containing warnings of the Omnissiah. This set of unshakable tenets of the Adeptus Mechanicus is hidden from the eyes of the laymen with a special binary cipher. Only an anointed tech priest can divine the sacred knowledge of this from this folio. Yeah, that's good at least.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
What is that?
This looks like a fight, potentially. So, I'm gonna start the ads like a minute early. They are going to last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And, if anyone is interested, I will throw up my YouTube again, so people can go there and vote towards, on the polls there, for things they would like to see after I finish Rogue Trader. I will catch everyone after the ads. The correct option is clearly Iconoclast. Alright, the ads are finished. Let us continue. The crowd of heretics falls to their knees and hold out their hands to you, pleading for mercy. Their leader is a heretic with worm-like tentacles stirring about in one of his eye sockets. Howls plaintively out of his vox. Zen. Conqueror of steel and smiter of true flesh, we initiate the capitulation protocol. Nowhere under his chrome firmament and leaden haze is there a cogitational array capable of designing a productive method of opposing you. Your indestructible legions have annihilated all who dared to stand in their way. No matter what we threw at you, it all turned to dust, which your servants then trampled into oil and soot. Our survivors are few. Mercy, we beg for mercy. Lay down your weapons and await your judgment. I will hold the tribunal once I'm done here. One after another, the heretics hand over their weapons like a congregation, bringing gifts to a terrifying god whose stare alone could pulverize them. Perhaps for them, now that they have witnessed your tactical genius and unbridled might, that image is not far from the truth. Yeah, I was fully expecting a fight there. Oh, hey. I wonder what I get for this level. So hard to decide what to take. I guess I'll settle for an extra action point. Alright. We want warp. And we want this. We want this. And we want this. 90%?
There.
The remnants of a foul ritual designed to feed the souls of victims into the shell of a demon engine. A necessary element of the process to strengthen the monster's physical form. Why do I keep using the Thessardium mask? That's not what he needs. He wants... And I've been doing that for a while, too. This is what we want. It's +1 psi rating over what he had. Extra psi rating is always good. Because, you know, I'm lacking power and buffs.
A new challenge for me?
The very idea of steering a void ship into the warp without the protection of the Gellerfield? Pure madness. I am appalled that the arbitrators failed to consider such risks and put the Lord Captain's life in danger.
And done.
Huge machine, red hot from a working built-in furnace. Traces of blood and scratches are visible on the bypass of the firebox. Undoubtedly, the burning of living people was part of some blasphemous ritual.
We shall prevail.
Oh, look how adorable it is. Oh, we even have a cute little screamer here.
I won't go down easy.
Ulfar, you are
Do my bidding.
a pain in my ass and in my way. I can't buff everyone, but I'll buff the important one, me.
Sorcery!
I won't object to it. Let's see to it. Naturally. But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it.
God, Emperor, do not leave me now.
I won't object to it.
Okay. Jai.
Don't get too cocky. You've got a problem? I've got a price. Am I getting paid for this? I can do that with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky. You've got a problem. I've got a price. Am I getting paid for this? I can do that with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky.
Then we gave Eoghan a turn.
You've got a problem, I've got a price.
And we have to maneuver up here.
Lucius, I'm relying on you. The machine spirits of the a valid argument. Curious. Engage. Executing command.
Throw this down for extra movement. You know what? I will actually apply this time.
Lucius, I'm relying on you. Astute observation. A valid argument that I can unmake both flesh and machine.
And then give me a
I
turn.
am a conduit of the machine god's will.
Nothing
Endure.
I can't do.
Reckless Rush. Galvanize.
All too easy.
Brace.
Forge ahead!
Okay. Then I can come up here. Damn, these are thick. I will Reckless Strike. Sworn Enemy.
Suits my purposes. Nothing I can possibly was your biggest mistake.
I will kick one of the blues
Already nothing of value has
for
been
extra movement.
lost. Suits mine. Passing me was your biggest mistake.
Okay.
You don't stand a chance! Nothing of value has been lost!
Pink. Herald. Pink. And a Screamer. I can make it up here to the pink. It's better than the alternative, which is the alternative in this game, which is, there's just no difficulty.
Nothing of value has been lost. Nothing I can't do. Hurting me was your biggest mistake.
Okay. I will come here and charge down here.
Suits my purposes.
And then I will hook into the Screamer. And there's a pink over there.
All too easy. Suits my purposes. Not a problem. Nothing of value has been lost. Suits my purposes.
Reload.
All too easy.
I didn't give myself any injuries with that, did I? No.
Suits mine. You didn't stand a chance.
Okay. I will charge over here. Then charge down here.
Not a problem for me. Nothing I can't do.
Okay, remove the demon's protection. Not enough action points. Where did my daring breach go? Fine. I can't even reach anybody with this. Fine. So be it. Oh, I lost my daring breach when I friggin' used this. Because it dealt damage to me. That's so stupid. Okay, Jai, you can come up here.
Curse you, miscreant!
This is fine. Pretty sure I still have all of my extermination charges and such. Yeah.
Already done.
Reckless strike. Sworn enemy. Huh. Kind of surprised that's not gonna one-shot.
Suits my best. Nowhere to hide. Nothing of value has been lost.
That's okay, the gun took care of it.
Doubt is for the weak.
Untuning combat tool. 25 bonus to tech use. If the owner has medium or heavy armor equipped, at the start of their first turn in combat, gain 19% armor. Alright, that is for Pascal, essentially. I I like the one that I currently have, where the cooldown is reset on a kill. So, I will keep using the one I'm using.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Did I miss loot over here? I did.
Trivial, as I prognosticated.
There's another lore warp here.
The Inquisition taught me many things.
Traces of an unholy ritual requiring human sacrifices. Sacrifice, a grim reminder of the price exacted to create each demon engine.
None shall stand in my way. Submit, and you'll die with...
Oh! Oh, it's our friend! Stealing the motive force. Alright. Where are you? Here you are. Has lots of HP. Restore 20% of maximum wounds at the start of each creature's turn. Well, just gotta make sure we kill it all in one turn then. Consumes power from nearby plasma batteries, 50% armor, 15% armor penetration, 10 deflection, and 5 to all characteristics for each powered plasma battery. Okay, this is worthless because it's not going to last a whole round. Okay. Sure. Its back takes 50% increased damage. Okay, this could be interesting. Okay, seriously. Heinrichs, you went first last fight. Why are you going second this fight? Nothing has changed in the party. You dumb asshole. Just go first. Oh, this is just getting people in position. Okay, okay. No, he's still going second. I miss Nuncius.
Tell me, and it is done.
Yes, he does.
I can do that with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky. You've got a problem? I've got a price. Don't get too cocky. Am I getting paid for this? Tell me, and it is done. You've got a problem, I've got a price. Never cross a Kazbalican.
Okay, give Aogen a
Don't get too
turn.
cocky.
Executing command. A valid argument. The machine spirits prove. Assess and act tech assistant. Executing command. Astute observation.
Galvanize. There we go. And then we give a turn to Heinrichs. Actually I can fire. Then we give a turn to Heinrichs.
Removing restrictions from the galvanic cell.
For the throne's glory.
Warp speed.
But of course,
The Exalted One, protect us all.
I won't object to it. Let's see to it. For the throne's glory.
Emperor,
I
do
won't
not leave me
object to
now.
it.
Endure.
Go on, beast.
Stabilize.
Let's see to it.
Blasted witchcraft!
I won't object to it.
Blasphemous powers!
Okay. And that will be fine for his turn. I could have him go do stuff, but I don't really care to. You know what, actually?
Your turn.
Go zippy zap over here. Jai, give me a turn.
Write legends about
I'll live another day. Not a problem for me.
Reckless Rush. We come through here. And I will galvanize.
I noticed something. Nothing. You didn't stand a chance!
Yeah, I'll just come up here.
Suits my purposes. Absolutely not. Nothing of value has been lost.
Charge in for 56 to 64 damage. I will
Nothing I
Reckless
can't do.
Strike. Sworn
Already
enemy.
done. Not a problem for me.
Race. Charge in for
Suits
202.
my purposes.
And it's already missing a large chunk of HP suddenly.
All to watch and learn. Another clean strike. Nothing
I missed with my focal emitter. How? I guess it's just a 95%. Okay.
watch and learn. Another clean strike.
I feel like we're slowly chipping away at its armor. No? Dismantle's only a 7%. Ever. Okay. We're just slowly gaining more damage.
Already, there's nowhere to hide. Another clean strike. Not a problem. There's nowhere to hide. Another clean strike.
Reload, where it attacks me and takes damage.
Nothing up. There's nowhere to hide. All to it. Watch and learn. You don't stand a chance.
Apparently I can. With an eye laser. I had to have, like... No, if I blinked, I would have just, like, burned through my, eyelid or something. Like, how does that even work? Canonically, my character now has a lazy eye, but the lazy eye is the augment. It just kind of drifts to the side. That's what this is now.
I don't have time for this. I tire of idleness. Let's move.
I even had the wrong turn order there. I didn't even have to use my, my Daring Breach. Okay, who is my Medicaid person right now? 130... 130... Alright, it can be you. %, with a double chance.
My pleasure.
The injectors are filled with powerful sedatives, a sensible precaution that keeps the captives under the complete control of their tormentors.
Follow my lead.
I'm coming Omnicide, deliver the machines from the Faithless. Yeah.
That was a problem for you.
The air around the caged people is almost ringing with sorceress energy. Before you are psychers whose powers, even at rest, create disturbances in the warp.
It's about time.
Okay, apparently there's nothing in there. Each time the wearer deals damage to an enemy with a ranged attack from a range of 5 cells or further, the wearer becomes the highest priority target for this enemy until the wearer's next turn. It's okay. Like, it's actually pretty cool, but so few things actually matter at this point that it's just kind of... It's not so mind-boggling awesome that I take note of it. Walk away from the cogitator. I need more warp. Again. Examine the cogitator. You know enough to determine exactly what happened to the machine. Glitchy projectors, otherworldly sounds from inside the case, an oppressive atmosphere in the room. Everything points toward a scrap code infection. One of the stranger and more frightening creations are the tech priests who devote themselves to the ruinous powers. Perhaps if you can extract the data crypts containing the scrap code, you will be able to study it later in a controlled environment. Check for the presence of data crypts. Extract the data stick. You touch the data stick and realize you cannot pull it out or pry your fingers away from the surface. It is as if your hand is being held in place by a powerful magnetic force. You know, just a casual 148 strength on Ulfar, sure. You tense every muscle in your body, plant one leg against the cogitator case and pull. At last, the unknown force begins to give way and eventually lets go. You come close to falling flat on your back, but the data stick is clenched in your hand intact. Use the logic key. You insert the data stick into one of the available slots. The machine reacts with purrs and clicks. A few minutes later, both data sticks are ejected and land on the control panel. Wake the cogitator. You try pressing keys and spinning a couple of reels. In response, a few lumens light up on the control panel. A low guttural growl reverberates through the machine, and a small auxiliary screen lights up, presenting you with information. Examine the log. You skim the report on the auxiliary screen. It seems the cogitator has been completely purged of data. If there is anything of value left in this machine, it will be on the external drives. I will break this cogitator. You smash the control panel with the first blow, and the cogitator screens with the second. No one will be able to use this machine, whether for good or ill.
A space wolf never fails in their duty.
Light-bringing brazier halls.
Was that supposed to be a challenge?
Done. A new challenge for me? We need to investigate.
Plus 20 to all lore skills. He goes in the hat slot? Ah, right. Speaking of hats, I need to... I don't think I can actually put that on anybody, much as I'd like to.
I rise to the occasion. What is that?
Okay, that one is a demolition way over there. I'll have to go around the other side.
Centuries of service and practice.
Victory awaits!
Something about this zone makes it feel like a labyrinth to me. Everything just kind of looks the same, and I get a bit lost. That's a funny thought. I mean, I could still use hats, I think. Can't you just toggle it off? Well, I guess then it shows my Astra Militarum hat, or whatever, but... My not Astra Militarum, my fucking Navy Commander hat, or whatever.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Okay, these are getting annoying.
I'm always ready. Halt. I noticed something. Excellence matters. Follow my lead! I did fine. I rise to the occasion.
Alright, there we go. Yup, that it is. How do I get over here?
We
This door, clearly.
Nuncius solved this conundrum.
What is that?
And there's a door here.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Adeptus Astartes. Ooh, that's neat. Invincible Onslaught. Okay, okay, I can get behind this. It's better than what I'm currently using.
Done.
Okay. Seriously? I like how I get the test, disable it, and it still goes off. Successfully disarms, and then I walk where it was, and it still goes off. Thanks, game.
Halt! I noticed something. Doubt is for the weak. None shall stand in my way. Excellence matters.
Wisdom is a catalyst for knowledge. I possess both.
First elevator block being removed. To the main generator sanctum. Alright, so these lead to the same area, more or less.
A new challenge for me? Something of interest.
Okay, we'll come down this way.
What is that?
There.
We need to investigate.
The Inquisition taught me many things.
It's about time. We shall prevail.
Alright.
Halt! I noticed something.
They're just being
Something of
asinine with
interest.
these now. There is no purpose in this.
I rise to the occasion.
Yeah. I honestly thought about just running through them and then just using my med kits to fix it.
Excellence matters. Victory awaits.
The machine god was benevolent to me.
It's not like they're gonna hurt. To the prayer halls. I don't know which way is where I'm supposed to go and which way is the optional area, because I wanna full clear everything, you know? Prayer hall is optional? Okay. I will go back for it then.
We need to investigate.
Yeah, I'm going back for it.
Nuncius solved this conundrum.
If this is gonna be more traps, we'll go back.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
To the prayer halls.
What is that?
It's nothing but traps all the way down.
That was a problem for you.
Medicaid.
One and it's done.
The fetters that hold the victims are designed in such a way as to increase suffering. There's no doubt that the torment is one of the elements of a dark ritual. What was here? That's what was there.
I'm always
All right.
ready.
Time
Follow
to navigate
my
again.
lead.
This is not helped by the fact that these walls suck.
Done. I did fine. A new challenge for me.
Walk away. Warp. Yeah, I've been holding control and left clicking to ensure that it forces movement and doesn't try and do anything weird. Examine the cogitator. Something is watching me from the darkness flickering between the unwinding coils. You know enough to determine exactly what happened to this machine. Yeah, that's what the other one said. Check for the presence of data crypts. The data crypt is in place, but its slot is protected by 2 rows of metal claws. Growing straight out of the cogitator's casing, they flex under your scrutiny, clutching the device even tighter. Examine the image. The eye-like sparks are yellowish, orange in color, but you're pretty sure this monitor cannot display such vivid hue. You lean forward, and you hear a predatory growl coming from inside the device, a sound full of hatred and hunger. The cogitator does not react to the buttons being pushed and the handles being turned. The screen continues to display what you saw when you first approached the machine. Deactivate it. When you reach for the power shutdown lever, the growling from the depths of the machine intensifies and the screen starts filling with red. Your hand stops 1 centimeter away from its goal. Enrix, have you ever seen anything like this before? Another manifestation of the same corruption we encountered on Kiavagama. Perhaps if we had used an auxiliary connection system. Heinrichs pries a side panel open with a knife and receives a face full of sparks and caustic reagents. After swearing and swiping his swearing and wiping his singed face. The interrogator manages to pull out a bunch of wires and cut the right cables, causing the cogitator to shut down. The claws holding the data crypt unclench helplessly. God, I can't speak today. Molten rock, radiating tremendous heat. Surface bubbles and hisses softly as if the magma were incinerating the very air you breathe. It shows these three as loot, but I can't actually loot them, so... Pressure control panel.
Trivial, as I prognosticated.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Neat, I guess. Doesn't really seem to have done much, but... Alright. This is fine. Okay, you're gonna have to be up there. That's fine. You don't fit anywhere else, fat ass.
Is that my blood? I can do that with the right incentive. Am I getting paid for this? Tell me, and it is done. Don't get too cocky. You've got a problem? I've got a prize.
Okay. And then we can fire for a whole 2 to 7 damage.
I can do that.
Let's fire on that one. Get a little extra. Okay, give Aogen a turn.
Tell me, and it is done.
High momentum. Executing command. Lucius, I'm relying on you. The machine spirits prove. Astute observation. A valid argument. Lucius, I'm relying on you. My creation, your assistance is required.
Oh, wrong button. This is the one that I want. Okay. Galvanize. Hey. Aurora had a very scary sniper.
Your force has guided my hand. Your demise is an
And yes, I'm aware that wasn't the Space Marine itself, but, you know, it's close enough.
Suits my purposes. Nothing I can't do. Not a problem for me.
I will Reckless Strike.
Already done.
And then Sworn Enemy.
Nothing I can't do. Another nothing of value has been lost.
It disintegrated.
All too easy. Hurting me was your biggest mistake. Not a problem for me. You didn't stand a chance. The war is playing tricks on us.
I will tear it apart!
Hurting me was your biggest mistake. Get
Come over here. We latch on.
Suits my purposes.
Come over here.
All too easy.
Just collateral damage to the Chaos Marine, you know. No worries.
I'll pass. Not a problem for me. Nothing I can't do. Nothing of value has been lost. We must act.
This hook is so good. I am sorry, this gives so much mobility. And the fact that it resets on kill is just so nice. Yeah, the minus 10% weapon skill could be bad, but it's like tailor-made for this build. Alright, ads are about to start. They're going to last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses any content. And I will catch everyone after the ads. Dude, every day on the Reddit, I see people complaining about the Ferrum Sanctum stacks and how there is no shot that any of the augments are worth the downside of the Ferrum Sanctum stacks, and I'm just like, what game are you guys playing? I genuinely don't understand. This doesn't even exist. I've been hit with lightning attacks and they still do like 15 damage. Hello? And I have 7 stacks. Clearly. They're doing something weird. I wish there were more augments I could put on, but there's not a good dextral insertion or a muscular skeletal insertion for the build. At least not that I've found. If I could throw more augments on, I would. I wonder how much more is left of this zone. Because I don't want to stream too much more than 8 hours today, but I also don't want to stop in the middle of the zone. Oh, it's definitely half-baked. You can tell it's half-baked because 80% of the augments are just reskins of augments that already exist. How many of these Force Couple ones are there that are like, oh hey, we changed like the smallest thing on it, and you may or may not even notice. There's like 10 actual augments and then like 30 flavors of each one that's just minutely different. Has a bit of dialogue? Ah, that's fine.
It's about time.
What is this? Rage Fire Plasma. Ah, neat. Oh, that's fun. All right, fine then.
We shall prevail. None shall stand in my way.
The Kazbalika has retained control of Footfall. I suppose all the old agents who oversaw the cold trade can be left in place without any
The
changes.
tome containing warnings of the Omnissiah. Yep.
Cunning. Leaking information, so I tell all of Footfall about it. And my colleagues and competitors will lie low. Well, I have no intention of resisting your plan.
Yeah, this sucks.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Like, I kind of want to explore this room, but I also kind of just don't care enough. Okay, I'm assuming I got everything in here. This is very spoiler mission. There are a few ways it could be more spoilery.
Victory awaits.
I appreciate the lurk.
Something of interest.
All this for junk that I don't need.
Follow my
Come on,
lead.
game. Have something really cool down here, otherwise I'm gonna be mad. Uh-oh. There's a logic down here?
I am at
Have
your
to be
disposal.
shitting me. Alright.
Are you all right, Lucius?
Screw you.
Vital functions restored. Nuncius, don't lag behind.
Yeah, but I gotta explore. Otherwise, I feel like I didn't, you know, fully play the game. After my first time through here, I'll know where I can and cannot avoid.
Wisdom is a catalyst for knowledge. I possess both.
Manufactorum has been completely converted from rock and metal processing to a much more sinister purpose. The lines have been set up to manufacture shells for Daemon engines.
I'm always ready.
Okay, what are the odds there's something back here? Negative. Alright. Well, I can at least say that I explored back there.
Time.
Why is that trap even there, then?
A new challenge for me?
Ready to serve the machine god.
We
You know what,
shall
actually?
prevail.
Screw this.
Scorn the pain. A curious, if unpleasant experience.
Is this everybody? Yep.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium. Let's patch you up.
The motive force has invigorated me.
Let me help.
A wound. I didn't notice.
This wound will make a fine scar.
You have my thanks.
We must act. Get a hold of yourself.
I owe you a debt.
Need a little morale boost?
How do you still have neurogenic shock?
Needed. Just give me some nod.
Regain your composure.
Your assistance is much appreciated.
Yeah, that's fair. R.I.P. Space Wolf. The Vox speakers on the ancient monster's armor emit a blood-curdling screech that turns into the unholy murmurs of countless voices. Collect the blood of the false believers in a cup. Reap of their pitiful strivings. Drink of their sorrow, and the laughter of the true gods will thunder in your ears. Halbrand looks up at the bodies of his fallen brothers. You can hear the seething rage in his voice. I'm the wrath of the Allfather, and his wrath is to be dreaded. Traitor of the 17th, I will have your head. Stand aside, young wolf. The baleful howl are here. This prey is ours. Look at the Hellbrute. The Abomination's armor wetly gleams with profane repair scripts, daubed in blood. It has been patched with fresh ceramite in several places, evidence of serious damage received in recent battles on the surface, but the monster appears to have fully regained its strength. Its flesh swells hideously as it is flooded with the power of the warp. You are bickering when you should be fighting. This is important. I will do battle for my pack's honor. Brother Halbrand will fall back if he does not wish to anger me. In our dark, he bars the doors. He who fears, guests unbidden. He who fosters, purpose tainted. He who dreads, his reckoning. Well, he knows that in our dark and savage, the gray beasts come to his door, prowling. For blood they come, for vengeance they come. The guilty are their prey. Be you malefic, be you monster, know that a new burst of furious howling from the Hellbrute makes Ulfar falter. The warriors of Rus will never retreat. With a lusty bark of laughter, Ulfar picks up your words and continues fervently. The warband of Fenris will never retreat. The scent will be caught, and blood will be spilt. Like two virtuosic musicians, Hellbrand and Ulfar fall into a perfect rhythm of words, breath, and movement. With a fierce howl, they rush to the attack, moving as if they are not two warriors, but one.
Cross an agent of the throne.
Oh, sick! It put me down here. Abelard, Heinrix, Ulfar. Right. Herb, you get to be in the middle. Because Ulfar is fat.
I won't go down easy.
Oh hey, we have the right turn order for once.
On this side.
But of course, Lord Captain.
I'm alive. Holy terror!
No.
Okay. This is fine. I'll just chill. I don't need to do more than that. Hey,
Am I
again.
getting paid for this? Don't get too cocky. I can do that with the right incentive. You've got a problem. I've got a prize.
Go down all of the buffs.
I can do that with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky.
Give Aogen a turn.
Am I getting paid for this?
Executing command. Astute observation. Executing command. The machine spirit.
Galvanize.
A valid argument. Curious. Tech assistant. Engage.
Galvanic field.
Astute observation.
Doing some weird graphical stuff again, that's fine.
Executing command. The machines. There's an open book to me.
Okay. Give me a turn.
Enjoy your panic while you still draw breath.
I will move over here.
Let's
Reckless
see
strike.
The response of this.
Sworn enemy.
Already done.
And charge in.
All too easy.
Alright, that's fine. I will move over here.
I shall not fear. There's nowhere to hide.
I missed my eye laser again. Feels bad.
Suits my... You didn't stand a chance.
I was born for a greater fate.
Nothing I can't do. Nothing of value has been lost. Suits my purpose. Nowhere to hide.
The wounded monster lets out a scream that resonates with the might of the ruinous powers and retreats. Its armor is riddled with holes, and its vox speakers are clogged with tangled prayers of despair and joy. I fear not the blasphemy of the deluded, for it is promised to me. With my eye of flame, I pierce the hearts of the doubting, for it is granted to me. I root out false faith, for I stand on the true path, and I will not be forsaken by the protection of the true gods. Ulfar is drenched in the Hellbrute's blood, which carries the acrid tang of machine oil. He wipes the blood from his face and bursts into deafening laughter. The ground itself seems to quake at this mighty display of joy. Behold, Allfather, how fleeting is a coward's valor. Instead of brazen hymns, pleas for salvation come. But my hands are full, with weapons laden, without a finger span for mercy or for grace. But stay the old wolf's charge against the foe. Corruption's mighty beast he did valiantly ravage. But the right to sever its rotten word thread will another claim, a hunter fresh and battle bold. Shout encouragement. Will old wolf give young a lesson in battle? Ulfar in the case of stolen valor, yep. Ulfar gives Hellbrant a patronizing look. The battle feast I'll share with you, young brother, that you may fully savor the mead of my prowess. Remember this taste well, for in it lies triumph's sweetness and the bitterness of loss. My elder bowing, the right of first blow yielding, but last for myself keeping. The foe shall die by Halbrand's hand. The foe will die by my hand.
Nothing I can't do.
The heretic, lowering his gruesome weapon in exhaustion, but still standing, casts a desperate glance at Ulfar. The Vox speaker crackles. In the abode of the true gods, there is neither time nor prohibition. What is reflected there will endure forever. I was, and therefore I am, eternal. Doom scream will resound in your ears. With glorious song, the gnat buzz will drown out. And with the sweetest mead, your traitor name will wash away. Tell the blood moon, wolf you fell at noble Halbrand's hand, Yolda. Halbrand shoots a defiant look at Ulfar, who has blocked his path. To the defeated monster, the young wolf raises his weapon, ready to defend his claim to the prey. Many lessons have to you, young wolf, been handed down. So let this be your last. Tread not upon your elder's prey. Ferociously declaiming the last line, Ulfar knocks Halbrand to the ground with a crushing blow to the head, sending him into a deep stupor. Of the baleful pack, worthy was the hunt. Their name will thunder at the feast of victory. Doom's scream I ripped out, leaving it to cry. A tongueless, silent wail. Wolf's howl has flown above hall arches, soaring. Ulfar falls silent and gives you a pensive look. The warriors of Fenris, that proud litter extolling. In memory over graves of brothers worthy. Eternal is our hunt, in darkness unrelenting. I'm gonna go with 3. Ulfar echoes your last words with the spiteful, stubborn grin of a doomed man. Indeed, an eternal hunt is all that awaits me. Thank you. Fine hunting, Etver. I pray that the prey and the verses have me well pleased. Has your pack's honor been upheld? Ulfar walks over to the Hellbrute, whose limbs are convulsing in vain attempts to raise his weapon. The wolf draws the knife, covered in red runes, and smiles at you. The name of the baleful howl was not tarnished in this battle. Wearing the same blissful smile, Ulfar casually grabs the visor of the heretic's helm and begins to wield the blade with the efficiency of a butcher. The dying enemy rasps and gurgles, choking on blood as severed tendons snap and sawed bones crack. Under the Fenrisian steel, the Hellbrute's legs buckle, but he somehow remains upright, as if out of sheer arrogance. The heretic lives long enough to fully partake of the agony, and when Ulfar finishes, he is clutching the bloody horn that protruded from the Chaos Worshipper's head. Ulfar swiftly carves a protective rune into it, and proudly proclaims, a glorious trophy. Look over at Halbrand. Judging by his sluggish movements, the young wolf is alive, but not entirely lucid. The storm cloud of heavy bruising is spreading across his handsome face. What was that contest between you? We clashed in dispute over valor and inspiration. Battle fills the true warrior's heart with joy and his mind with piercing clarity, and we on Fenris hold in special honor those who rise above the fray and share their joy with their comrades. What shall we do with your brother? Noble Halbrand, it would be unwise for you to come with us, I think. It will be some time before you are well, and I do not want you to have to answer to the Allfather should you die. Let no one say your worthy warrior met his foolish end because of Ulfar. My heart is raring to fight, brother Ulfar, but my legs are in no hurry to carry me toward the enemy. I will join the fray when I can stand, if you would be kind enough to leave a few heretics for my blade.
Doubt is for the weak.
Astartes bolt pistol. Okay, all of this is kind of whatever. Hellbrute horn trophy. Relentless rage ability. Till the end of combat, the character has their current armor and deflection reduced by half, but their critical damage increased by 2 times reduced armor percent, and melee attack damage increased by 2 times reduced deflection. Ah, neat. All effects stack. And then what's this? The wearer gains 15 weapon skill and ballistic skill while they have 85% wounds or more. Neat. Oops, caps lock is on. Yeah, that can go there, and then... was it a claw? No. I don't know what it was. It was a something or another here that we want. I imagine it was here. Was it not? Here it is. It's a necklace. I see, I see.
None shall
Thank you,
stand
Yisto.
in my way.
And done.
The anvil, covered with the inscriptions and symbols of chaos, is designed for the work of one person, a forge master who's capable of creating sorceress components used in complex machines.
Victory awaits! We need to investigate. What is that?
More of
I'm
this
always
shit,
ready.
huh? Alright,
Something of interest.
this is fine.
I rise to the occasion. Excellence matters. I'll lay claim to the stars. Done.
Okay. We use that, and it opens it. Then we can come up here and open this.
Nuncius solved this conundrum.
Okay, this heads to Erlon the Cruel, which I don't want to be to yet. I think. It says this leads to Erlon the Cruel.
I won't tolerate weakness.
I will head down here. See where this takes me.
Follow my lead.
There's a lot to explore here.
There. The Inquisition taught me many things.
Halt. I noticed something.
Easily done.
This is gonna be another warp? Yup. Alright. Warp. We want this. This. And that. Scrap code infection, yep. Check for the presence of data crypt. The data crypt slots are occupied. 2 of them appear to be melted beyond repair. But you might extract the 3rd one without incurring data loss if you successfully deactivate the logical network of the machine itself. Find a way to deactivate the cogitator's logical network. You spend a lot of time trying to establish a connection between the countless switches and reels on the control panel and the twisted symbols floating in the glitchy screen. At last, you manage to complete the logical network, tame the rampaging beast, and force it to disengage the data crypt. At the same moment, the cogitator releases a data stick previously hidden beneath a protective panel, and the device drops to the floor right in front of you. It looks like a logic key used to access additional cogitator reserves. They fit other systems in this part of the planet. See what the device is coated with. Cogitator's case is covered in scratched symbols and signs thickly smeared in pungent oily mass. You spot tiny bubbles emerging from the gleaming metal. It's almost as if the malodorous slime is seeping from these scratches like sweat oozes from pores on a human skin. Examine the image on screen. Yep, saw that before. Examine the log. Break the cogitator.
None shall stand in my way. Submit, and you'll die quickly.
Okay. Heinrichs. Abelard. Jai. You go over there. Jai, you come here. Aoden. And suddenly turn order is weird again. Whatever. I give up on the turn order thing.
You've got a
It
problem?
seems to want to do
I've
whatever
got
it
a
wants to
prize.
do.
Don't get too cocky. Tell me, and it is done. I can do that with the right incentive. Am I getting paid for this?
It
I
isn't
can
like
do
it
that
matters in
with the right
99% of
incentive.
fights
Tell
anyway.
me, and it is done. Don't get too cocky.
Okay, then we give
I can
Aoden
do
a
that
turn.
with the right incentive.
Executing command. A valid argument. Executing command. The machine spirit's proof. A valid argument. Assess and act tech assistant. Astute observation. A valid argument. The machine spirit's approved.
Alright.
A valid argument. I can unmix both flesh and machine.
And then we give me a turn. No, we give Heinrichs a turn.
Your demise is an incontrovertible fact.
For the throne's glory. I won't object to it. Go on, beast. But of course, Lord Captain.
Only 16 enemies,
Let's see
yeah.
to it. Naturally.
An affront to the Omnissiah.
For the throne's glory. Your turn. Go on, beast.
Aw, too far. That's fine. Now we give me a turn.
I hold all the cards.
All too easy. Suits my purposes.
Reckless Rush.
Not a problem for me.
Galvanize.
Was your biggest mistake. Never wavered in the face of adversity.
Hey, we come over here, and I Reckless Strike.
There's nowhere to hide. You didn't stand a chance. My tactics are flawless. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Let's see how they respond to this.
I will hook my way over here. Oh, I missed some back here. They were hiding.
Nothing I can't do. Suits my purposes. You didn't stand a chance. Not a problem for me. All too easy.
Reload.
Already done.
And then charge up here. Am I able
Nothing
to...
I can't do.
Okay, and then I get to use Wildfire into Daring
I'll bring
Breach.
glory to my bloodline. Suits my purposes. Another.
Okay, what is left and where? One down there, one up here.
Nothing I can't. Nothing of value has been lost. Forge ahead.
There we go.
Must act.
Such a difficult fight. Servo key to auxiliary generator chamber.
Hunt, brothers. Take heed.
A new challenge for me.
There's a door here? You don't say.
The machine god was benevolent to me.
25 demolition, 25 tech use. Huh, these are actually kind of neat.
We need to investigate. I did fine.
Okay, nice hidden chest.
Trivial, as I prognosticated.
With... Pterorax Slayer? Oh, that's kind of neat. That's actually really kind of neat.
Victory awaits.
A space wolf never fails in their duty.
The dirty, disheveled woman pays you no heed, lowering her head and looking at the ground with genuine interest at something that either does not exist or is invisible to your eyes. Even at this distance, you can detect the distinct smell of ozone, too fresh for this stuffy room, reeking of soot and industrial lubricant. The woman raises a maimed hand and absent-mindedly runs its 2 remaining fingers through her matted hair. Yeah, I'm at a point in the game where a lot of enemies are large enemies, so that is a really nice late-game weapon. She is a psyker. I can feel warp emanations roiling around her. One of the cultist's prisoners. How did she manage to get out of the cage and survive? Be vigilant. Creatures like her remain dangerous even when they mean to do no harm. Hey, can you hear me? I want to help. The woman jerks her head and transfixes you with a delirious gaze. Only now do you notice a reddish-black mark on her cheek. A many-pointed star, a symbol of chaos. The prisoner bares her teeth, but you cannot tell whether she does so as a threat or simply out of fear. Don't be afraid. Tell me who you are. The woman hesitates, looking at you warily. At last, she sobs and replies meekly, "Stay away. In the Emperor's name, stay away from me." Her voice is barely audible, but you manage to make out the words. "I don't remember how I ended up here. I don't remember what happened. There was a bright light, like from arc welding, and then the light reached out with its clutches." He moans and holds her head. "The light is taking me over. It's everywhere already. Everywhere." The woman turns her head toward you and blurts out in an unexpectedly low and gruff voice, "Save me. Give me the Emperor's peace, please. We will save you and get you away from here. Just hold on." No, it's too late. The light. With an unnatural roar, the psyker rears up. Her features are drooping, melting like candle wax. Her swollen lips part, revealing sharp teeth, and her bright orange pupils expand to fill her eyes completely. The psyker slumps to the ground, and the smell of ozone gives way to a disgusting, sulfurous stench.
That was a problem for you.
Something of interest. What is that? Excellence matters. Done. It's about time. Halt! I noticed something.
Is this technically the end of Act 4?
I possess both. The machine god was benevolent to me.
We need to investigate.
Oh, you son of a...
Something of interest. Doubt is for the weak. Follow my lead. I did fine. I rise to the occasion.
Yes? Okay. I'm surprised I never got the quest for Argenta. I don't think I finished Pascal's quest. I definitely still have more to do for this. But I did everything I could.
None shall stand in my way.
Oh man, one sec. I gotta open my door. It got warm in my room. Alright, let's see here. Back to the prayer halls.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
No, not that way. I want to go this way. Where it's not going to nuke me with a bunch of traps. I see. This also has traps? Is there no safe path here? Ah, no, I see, I see.
Victory awaits!
We come around this way and do it like this. Yes. And then we can turn about this way and start doing as we need to.
Trivial, as I prognosticated.
Alright, what does this do? Whenever the wearer targets 3 or more enemies with one attack, those targets suffer -0 int bonus. I mean, sure, I guess. Meh.
I won't tolerate weakness. Halt! I noticed something. We need to investigate. Something of interest. Excellence matters.
Massive claw marks are visible on the heavy bars.
Done. I rise to the occasion. A new challenge for me?
Why was Echo acting like there's something there? I have a friggin' 222 awareness. I'm pretty sure I would have noticed it if it was there. To the drill. I'll rip out your liver and give it to the wind spirits to eat. I like how he just stood there and took it. My victory was predestined, for you were outnumbered. You are a handful of fools who worship a dead fallacy. I have the Great Four on my side. May they revel in the blood that spills from the veins of heathens. You're late, Zen. Your allies have fallen. Perhaps it's time to admit your defeat. If you do, I promise. No, I won't promise you anything. Whatever you choose, you will die a slow and excruciating death. Look at the fallen space wolves. The wounds left by Erlon's blows are dire, but the Emperor's angels are known for their hardiness. You have arrived just in time to stop the profane sorcery from finishing them off. Grow as many eyes as you want, Voigtveer. I will gouge them all out. Let's see if you will be so insolent when I slit your throat and bathe your precious warrant in your blood.
Take a knee and bow before me.
Death to the false emperor.
There's a good chance ads play in the middle of this fight, but there's not a lot I can do about that.
Am I getting paid for this? You've got a problem. I've got a prize. Tell me, and it is done. Don't get too cocky. Am I getting
We're just
paid
doing
for
buffs.
this? You've got a problem, I've got a prize. Tell me, and it is done. I can do it.
Okay, then I give Aogun a turn.
Lucius and the line. Executing command.
He buffs everyone.
The machine spirits of hope. Astute observation. Curious. Technically engage. Executing command. Lucius underlying. A valid argument.
Okay, thanks, game. Alright.
Removing restrictions on the galvanic cell.
That's not what I meant to do. Uh-oh.
Not a problem.
I was trying to rush, and I fucked it up.
Nothing I can't do.
I don't have, Henrix's buffs. It'll be fine.
Suits my purposes.
It'll probably be fine.
Already done. Nothing I can't do. Never wavered in the face of adversity. Insulting. All too easy. Was your biggest mistake. Suits my purposes. Nowhere to hide.
I keep missing with my eye laser. It makes me sad.
Nothing of value has been lost.
Conrad, my friend, come here. You appear to still be alive. Okay.
I shall not fear. Nothing of value has been lost. Already done. Hurting me was your biggest mistake. Nothing I can't do.
And then Erlon the Cruel.
There's nowhere to hide. Watch and learn. Nothing I can't
Reload.
do. Already done.
Did I break it? Oh, there's a corrupted tech priest back here still.
Nothing I can't do. All too easy. You have been lost.
There we go. All before the ads. And now, before I start the dialogue, I will play the ads. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses any content. And when we return, we will finish Act 4. Catch you all after the ads. Alright, the ads are finished. How's it going, Nomto? Hope all is well. Got up just in time. Erlon staggers back from the blow. Your strikes have crumpled his blood-red armor, and his face bears a grimace of pain. He turns his mad eyes to Voitvir, who's thrashing in his own blood. Brother Twilight, the hour that was promised to you has come. The edge of daybreak grants you the honor of serving as his weapon. Be awed by your high destiny. Voitvir's turquoise eyes widen and with understanding mixed with terror. What? Now? But I'm not ready? It's not what you promised? You said I would reign? Courage and steel alone will not be enough to change the ways. Whatever he said. Erlon draws a blade shard, shimmering with unnatural light. Ways change, Brother Twilight, and nothing lasts in our Lord's hand. But you will reign indeed, as a vessel for your master. The blade cuts Voigtvir's coat and chest open, sinking deep into his flesh, and finding its way to his heart. The glyphs carved into his skin by his ruthless mentor begin to glow so bright you can see them clearly through his clothes. I know that sword. Its shards were used in 2 attempts on my life. Unsuccessful attempts, might I add. This one will be the last. What you in your ignorance brazenly call shards is, in truth, a triune relic. The seat of the great spirit of the Edge of Daybreak, one who serves the Master himself, the Changer of Ways. You do not deserve to behold his visage, but you will. Yeah, I've gotten quite far. We are approaching end of Act 4. Finrad, fight it. Can't you see that you've been deceived and used? So be it. As long as I get my revenge on you, Voigtvir doubles over, but his voice is still seething with malice. Aw, look, it's Burb! The pernicious warp energies seep into his body, causing it to glow and flicker. With a mad cry of pain and exultation, Finrad Voigtvir ceases to exist, and a mighty winged figure rises from his bloody remains. Edge of Daybreak, I witness you. Erlon musters enough strength for a faint, vengeful smile. Enter the forlorn halls of reality and claim them. I gave all that I had in your name. Hail the truth. His giant body goes limp, his face forever retaining a wicked expression of triumph. My imprisonment ends. I am made manifest. Rejoice, mortal. Witnesses. For I have come to lord over you. The demon lets out a hoarse, cawing laugh. I told you that you would welcome my return to reality. Abelard adjusts his grip on his weapon as he surveys the monstrous creature. Why do I get the feeling that I have seen, no, not seen, but come across this warp spawn before? The old officer frowns as if trying to pry a stubborn memory out of the depths of remembrance. Heinrich's face twists for a moment. He clutches at his chest as if he's having a heart attack. But a moment later, he straightens and glares at the demon with grim determination. Let's see. For the Emperor and humanity, I'm Rogue Trader Zen von Valencius, and none shall lord over my subjects but me. The memory of you will disappear sooner than the echo of your insipid name. I have no more need of you. Begone.
I could use more cadavers for study.
Oh, I still have all of my buffs and everything? Hold. No. I only have like half of the buffs. Okay, that's a little annoying. Yeah.
Suits my purposes.
Okay, I will come up here. Endure.
Nothing
Reckless
I
Rush.
can't do. Suits
Reckless
my
Strike.
purposes.
This is probably good enough.
Not a problem for me.
You're thick.
All ready to watch and learn. Another clean strike. Watch and learn. Nowhere to hide. All too easy. Another clean strike. Nothing I can't do. Watch and learn. Another clean strike.
Okay. And then I will give Jai this so that she can give me another turn.
Not a problem for me. Suits my purposes. Already done. Suits my watch and learn. There's nowhere to hide. You don't stand a chance.
GG's. Hard game. Okay. I thought I was stuck in combat there for a moment. Inherent Blasphemy and Erlon's Accursed Crozius. Hardest RPG since Zork. I don't even know what Zork is.
Stand in my way.
Am I not able to talk with this guy? Warp. Oh, I had the wrong gear on you anyway. I had the warp gear on you already.
There.
Looking at the center of the arch, you begin to hear noise. The warp amplifier seeps with sorceress energies designed to fuel the dark rituals of chaos. Gotcha. Yeah, I did all that fight that easily without even using my psyker buffs. That was kind of ridiculous.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Boxcasters producing nothing but static. Hello, can anyone hear me? We read you, Strike Team. This is Lift Control. Report your status. Erlon is dead. Acknowledged, Strike Team. Beginning the extraction of the priority cargo. A fine victory, Zen. They will tell sagas about the day the contemptible Erlon fell. The Cog Priests should offer you a fine cup of mead for saving their prayer world. Thorvald nods at the two gaunt bodies in crimson robes lying on the floor. If you hadn't, Erlon would have bathed them in 100-fold more blood. You think the first Zork is from late 70s or early 80s? Hidden in some old versions of Windows/Office? Gotcha. As for you, ever Ulfar Thunderlung, you have proven yourself. The Stormbiters will tell all about your feat and your roaring song. I thank you, Thorvald. You and your brothers fought well. You did the wolves proud. It will be my joy to share a cup with you at the victory feast, Ironhide. How's your pack, Thorvald? What are your losses? Several of my brothers will carry on fighting their battles in the Allfather's host. The rest have survived. We've shed much of our blood, but a wolf's hide is tough and his spirit is stubborn. When you take us down, you'd better finish us off. The Stormbiters live on this day and the next. I see you and Ulfar have worked through your quarrels. It doesn't become a noble warrior to bark at his battle comrade after a good fight. Ulfar Thunderlung has proven that the spirit of the baleful howl is alive and strong. So let ravens fly where he has walked, and let them tear at the bloody harvest left in his wake. May Blackmane guide you through the black of night, Ironhide. Know that if your pack calls, the baleful howl will always answer. What was hidden down there? What was the treasure that Erlon was after? I know not. Calcazar's carols did not allow anyone into the hidden arsenals. All we could see was them dragging up crates to the surface. 'Tis the age-old way. We fight, they sweep up the spoils. Thorvald grimly nods at the pair of corpses. We brought these from below. For all I know, it was his carols that killed them to seal their lips. You see no signs of violence on the two women's bodies. But their porcelain white skin proves without a doubt that they are dead. Their hands are clutched together in a death grip. The sweet scent of rotten meat prickles my nostrils, but it is not the fallen bodies I smell, the hands of the Inquisitor's minions. 'Tis what my instinct tells me to. My heart never had a strong faith in Calcazar's words before, but now, whatever phantom trust I had is scattering into smoke. We must ask questions and get the answers, by force if that is the way it has to be. Both wolves affirm the last words of their with fervent and murderous nods. Heinrichs casts a grim glance at the mighty warriors, but does not contradict them. Either out of agreement or doubt about his survival, were he to raise an objection. Examine the tech priest's bodies. Something strange has occurred to the two women's augmetics. It's as if they've begun to grow inside their flesh, spreading webs of metal around them. After taking a closer look, you realize that every augment seems to have begun mutating, developing new forms and functions not envisioned by their creators. It seems probable that this is what caused their demise. Suddenly, you hear a click inside one of the tech priest's bodies, and her eyes open wide. A spasm shakes her gaunt limbs, making Thorvald clutch his weapon. Her lips twist into a crooked line, forcing out the two words, the yoke. She's still alive. Call the Medicae. Reconstruction impossible. The woman's whisper is barely audible, but the weak voice that is coming from her pale lips still sounds more alive than the mechanical hiss of a vox. The shelter has fallen. The maimed hunter comes. Cessation of vital functions inevitable. Her eyes momentarily roll back, but then a metallic churr inside her chest brings her back to consciousness. One should not make such hasty decisions. Diagnostic auspexes have revealed to me that the victim's life currents harbor no corruption. The sacred iron within her body functions with complete efficacy. Thus, this individual is untainted by entropy. Inspect the tech priest's wounds. There's not a single wound upon her white skin, but there is no doubt that she will soon perish. Her augmetics are failing, as if they have been sabotaged by some entropic influence. For a moment, you consider it a sign of tech blight. Then you refute the thought. What you are witnessing is not decay, but transformation of the matter from which the tech priest's true flesh is made. Who are you? Magos Axiomantha Hanuaman. That is my identifier. Ah, another Hanuman. You are not the first servant of the Omnissiah I've met who goes by that name. The tech priest responds with a faint and enigmatic smile. You found yourself at the center of a tangle of paradoxicality. You spoke of a shelter and a maimed hunter. What do you mean by it? This place was a shelter. The Lord Inquisitor hid me here, and not only me. The maimed hunter, a figure of termination, an unknown variable, Amernat's nemesis. I never met them, but I inferred their existence based on statistical evidence and logical conclusions. The portents of entropy foretell that the hunter is near. Can you speak more plainly? Are my words obscure? That is regrettable. Processing becomes difficult when you only have one half of your mind. Certain notions, data, and logical instruments were left in the less functional part of me. How do you know about Amernat? I was a disciple of the Messiah of Discontinuing. When he was laid low, I found myself here. I hid from my reckoning. I reached out to the Omnissiah's wisdom as I pondered and considered. Logic revealed much to me, even here in my prison. Was she your sister? She was me, a phenomenon of flesh divided me into two identical bodies at birth. The Omnissiah's wisdom let me overcome this physiological flaw by braiding the separated mind. I was the first unificate in the fleet. Now this half of me is dead. The rest of my mind is fading. The sympathetic principle is insurmountable. The tech priest closes her eyes and starts whispering something incomprehensible, sinking deeper into the depths of oblivion. Unification, a risky, extremely laborious creation of symbiosis between identical individuals. I believed it to be a legendary technology deemed lost. Perhaps it could have been the key to the creation of the Tria Somata. I regret that we have only met now upon your deathbed. Eogan watches the tech priest without looking away. I've learned enough about you. If you wish to know more, then hurry. The turning of the cog will soon cease. What happened to you? A pained shadow falls across her face. The chapel was attacked. The preservation protocol commanded me to hide within the inner artifactorium and block all outside access to it. Prolonged presence in close proximity to the object was prohibited by the algorithm, but the preservation protocol had a higher priority. The object affected me. I resisted. Resistance led to structural change. What object? The yoke. The weapon we forged at the Lord Inquisitor's command. The destroyer of worlds. I need more details. How does it work? What is this yoke? An enigma? The project was kept secret from everyone, including the Smiths. We forged fragments of it. It was a tool for controlling energies of staggering power, and it was not the Omnissiah's blessed gifts that served as its foundation. It was forbidden knowledge, knowledge that we comprehended. Henrik shakes his head in amazement. A yoke? A means of restraint? It sounds like a project on a grand planetary scale, and this is the first I'm hearing of it. Perhaps there was a hidden purpose to my assignment besides combating the cult and accompanying Yuzen, but why? Astounded, Eogan turns rigid, letting his hands drop helplessly. This means that the laboratory on Amsanct is not the only one. The Inquisition was running a project unsanctioned by the priesthood of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Now the pieces are falling into place. Now I see. What else do you know about this weapon? How did Calcazar learn of it? Against whom does he intend to use it? Against anyone. Its power is absolute. The first experiments with this tech relic were calamitous. The tech blight is merely its echo. Its potential is so much greater. He stops as if frightened by her own words. Never should have fallen into the hands of the laity, but the Lord Inquisitor stole it. Its secret was procured beyond the dimensional gate, beneath the dark stars, and passed over to Amernat. Calcazar destroyed the Messiah of Discontinuing and robbed him, and claimed the secret for himself. He knows. He was there. He points at Thorbold. Thorbold glances at you in shame. He speaks no lies. The first task the Inquisitor gave us in the Expanse was to destroy a cult of tech heretics. The deed was done. This Amernat, was he a good priest? Did Calcazar drag us into something foul? I was there too. I fought those judged by Calcazar. Why did Calcazar need you to do it? At first, he tried to do everything swiftly and quietly, but his agents and the Cog priests loyal to him failed to capture the leader of the Tech Heretics. That's when he realized he needed indestructible warriors. He needed us. The Cog Carrols were powerless against the Wolves' might, and we brought carnage to the Explorator's ships and worlds. Ulfar, why did you keep quiet about this? It was, Ulfar mutters, his expression is dark as a storm cloud. It was not my concern, only another's will, and it was the chapter's business. I've already told you more about the wolves than many of my brothers would have said in my place. I respect your oaths and do not think less of you. Thank you. Ulfar looks away, and you can just make out the string of Fenrisian curses he utters. You can surmise who their intended addressee is. What else do the wolves know about Amarnet? Thorvald throws up his hands. Nothing. I swear on my honor. He disappeared, and so did his ship. There's no blood of his upon our hands. And what do you know about this secret weapon? I never even knew there was a weapon. I was told of traitors and tracked them down. I claimed no trophies. I had no part in any dark intrigues. You think I would have wished that sneaky, scheming viper to get his hands on something so powerful? I wouldn't even trust him with my axe. It is not my place to judge you. You were following orders. Thorvald frowns and says in a hollow voice, and yet doubts smother my heart. Did we sully our chapter's honor with deeds done for a dishonorable end? How exactly did the object affect you? It's a difficult thing to explain to a layman. Metamorphosis. Phenomena occur in the object's vicinity. Sacred technology and even ordinary plasteel start to behave willfully, shifting, restructuring, and altering their fundamental attributes. Imagine yourself gazing upon a surface of water that was disturbed by a stone an era ago, but the ripples never stopped coming. That is what it felt like. The object propagated echoes of change. Why are you revealing Calcazar's secrets to me? I was never his servant. I was forced to serve. When our circle was broken, he offered me a choice, submit or die. He threatened to kill half of me if I refused to forge for him. He needed Archmagos Amernet's knowledge, and I had it. I saw no sense in resisting. You've chosen life. Knowledge is but a meager toll for the chance to pursue your works. True. I found this concept to be the most rational. I doubt I can learn more from you. It's difficult to process. Have I fulfilled my duty to the Omnissiah? May I rest now? She looks through you as though she can no longer see you. You are in need of help. Attempts to slow down the degradation process are irrational, for they only prolong my suffering. I wish to cease to be. Her eyes close. Clicks are heard in the ensuing silence, and for a while now, Heinrichs has been trying to bring his Vox transmitter back to life, to no avail, judging by the twist to his mouth. Warp take me? What kind of ordeal has the Lord Inquisitor really dragged you into? Abelard shakes his head. Never mind. But what am I talking about? Calcazar's links to House von Valancius obviously go back to your predecessor's time. There's no telling what other secrets Lady Theodora took with her. Oh, hey, it's treason! The Yoke. Such a primitive name, and yet what has been said of it piques my curiosity. A secret weapon, based on forbidden knowledge and forged by the joint efforts of dozens or even hundreds of people left in ignorance. Jason hums contentedly. You should find this thing. I'd like to take a closer look at it. Thorvald, did you understand what is happening here? Something foul. The Inquisitor seeks to use us to obtain a mighty weapon, and that he kept his this design even from us, the Allfather's warriors. So suspicion in my heart. Does he keep his lips sealed because he knows that we won't support his game? Does this worm of treason lurk within his mind? Stop the loading. I will inspect the trophies personally. Nah. I'm Iconoclast. I'm going honor the fallen tech priests. May the Deus Mechanicus accept their souls. May the wolf that stalks between the stars keep their departed souls.
It's about time.
So we meet again, Ulfar Thunderlung. Thorvald gives Ulfar a stern nod and then turns his steely gaze on you. Live long, rogue trader. Business has brought us to your Drakkar. The traces of Halbrandt's encounter with Ulfar's rock-hard forehead are still fresh on his face. The young wolf rests his hand on his axe. One meeting away from the last act. Yup. Greetings, brothers. What brings you here? Ulfar returns Thorvald's look with an equally fierce glare. For some reason, he has foregone his magnificent armor today and stands on the bridge, clad in little more than the physical perfection inherent to an angel of the Emperor. Live long, comrades. Fenris Hjolda. Fenris Hjolda, we thank you for your hospitality and kind words. Thorvald's face breaks into a wide grin, his affected severity vanishing from his face. He rumbles solemnly. Brother Ulfar, you swore that you would stand for the honor of your pack, the baleful howl. Did you descend to Euphrates too with your brothers? Did you fight? That world my boots did tread, in fallen halls my victory cries I roared. The day the Allfather asks for a reckoning of my deeds, I will not be ashamed to tell of the siege of Euphrates. Who will bear witness to this truth of this wolf's words? I will bear witness. We know you, Zen. We've seen you in battle. We believe you. Show us the scars, Brother Ulfar, that we may see the mark of your deeds in the flesh. I did not acquire my scars to show them off, Brother Thorvald. Show the scars, brother. Show the scars. Thorvald's cry is echoed by the other wolves who bang their fists on their armor in time with the words. The ship begins to vibrate. Look more closely at Ulfar. Ulfar's decision to appear at this meeting without his armor suddenly makes sense. You are watching a ritual, and Ulfar's show of modesty is merely a part of the performance. Show the scars. Ulfar turns with ostentatious reluctance to let the light fall on the fresh marks he received on Euphrates. You had no idea he suffered such deep and grievous wounds? I don't know how. He didn't even fight the enemy. He was way in the back. The crowd erupts in roars of approval. Thorvald raises his voice to shout over his shoulder, or over his brothers. Did you take a glorious trophy in that battle as a token of your valor? Ulfar removes the horn he wrenched from the Hellbrute from his belt, and you notice that it is already carved with Fenrisian runes. The wolf proudly shows the trophy to his comrades, causing another explosion of cheers. Probably corrosive blood splatters. You know, fair. I was hitting him hard enough that the blood probably splattered all the way to the back of that room. I was traveling with enough speed to do that. Proudly thunders the baleful howl. Praise the All-Father for sending us such formidable and valiant brothers. Thorvald makes a gesture, and Halbrandt removes a magnificent axe from his belt, presenting it to Ulfar with a deferential brow. Accept the Stormbiters this gift in honor of the battle that was fought shoulder to shoulder. I'm sorry, I'm curious now. I can move 42 tiles, and if each tile is a 5-foot square, and I get like another 35 after a daring breach, times 5. That's per second. So, or per 6 seconds, assuming this is similar to D&D. So times 10, times 60, divided by... Give me a minute here. Uh, 5,280. I was moving at 43 miles an hour. 43.75 miles an hour. Or, 70.4 kilometers an hour. That's how fast I was running around the battlefield. Sometimes you gotta math it for the fun. Proudly thunders the baleful howl. Praise the All-Father for sending us such formidable and valiant brothers. Thorvald makes a gesture, and Halbrand removes a magnificent axe from his belt, presenting it to Ulfar with a deferential bow. Accept from the Stormbiters this gift in honor of the battle that was fought shoulder to shoulder. Pretty nice axe. I ran ostrich speed. Hell yeah. So that's it? You're all best friends now? Of course, Rogue Trader. Ulfar is our glorious brother, and any one of us would gladly die for him. Do not seek to understand wolves. Only one born on Fenris can understand the nature of our friendship and our enmity. And the Stormbiters are my brothers. It has been an honor to hunt with you all. Thorvald, now will you tell Ulfar where to look for his brothers? The wolf hands you a data slate. The coordinates displayed on it are a monstrous distance from the inhabited worlds of the Expanse. I will not stand in Ulfar's way if he chooses to go searching. But, brother, you have proven the glory of your pack. Is it not time to sever this weird thread? With respect, I once again extend my offer to join the Stormbiters. The pack's plasteel marks are resting on Thorvald's outstretched hand. Forgive me, brother, but I must decline your offer. Though my heart fills with joy at the thought of fighting alongside you, Ulfar draws a knife adorned with scarlet runes and slices his palm. I, Ulfar Thunderlung, swear before the Blackmane and by the blood of Fenris that I will not cease to seek my pack until my own eyes behold them, alive or dead. I understand, brother. Thorvald sighs with regret. May Blackmane run beside your path, fortify yourself, stoke your rage. I see that your heart is darker than the waters of the world sea, so I ask you, take care that you do not join those of whom we must not speak. Ulfar, give us a look at your new axe. Thorvald grins with pride as he looks upon the magnificent weapon. Our rune priest quenched it in the blood of the despicable word-bearers who fell on Euphrates II. The blade is enameled with bone meal from the tooth of a Fenrisian kraken, and inscribed on it are the names of all the brothers of the baleful Howl Pack. You know that a name inscribed on a Fenrisian weapon can mean different things, whether glorification of past heroes or commemoration of the fallen. Ulfar runs his fingers over the symbols, lingering first on one name, then another. You are no expert in Fenrisian runes, but you can make out these two, Ernulf and Skiadi. Thank you for this gift, worthy of the Varagir Ironhide. Ulfar tests the weight of his new weapon, and his face bears that satisfied expression seen only on the faces of true warriors who have found the perfect weapon for their hand. Ulfar, I see you've decorated your trophy from Euphrates. With something of a flourish, Ulfar shows you the angular yet graceful script of runes that wind around and around the gleaming horn. When I return to Fenris, I will drink Miad from this while singing the saga of my march into the Cronus Expanse. So what now? Well, we should probably return to our Drekar. You sense a question mark at the end of Thorvald's statement? Ulfar's face becomes serious, and he gives you a significant look. I can hardly let the glorious wolves of Fenris leave without first treating them to a fine feast. The wolves burst into shouts of approval, and someone with a gravelly voice starts singing a merry song, no doubt one about massacres and glorious deaths on the battlefield. The kitchen servants here are certainly no match for those serving in the Great Hall in Fenris, but the masters of this Drekar are not lacking in hospitality or generosity. A small group of space wolves is enough to fill your entire magnificent ship with clamor, shouts, and other portents of the coming feast. A formidable feast in which eating, drinking, and singing will be done the way wolves do all things, to their last gasp. Alright. This is a good stopping point for today. I've streamed for 8 hours and 40 minutes. I need to rest my throat. I need to get some food. I need to take care of some stuff around the house. But thank you, everyone, for stopping by. Very much appreciate it. If you enjoyed what you saw, please hit the follow button. And, I hope to catch you all on the morrow. I'm going to link my YouTube and Discord if people want to join in for notifications for changes to schedule or voting on the YouTube polls to see what I play next. But have a wonderful day, everyone, and I hope to catch you all on the morrow.